Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Lucario Battle. Did they attack their headquarters directly? ZHE was slightly surprised. The old lady in front of him had a very violent personality. At this point, it was no longer a secret that Angel Company was Team Dark. At least everyone present knew it very well. It is estimated that the founder of Angel Company, Prak Hall's grandfather, would never have thought that his company and his descendants would have such a day. Of course not. Xiao shook her head. Before that, we have to take out the third crystal first. The third crystal? Sharona was a little confused. No one had ever told her about this before. Seeing this, ZHE hurriedly repeated the myth of the King of Almia and the three princes. That is to say, in addition to the yellow crystal of Cresselia and the red crystal of Sidolin, there is also a blue crystal guarded by a champion level Lucario. Sharona's eyes lit up at once. ZHE clearly felt her fighting spirit from the bottom of her heart. There was no way, because Sharona also had a champion level Lucario. The number of such Pokémons is quite rare. It is not easy to meet an equal opponent of the same species. If you need it, let me negotiate with it. Of course, Sharona took over this difficult task without hesitation. Anyway, for the Ranger Alliance, they can't rely on their own strength to communicate with the Lucario in a short time. Cresselia and Sidolin are the result of grinding out over time. Even the latter is not successful, but was attracted by Darkrai and has nothing to do with them. But didn't Sidolin complete the communication? Did you get its red crystal? Zay quickly discovered this problem and asked Chairman Xiaoki. Xiaoki smiled and nodded, taking advantage of the opportunity. When it woke up from its deep sleep, one of our chief rangers successfully communicated with it. Now the red crystal and yellow crystal are up there. If you are worried, you can go up and take a look. Up there? Zay and Sharona looked at each other and immediately thought of the towering tree growing on the top of the building that they saw outside. Together with Dr. Yamanashi, he followed Xiao up the stairs. They discovered that there was something else inside. Under the lush branches was an experimental base full of technology. Many scientific researchers were busy inside, but from the outside, you couldn't see it at all. The red crystal and the yellow crystal were lying quietly on an instrument in the center of the base. The light emitted made people's hearts unconsciously calm down. He habitually scanned it with Zero. Very good. Still 3 question marks. Zero couldn't give any answers to things that were beyond ZHE's own cognition. He was used to it. What are the characteristics of these two crystals? What is the energy waveform display like? Where is the data report? Dr. Yamanashi spoke. This time, it was finally his field. Immediately, a researcher came over with a pile of information with a respectful look. After getting the consent of Chairman Xiao, he spoke carefully, as if a student was reporting to a teacher. ZHE was not interested in listening. The main reason was that he didn't understand. Human energy is limited, and his investment in this area is far from enough for him to understand such profound and complex things. Simple research papers and normal data are not difficult, but the one involving the power of the mythical beasts is different. Sharona listened with great interest. She is a versatile person who has been studying with 2 doctors since she was a child. So, what is the conclusion? ZHE also poked Sharona, wanting a simple and easy to understand answer. Sharona pondered for a moment. In simple terms, the energy fluctuation patterns of these two crystals overlap with the energy fluctuation patterns of known mythical beasts to a large extent. They are most likely the creations of a powerful mythical beast. And although the two crystals have certain differences, they can be transformed under certain conditions. Is that so? ZHE also nodded. He could still understand the meaning. It was nothing more than another way to prove the speculation of the 3 of them yesterday. But it was still unclear which mythical beast it was. Maybe it's because we haven't collected all 3 crystals. Maybe there will be some different discoveries when the 3 crystals are gathered together. ZHE also said so. Anyway, the battle will be handed over to you 2 young people. I will continue my research here. Dr. Yamanashi, who was immersed in his research, waved his hand to drive the two away. Tetsuya and Sarona looked at each other and turned away helplessly. It was not the first time they had seen Dr. Yamanashi like this, so they naturally knew what to do. Persuasion would not work, so it was better to get the things as soon as possible to help him complete his research. He took the map of the ancient city of Almia from Chairman Ziocui. The two set off again without even having time to sit down and eat something. In the air, there was an awkward atmosphere between the two people sitting on the backs of Garcomp and Pidgeot respectively. Tetsuya felt that he probably blurted out that sentence because he was not awake in the morning. But it was not a big problem. It's really beautiful, and I'm not allowed to praise it, he muttered in his heart. Poor Emperor Nabo, that unlucky child. It's unheard of for him to be sent to the infirmary after waking up early in the morning to swim. The cold wind kept whistling. The area where the ancient city of Almia is located is still in the north of the cold water valley, and the daily temperature is rare even in the cold Almia region. Although the expedition suit has a constant temperature function, the two still shuddered unconsciously. Is this ghost place really inhabited? They really couldn't imagine that the kings and princes of the ancient Almia region would actually live here. His muttered questions were transmitted to Sarona's ears through the communication equipment on the helmet. She thought for a while and said, the harsh environment is similar for humans and elves. Except for the elves with ice attributes, elves with other attributes are probably difficult to survive here. And ice elves usually don't take the initiative to attack humans. In terms of safety, this place is much better than other places. Besides, so much time has passed. Maybe this was a very warm area in ancient times. But ice elves like Eula and Snow Fairy are not very friendly. There are also blizzard kings and the like. Blizzards are also a big threat to humans. I think the latter possibility is greater. Zaya responded with a smile. The two chatted casually. This is a bad thing about flying in the air. The scenery is too monotonous. If there is no one to distract your attention, fatigue will fill your whole body in an instant. That's why Do is so scary. Apart from becoming stronger and upholding justice, he is like a robot without emotions. Flying around on Dragonite sounds very cool, but it is actually very hard. Of course. With the flying speed of Pidgeot and Garcomp, it is impossible for the two to chat for a long time. 10 minutes passed. We are here. Sarona threw down a sentence and commanded Garcomp to dive down quickly. Zaya hurriedly signaled Pidgeot to follow behind. Below, a castle covered with ice and snow is standing quietly. That's right. Although it is called an ancient city, in fact, the ancient city of Almia is a huge castle in the ice and snow. As time goes by, there is no trace of human habitation in it, and only many elves live in it as their nests. And the dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. Garcomp unceremoniously displayed his powerful aura. Even the snowflakes drifting in the air slowed down a lot. The castle, which had been faintly moving, immediately became quiet. All the wild elves seemed to have fallen asleep at this moment. Where is the location? Sharona looked at Tetsuya who had just landed. The latter's eyes burst into purple light, and the 3D image of the entire castle appeared in his mind. The strange thing is that more than one place appeared black. Tetsuya knew that this meant that there were ghost-type elves in those areas. Found it. There are 4 elf tribes on the fastest path, namely, Ula, Ice Ghost, Sister Lip and an unknown ghost-type elf. Judging from the environment, it is likely to be a regular ghastly family. After a simple plan, he told Sharona the information. Gargoyle, did you hear that? Garcomp waved his hands confidently. These little minions are not enough for it to warm up. Although the icy and snowy environment has weakened Garcomp to a certain extent. However, at the champion level, the impact of the external environment is very limited compared to before. Not to mention, the opponent it has to deal with is a weaker existence. The gate of the castle is open. After so many years of destruction, even the solid materials cannot guarantee integrity. Garcomp brushed in first, not caring about his trainer behind him. Or rather, he believes that other partners will not let the trainer get hurt. Bang 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 bang, the endless collision sounds echoed in the ancient city. The wild Pokémon who didn't know what happened at all had no power to fight back against Garcomp's attack. Tetsuya and Sarona walked in the quaint castle, as if they were shopping. Only countless Pokémon who fainted and fell to the ground were left behind. In front of the blue light curtain, Garchomp, who had stopped to rest for a while, opened his eyes and looked at the two people who came late. This thing is very familiar and powerful, and it dare not destroy it rashly. The power of the Wava Guide. It seems that the position behind this is the location of the Lucario. Sharona's eyes were full of 4 words of eagerness. Lucario, break it. Lucario appeared from the Pokeball on her waist and slowly raised his right hand. The same blue energy continued to gather into a ball of light. The strong fluctuations made the ground shake. With a wave of his hand, boom, the smoke and dust caused by the huge explosion engulfed the figures of people and elves. Human, get out of here. This is a power you can't covet. An angry voice sounded in the heart. As the fierce bite of the shark restored the vision, Tetsuya and Sharona looked at the voice sender sitting cross-legged behind the light curtain, a Lucario. Compared with the Lucario beside Sharona, the Wava Guide Pokémon in front of them can already see the old age. However, the power of the body will weaken, and the power of the spirit will become stronger with the passage of time. No one will despise the old champion level Pokémon in front of them. This is also the huge difference between humans and elves in their old age. Lucario without the trainer's words. Lucario, who knew the whole story, took the lead in chatting with the old senior. As wave elves, they can sense each other's true thoughts. Was it confused by that? Perhaps because it had been hiding in the depths of the ancient city for too long, and because it was very old. The old Lucario didn't know what had happened in the outside world before. At this moment, it seemed a little dazed. This is also one of the reasons why the Ranger Alliance agreed with Sharona to be in charge of this matter. The trust between wave elves is naturally high. If it were an ordinary person, the old Lucario would not be so easy to talk to. I understand. It slowly stood up from the ground. But anyway, this is what I promised to guard for him. If you want to take it away, use your strength to prove that you are qualified. Sharona's Lucario nodded seriously. In that case, Lucario, rush up and use the power. Seeing this, Sharona launched the attack without hesitation. Lucario's legs swung quickly. The next moment, the thin body crossed a long distance and appeared in front of the old Lucario. White light surged on his right fist, which seemed very powerful. Seeing this, the old Lucario also took the same posture and stood in place to fight back. Fists, elbows, shoulders, and legs in an instant. The white light of the power generating moves flashed wildly in the depths of the ancient city like a meteor. Countless broken stones flew out in all directions. The thickness of the surrounding walls was reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tetsuya raised one hand and moved forward. The invisible telekinesis opened into a protective shield, covering him and Sharona. Leebite Garchomp looked left and right, and was very tactful not to take over Tetsuya's work, but silently weakened the impact of the stones. Lucario, hit with the bone stick, then used the tile splitting on the right side. Sharona, who was fully engaged in the battle, did not pay attention to her own safety. She gave orders quickly. Two champion Lucarios fought each other. They both mastered the power of wave and could clearly see the next move of the other. This made the battle between the two sides seem like a mirror image. Watch carefully and learn well. Zaya, who released Blaziken, admonished his partner. This was a textbook for fighting Pokémon. No other Pokémon could predict the movement so perfectly. Next, Blaziken observed carefully, silently absorbing the experience as a basis for becoming stronger. End. 2.05. Chapter 627 Absurd Machine. Champion level is indeed the peak of ordinary Pokémon strength. Even if it is two fighting Pokémon, the range of destruction they cause is still amazing. The castle under the ice and snow is constantly shaking. The wild Pokémon that originally lived in it ran out with their families very quickly. Pikachu, Slime, Lipstick, Haunter, and Uzumaki. There is even a fire type Ninetales and its two children Vulpix. God knows why they appear here. If it weren't for the sudden battle, these indigenous people must have lived a very comfortable life away from humans. Lucario, metal sound. Wow, accompanied by a sharp and huge noise. Lucario put the spikes on his claws together, emitting a white sound wave, and rushing towards the opponent. Seeing this, the old Lucario did not take a defensive position. It stretched its neck and looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Invisible energy waves enveloped the whole body. The momentum of the old Lucario suddenly rose several levels. It took the attack of Metal Sound forcefully, panting and dragging its wounded body to the front of Lucario. Bang! The left and right hands flashed with white light and struck alternately. Sharona's Lucario disappeared from sight almost instantly. Only the collapsed wall behind its original position told the story of what happened. After finishing the attack, the old Lucario was unstable and staggered to one knee on the ground. The white mist exhaled by rapid breathing made its face a little unclear. What an amazing will. ZHE also sighed unconsciously. It would rather be severely injured than fight back with all its strength. The fighting style of this old Lucario is very much like a fighting madman who disregards life and death. However, he looked at Sharona, whose face did not change much and was still extremely cold. The gap in strength cannot be made up by strong will. Lucario, Comet Fist. Sharona put her left hand on her waist and swung her right hand forward with full momentum. Amidst the rubble on the ground, a figure wrapped in dazzling silver light rushed out at lightning speed. Old Lucario raised his hand to resist. Bang! The next second, its body was embedded in the rock wall behind it. The silver light dissipated. Sharona's Lucario appeared in the same place. The root thorns on its chest kept floating up and down due to its rapid breathing. The messy scars on its cheeks showed that its condition was not very good. The winner is decided. ZHE was not surprised by such a result. Although the strength of old Lucario has declined a lot due to his age, it is still at the champion level. With the powerful Wava Guide, it is not even the bottom one. What a pity. As her second main force in combat, Sharona's Lucario is even more powerful. The ability to fight like just now is more due to the old Lucario's rich and exaggerated combat experience. As Wava Guide Pokémon, they can also predict the opponent's next move. The actions taken by old Lucario are always a little faster than those of Sharona's Lucario. Don't underestimate this difference. In the battle between two champion level Pokémons, this is often the key to winning or losing. If it weren't for the fact that old Lucario's physical strength was seriously insufficient, it had to use the long howl to strengthen its attack despite the damage and weakening of the Metal Sound. How long this battle would last would be a big question mark. Old Lucario lay on the ground, feeling his exhausted body, and there was nothing strange in his heart. As a warrior, he had long been accustomed to the outcome of winning and losing. Losing to a young and strong descendant of the same race made him feel a little happy. Slowly closing his eyes, old Lucario's body was gradually covered with a thin layer of white light. Dots of starlight flew into the air from it like dandelions. After a few seconds, it disappeared between heaven and earth. A crystal-emitting blue light appeared silently at the place where the old Lucario lay last. The people and elves present watched this scene silently. It is impossible to verify how long the legend of the King of Almia and the Three Princes was. But no matter what for a Lucario, that is neither a mythical Pokémon nor a legendary Pokémon, it must have been an extremely long time. If it were not for the power of the blue crystal, it should have entered death to find its former partner. Let's go. Tetsua's voice broke the silence. He walked forward and picked up the blue crystal from the ground. Next, it's our turn to achieve a perfect ending. Although the tone was flat, it was very resolute. As expected, dark forces and the like should not appear in this beautiful world. Braving the wind and snow, they walked step by step in the direction they came from. The two humans who rashly broke into this world soon disappeared. Time and space flowed. A huge black hole suddenly appeared above the castle. Two front legs with metal claws stretched out from it. The strange wave continued to spread. Boom boom. A huge roar sounded in the ruined castle. I don't know how long it has been. The black hole disappeared and the sound stopped. The ruined castle has returned to its original appearance. However, there are still some very important things missing inside. It's amazing. It's incredible. Dr. Yamanashi stared at the data on the screen in front of him and exclaimed, "How can such power appear on a prop? Doctor, this is not our focus now." ZHE on the side reminded helplessly, "The urgent task now is to find out how they suppress the power of the dark crystal. And we also need an amplifier to amplify this suppressive power, just like the instrument of the dark team." I know, I'll do it right away, it's not difficult. Dr. Yamanashi replied without raising his head. Then I'll trouble you. Dr. Yamanashi. Professor Nihira, who appeared in the laboratory, bowed. When things are over, we will definitely let you study the power of crystals carefully. As soon as the voice fell, a researcher handed over black crystals the size of a fingernail. This looked very familiar to Tetsuya. Isn't this the thing that was disassembled from the burnt instrument obtained from Fengreo Forest before? According to Professor Nihira, this is a fragment of the dark crystal. Dr. Yamanashi also knew what was important. With difficulty, he shifted his attention from exploring the unknown. He took the dark crystal fragment and began to study it. As mentioned before, this research is not difficult and does not last long. More than 30 hours later, a slot machine-like instrument with 3 crystals appeared on the table in the Ranger Alliance meeting room. Dr. Yamanashi threw the instruction manual to Tetsuya and Sirona. He ran back to his room and started to catch up on his sleep. He didn't close his eyes for more than 30 hours and urgently needed to rest. By the way, talk to the Ranger Alliance and ask if they can give me the young man named Ichi. He is a good candidate for a search. Before leaving, Dr. Yamanashi was still thinking about another important matter. Tetsuya scratched his head. I'll try my best, but there's nothing I can do if they don't let me go. The Ichi mentioned by Dr. Yamanashi is the young genius who was fooled by the undercover mirror card. It can be said that the programs of the Dark Team's instruments were all written by him. After a series of methods such as the superpower elves, the Ranger Alliance found that this child was just stupid and didn't notice anything wrong with the mirror card at all. In order to protect talents, the Ranger Alliance did not punish Ichi, but instead let him join the research on the 3 crystals. It was precisely because of his joining that Dr. Yamanashi was able to complete everything in less than 2 days. Then, let's confirm the attack on the Angel Tower. Chairman Zio Cui stood at the front of the conference room and issued an order. The 334-meter high Angel Tower has a total of 18 floors. The lower 11 floors are the Angel Building, which is an open office space. The upper 7 floors are not open to the public and have become the open and above board base of the Dark Team. According to the currently known information, most of the Dark Team's forces have recently retreated to it, including Jinka, Rangayan and Aishi. Huang Mo, who is also one of the 3 Carters of Hell, was imprisoned in the Ranger Alliance and became a prisoner with honor. This is also good news for the Ranger Alliance. At least the pressure is a little less. But the other party's actions also show one thing. Chief Ranger Hifu said in a heavy tone, they must have a backup plan that we don't know about. Otherwise they wouldn't be so straightforward to concentrate all their forces on one point. Everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Normally, in the face of official cleanup, the Dark Organization will adopt the tactic of breaking up the whole into pieces. The Dark Team did the opposite strangely. This had to make them more vigilant. According to the detection of the patrol officers ahead, the upper part of the Angel Tower is shrouded in a black cloud, which is very depressing. That should be where dark rays, so high altitude tactics are not recommended. Does that mean that we can only attack from the bottom? I remember that the Alliance has a backup of the internal drawings. Try to simulate all the places. It's been so long, and it's estimated that the inside has been changed beyond recognition. This can only be used as a reference, and more depends on improvisation. If the upper floors are in danger, how about trying to get in from the middle floors? I think the 12th floor of the transfer is a more suitable location. Okay, but we still have to cooperate with the attacks from above and below to relieve the pressure. Otherwise it will be very dangerous for the people who go in at the beginning. In the conference room, people's discussions were unusually heated. One plan after another was proposed, affirmed, denied, and modified. What do you think? Do you have any ideas that need our cooperation? Finally, Chairman Zio Cui looked at Sharona and Zaya. The two looked at each other and nodded. We have no objection. Let's do it. Then, the code name of the operation is Wind Surge. Everyone should be in place immediately according to the predetermined plan. With an order, the Ranger Alliance, which entered a state of combat readiness, also showed amazing strength. Countless rangers stationed in various places began to move towards the location of the Angel Tower without affecting safety. Even ordinary people who didn't know the inside story felt the breath of the storm. Due north of the Almia region, Tetsuya and Sharona looked at the towering building not far away, with very serious faces. "You feel it too?" the former asked without thinking. Sharona nodded. "Yes, very chaotic fluctuations. The mood of the nightmare god above is very wrong. She has the power of super control, and her perception in some aspects is even stronger than Tetsuya. Not only that, there are a lot of superpowers in the fluctuations. This is really unexpected news." Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, there should be no space for superpowers near Darkrai, the evil beast. He did not sense similar fluctuations from him the first 2 times. It seems that Practical has indeed prepared a lot of little gifts for them. It's time to act. The command came from the headset. ZHE also glanced at Sharona. "Be careful, pay attention to safety." The latter raised her hand to put the hair beside her cheek behind her ear. "You too, don't take it lightly. Pidgeot/Greek, say hello to the other party." Beep. Yin as the bird song and dragon roars echoed in the air. Hundreds of rangers also attacked the Angel Building and Angel Tower. The colorful energy gathered together, and a violent explosion occurred. Surprisingly, the Dark Team did not fall into a big disadvantage. Although the elves, that can be controlled by remote control, are not strong, they are convenient, simple and fast. What the Dark Team cannot match in quality, it makes up for in quantity. An elite level Pokémon needs to deal with 4 or 5 or even 6 or 7 ordinary level Pokémon. In some battlefields, the rangers even got into a tough fight with their partner Pokémon. Above, when Tetsuya and Sharona landed on the 12th floor, the first floor of the Angel Tower, the Dark Team led by Miracard had already made sufficient preparations. "Teacher Miracard, I didn't expect that you are an undercover agent," Tetsuya said to Miracard, who was wearing a black windbreaker. He still remembered that when Huang Yeo misunderstood him at the beginning, Miracard had taught the reckless young man. At that time, he thought he was a very responsible teacher. Miracard snorted coldly. "Don't pretend. Choosing to be an enemy of our Dark Team is the most serious mistake you have made." "Really?" Tetsuya smiled. "You are not the first person to say this to me. The previous ones all ended up badly. I hear stalling for time. Just solve it directly." Sharona interrupted the conversation between the two very directly. "You again. Groshuk, Dragonstar." Without giving Miracard a chance to speak, Sharona commanded Garcom to start a crushing battle. It only took a few minutes. The Dark Team, who had been waiting cautiously, lay on the ground and fainted. "You will regret it. The absurd instrument will spread its power to every corner of the world. Mr. President will become the king of the world, just as every villain has to do when leaving." Miracard shouted unwillingly in the last second, before he fell into a coma. Over. Chapter 628. Raging Spirit. Enraged Darkrai. Absurd Machine. Zaya repeated. "Is this the backup plan of Practical? It sounds powerful." Sharona glanced at him, and walked to the upper level with Tyrant. "You clearly know that he is stalling for time. Why are you still talking nonsense to him? Really? Don't tell me that you rushed all the way when you carried out the missions assigned by the Alliance before." Zay complained and followed quickly. Hearing this, Sharona recalled carefully and responded very seriously. "Not entirely. When Xiaoya acted with me, she would use her superpowers to make those people speak. Now it was Zay's turn to be silent. Of course, he knew who Xiaoya Sharona was talking about. The future superpowered king of the Unova region, a powerful superpower user, and an extremely elegant lady, Catalaya. I'm afraid that Catalaya would only be willing to do such a thing when she was with Sharona. If it was someone else, Catalaya could use her superpowers to tear down castles when she was a child, which was comparable to Nance's. No one would be willing to risk ascending to heaven to ask her for something. From another perspective, using superpowers to control people to express their true feelings at any time is totally the style of a villain in a novel. The mental power of ordinary people cannot be compared with that of elves. If it happens a few more times, it would be a blessing that the person being controlled does not become an idiot. It is precisely because of this that Zeo does not often use superpowers on people. His targets are usually those enemies who provoke him, and he does not take the minions below seriously. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that the manifestation of superpowers in the elf world is more inclined to destruction. Otherwise, mind reading, brainwashing, memory erasure, hallucinations, etc. are normally extensions of superpowers. Just like Shokuhau Misaki and Toruma Jutsu no Index that he saw in his previous life. We finally meet again. The second floor of the Angel Tower. A woman with a pink ponytail and pink clothes stared at Zay and said with gritted teeth. One could even hear a hint of resentment in her. Beside her, several other women in red uniforms had the same expression as her. Zay blinked. An inexplicable desire to survive surged in his heart. I don't know them, they are just throwing dirty water. Turning to look at Sirona, he said very seriously. Land shark, dragon god dive. Sirona's face was like ice, and she gave orders directly to her partner beside her. Land shark roared and took off from the ground towards the opponent. During the process, light blue light emanated from the two protrusions on its head and then enveloped its entire body. The huge dragon-shaped energy covered nearly 2/3 of the area in the building. Rangayan and the dark red team she led trembled with legs and stood still. No, this is different from the agreed script. Normally, shouldn't the good guys and the bad guys talk to each other for a few words, then exchange a few moves, and finally they lie down and leave? The blonde woman on the opposite side is simply unsportsmanlike. Several people wanted to command their elves to attack or defend. However, in addition to the reason that they couldn't speak because of the might of the dragon god dive used by the Libite shark, even the controlled elves were stunned in the face of this attack that seemed to be about to destroy the world. The terrifying murderous aura of the Libite shark made these elves with only Qua-seeking and elite strength fall into a state of fear, unable to make a move at all. The only senior brother of the king level raised his fists with difficulty to resist. Unfortunately, before the flame took shape, boom, with a loud bang, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Below, Murakad, who had just woken up, was hit by the ceiling again and fainted. I hope he is okay. After a 0.2 second silence, ZHE also looked up at the more tragic second floor. The four words corpses lying on the ground are undoubtedly the best adjective. Even the king level flame monkey has lost its ability to fight. Unless Rongyan's training of it is infinitely focused on physical strength and physical defense. Otherwise, in the face of the huge gap in strength, it is absolutely impossible for it to take on the dragon god dive of the champion level Libite Garcomp. Let's go. Sharona raised her legs and continued to walk up like a god of war. Libite Garcomp followed behind with a murderous look on his face, like a thug. No, you make me look like a soy sauce. Give me a chance to fight. Zay followed behind with Flame Chicken, looking a little desolate. Down Flame Chicken agreed. It thought there would be several hearty battles today, but it turned out that Libite Garcomp crushed it all the way. Then again, this feeling of hiding behind and playing soy sauce is really great. Then the third floor is up to you. Libite Garcomp just needs a rest. Sharona was not polite to Zay at all. She took over the conversation very straightforwardly. It wasn't intentional. First, Dragon Stars and then Dragon God Dive. After using these two powerful dragon attribute moves, even Sharona's Garcomp was inevitably a little tired. Originally, she was planning to let Lucario cooperate with Roserade to continue to pass the level. Since Saya took the initiative to propose it, Sharona didn't mind taking a break. Remember not to waste time and make a quick decision, she instructed. Zaya rubbed his hands. Don't worry, it won't happen Blaziken. Mega Evolution. He happily took out the keystone and responded to the Mega Evolution stone on Blaziken. The white light dissipated. Before he saw the enemy, Mega Blaziken had already appeared. Giant, Monarch, Dragonite, Alakazam. You guys come on too. Throwing out 4 Pokeballs excitedly, Zaya rushed to the third floor with his 5 companions. Mega Blaziken, use Fire Kick. The one guarding the third floor was Aishi, the leader of the 3 Carders. What was different from before was, the Pokémon beside him had changed from Snow Fairy to a Diva. Of course, its strength had also dropped from semi-champion to king level. It can be seen that Aishi had indeed paid a heavy price to escape from the 3 chief rangers of the submarine oil field base. Facing the sudden gate with flames flying backwards, He reacted very quickly and commanded Diva to defend. Diva, use title Whirlpool. Woo Diva showed its long fangs. The rapidly rotating vortex quickly wrapped around the flaming gate and threw it back to its original position. Bang, the solid iron gate broke into pieces in midair, turning into fragments flying in all directions. A leader was suspended in the air with a powerful supernatural wave all over its body. ZHE also walked out from behind it, looking quite regretful. Is that all? I made such careful preparations. Diva, with its dual attributes of ice and water, combined with its thick fat and slow characteristics, is certainly quite strong. But the strength of the king level was not only no match for 4 hands, but also that it could not even beat one of them. Dragon, king of the cobra, I'll leave that fat guy to you too, and end the battle quickly. ZHE also randomly assigned tasks. Giant, you are responsible for crushing the weak ones with gravity. Flame Chicken and Alido are responsible for targeted blasting, and I will kill them as quickly as possible. The elves nodded in sync and immediately acted according to the instructions. Green vines extended from both sides of King of the Cobra's body. They moved forward along the ground. Before Di could react, its slower body was tied up tightly. The blue body full of fat struggled frantically. The next moment, as the vines lit up with a soft green light, Dia's state became visibly weaker. Although it was just a simple absorbing move. But because Dia was twice as weak as grass, the damage caused was still not to be underestimated. Emperor Sea Lion, turn into a round shape and roll to break free. Aishi gave the command. Woo, the Emperor Sea Lion shrank its fat body into a ball. A bright light flashed. It began to spin rapidly on the spot. The strong centrifugal force forced the monarch snake to actively release the vines. It didn't want to try the taste of passive flying. More importantly, its mission was accomplished. The monarch snake silently moved a step to the right, revealing the long accumulated electric dragon behind it. Boo-hoo, the pink electric dragon showed a hideous smile that was extremely inconsistent with its appearance. Boom. Cap. The dazzling yellow lightning struck the body of the Emperor Sea Lion almost instantly. The spreading arc of electricity made Aishi, who was next to it, tremble all over. The painful howl was accompanied by the smell of meat. Fortunately, the Emperor Sea Lion is a kind of elf famous for its thick skin and outstanding physical strength. Under the move of the electric dragon, it just lay half dead on the ground, unable to react for a while. At least it did not lose its fighting ability directly. In Zay's opinion, this is already very good. Aishi felt unbelievable. Since he had never fought head on, he always thought that Rang Yan's description was a joke. Next, a claw burning with fire appeared on Aishi's shoulder. The flame chicken greeted politely and then clenched its claws and fists and hit the enemy's cheek one after another. Several teeth with blood fell to the ground. Aishi fainted from the pain of happiness. Zay pressed the timer on his watch. The battle will end in 3 minutes. The efficiency is not bad. Not bad. Sharona did not comment. Let's go to the next floor. I don't know why. Zay always felt that she was playing with a child. The 4th floor. When the two came up, a short and fat man with green hair was feeding his 9 big-tailed raccoons. You shouldn't come here. Hearing the footsteps, he said without turning his head. Flame chicken, spray flames. To this, Zay's response was quite straightforward. In an instant, the people and elves who turned into 10 piles of charcoal directly lost the ability to speak and act cool. Facing Sharona's gaze, Zay's face remained unchanged. I have explored it. There is only him on this floor, and he has no extra power. The 9 big-tailed raccoons are all ordinary elves. He should be the useless card named Huan in the Dark Team. He can't even beat ordinary members. He is mainly responsible for handling chores for Prac Hall. Otherwise, how can we say that the Dark Team is a low-end dark organization? Such a guy can become a Kada. If he were in the Rocket Team, he would have been killed and replaced by the subordinates. Sharona was also quite speechless. She was indeed bluffed at first and thought that the other side had some hidden means. The result was so unexpected. It took less than half a minute in total. The two quickly climbed to the 5th floor. An unexpected figure appeared here. Your life journey ends here. Prac Hall made an arrogant declaration. Of course. In his opinion, this was a manifestation of confidence, not arrogance. Just relying on that thing behind you? They raised his hand, and the elves took a complete combat stance, and were ready to release skills at any time. Behind Prakol, a control console surrounded by black clouds was flashing a strange red light. Sharona and Zay keenly noticed that the shaking of the angel tower under their feet was exactly the same as the flashing frequency of the red light. Do you know? Prakol began his performance. The angel tower under your feet is actually the most perfect technological creation of our dark team. The remote control portable remote control is just a defective product developed based on it. You all think that I'm controlled by the dark crystal. Is it really so? Don't joke. My purpose is just to use it as an energy source to start the machine, to complete the goal of controlling all Pokémon in the Almia region. This is the incredible machine, the absurd machine. Now, it's time for you to taste its power. Prakol laughed up to the sky. But, invisible waves spread out. With the angel tower as the center, a dark red mark appeared on the wild Pokémon within a radius of 800 kilometers. Their eyes began to turn red, and their temperaments gradually became irritable. A Pokémon riot occurred in the East 3rd District, and the patrol team is going to hunt. A Pokémon riot occurred in the North 5th District, and the patrol team is going to hunt. One voice after another rang out in the conference room of the Patrol Alliance headquarters. Chairman Zyocui paused with her cane. Our Ranger Alliance was established specifically for this kind of thing. It's simply a pipe dream for Prakol to want to defeat us in this way. All Rangers, use emergency situation as a guide for action, and each begin to appease the wild Pokémon. Understood. The responses of many Rangers were particularly uniform. Just as Zyocui said. This is their job. It's just that there is more work at the same time, which is not a big deal. As for Zaya and Sharona, they don't care about what is happening below for the time being. A low voice sounded. Darkrai floated down from the sky with red eyes. What? Do you want to resist me? Prakol's expression was very arrogant. Who do you think you are? Wait a minute. The router just broke, and it took a while to restart it. It's finished. Chapter 629 Black Hole. Hearing this, Tetsuya even saw a trace of extremely human astonishment on Darkray's face. It was estimated that he didn't expect that this weak human dared to talk to him like this. Night Demon, come out. Let these guys see what real strength is. Prakol, who wore sunglasses, had a mustache and pigtails, opened his hands, and called out to the elves he was proud of. Emo, a dark elf with a ghostly tail, and no feet, quietly drilled out from behind him. Yes, drill. To describe it more specifically, it was as if it tore a crack in the space, as if it were a cloth. There were yellow tentacles on the grey head, and the red eyes under the forehead were staring at the enemy fiercely. In addition, there were yellow stripes on its abdomen that resembled eyes and a mouth, and there was a pattern similar to a face on its back. It was the legendary ghost-type elf, Night Demon, who traveled back and forth between this world and the next world, and led the dead and dying to the spirit world. The tentacles on its head were considered to be the antenna for receiving messages from the spirit world, and had a very strange function. No emotions, no consciousness, it's really a very special elf as rumored. Sharona's tone was a little serious. Since she had the complete power of Super Conquer, this was the first time she encountered this type of elf. However, if it's only at the champion level, isn't this guy too confident? ZHE also frowned on the side. Although his own elves would probably not be able to beat this night elf together, Sharona was there. Ghost type elves are weird, but they are not so exaggerated that they can take on several at the same level. Absurd machine, let them see your true power. With the call of Prakol, the night elf that just appeared in the air let out a strange painful roar. Its body flashed with a heart-pounding black light. The body continued to expand, as if it was inflated. An extremely huge elf appeared on the outer layer of the Angel Tower, affecting the hearts of countless people. This is... ZHE's face became very surprised. Because not only did its size become extremely huge in an instant, but the patterns on the body of the Night Demon also had many black lines. And similar black lines. He had seen similar black lines in his previous life in the elf world. Ancient civilization, Poclantis. ZHE also silently recited this name in his heart. After nearly half a year, he once again encountered the power of this civilization. On the panel of 0. The strength of the Night Demon also jumped from the champion level when it appeared to become a third level god. Combined with the sense of oppression of its ordinary characteristics, all humans and elves within 100 miles felt their hearts darken and their bodies became a little heavy. For a while, on the Broken Angel Tower, only the laughter of Prack Hall was echoing. To be honest, ZHE also hoped that this guy would faint directly without catching his breath. Darkrai condensed a black hole with great disdain. It thought it was a powerful opponent. Unexpectedly, it was just a third level god's trash. Even so, it can fight 3 at once. The look behind Prack Hall's sunglasses was extremely cold. Don't forget, a large part of your power comes from me. Have you forgotten what kind of existence you originally were after having such power for so long? It seems that he has regarded the power of the Dark Crystal as his own. It is really hard to say whether Prack Hall is controlling the Dark Crystal or the latter is controlling the former in turn. But one thing is beyond doubt. As soon as Prack Hall finished speaking, Darkray's momentum was visibly declining. It took a full 10 seconds for this process to end. Hey, this is a bit too much. Tetsuya couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. The Nightmare God, who was originally a second level god, now only has the strength of a third level god like the Night Demon. The power of this absurd machine is a bit too terrifying. No, it should be said that the ability of the Dark Crystal is so weird. Not only can it enhance strength, but it can also suppress the ability of the controlled person. As for why Darkrai was not only a third level god, but the second level god was forcibly promoted, it's very simple. Because the dream god Cresselia, who was responsible for guarding the yellow crystal, was a second level god. Generally speaking, the strength of these two beasts is similar. Besides, if it was really only a third level god, it would be a very terrifying thing to have a one-on to combat power after being promoted to a second level god. Now, it's your turn to submit to me. Prack Hall looked at the two incredibly weak humans. You will witness the birth of a legend. Not only will I enslave all the elves to work for me, but I will also form a powerful army to rule the whole world. Although his face was very dark, Tetsuya and Sirona could still see the blush caused by excitement on each other's faces. How to say it? From Tetsuya's point of view, he didn't understand why villains wanted to rule the world at every turn. What else can you do with such power? You have to choose to be enemies with most people in the world. It's as if you can't show your ability without so many enemies. Chunchin is just looking for trouble. But since you want to die, we will satisfy you. The two looked at Prack Hall with some danger in their eyes. Surrender at your feet. How dare you say such a thing? Do you think you are Arceus? Come out, Pidgeot, Togekiss. Everyone, attack. Lucario, Slugman, Roserade, Milotic, Globard, Togekiss, win. Several red lights flashed. The main Pokémon of the two appeared in front of them. Has Milotic broken through to the champion? Globard and Slugman also broke through to the semi-champion. You are really worthy of you, Sirona. The blue light flashed, and Tetsuya's eyes were full of amazement. It has been less than 2 years since they first met at the Kanto conference. Except for the newly cultivated Togekiss, the rest of Sirona's main Pokémon have made great progress in strength. 3 champions and 3 semi-champions. This strength is a strong contender for the championship in any region. Even Kanto is no exception. After all, Sirona is still very young, and there is plenty of room for improvement. Hearing Tetsuya's praise, Sirona still maintained a calm expression. Well, but there is still a certain distance to defeat Day Senior, and I have to work harder in the future. After all, he is also a regional champion. Although Day is not a real champion level trainer, there are 5 champion level Pokémon in the main team. The gap between 2 champion level Pokémon is actually very large. Fortunately, Sirona does not have to challenge Day for the championship throne now. After challenging all the official gyms in Synopsis, she still has nearly a year to prepare. For her, this time is enough to make earth-shaking changes. Prack Hall was very unhappy. What do these two people think of him? They actually talked so casually in front of him. Don't you know that this is his territory? Night Demon, let them see how powerful you are. He shouted loudly. The Night Demon, whose body has become extremely huge, also became unusually melodious. He raised his hand slowly but quickly. Rich ghost energy quickly gathered on them. The next second, two huge hands flew out of his body in a terrifying way, turning into a series of mixed shadows that attacked all the Pokémon. Darkrai was the closest, the strongest, and received the most attacks. He roared. A huge black hole formed in front of him, swallowing all the attacks against him. I don't know what this ability is, and what price it paid, but it did relieve the pressure on the two people below. Griffin, Dragon Dive. Pidgeot, Brave Bird Attack. Lucario, Cannon, Mega Blaziken, Jet Flame. Sea Rabbit, Strength of the Earth. Giant Rock Monster, Spike Stone Attack. Rose Rathalos / Monarch Snake, Grassfield. Vine Whip. Mean Sheo, Water Cannon. Glengarry / Alido, Psychic Power. Dragonfish, Thunder. Togekiss, Air Slash. A series of commands were issued quickly. For Titsua and Serona, it was not too difficult to command 6 elves to release skills at the same time. After all, there was only one enemy to deal with, not a one-on-one situation with 6 enemies. The colorful energy light looked psychedelic under the cover of the dark ghost energy of Shadow Fist. Although the single quality was definitely not as good as the Night Demon with the strength of the 3rd level god, the difference in quantity made up for it well. Even if it was a 3rd level god, it would not dare to say that it could withstand the attacks of a group of king level elves and ignore them. What's more, half of them were semi-champion and champion level elves. Of course, Lucario was undoubtedly the unlucky one with the greatest restrictions. Although its attribute was fighting plus steel, it was good at physical attack ability and was not good at long range attacks. The only wave missile that it was extremely good at was perfectly resisted by the ghost attribute of the Night Demon. Fortunately, there was a cannon beam, one of the steel type big moves, to support the scene. Otherwise, it would have to run up and attack with moves such as Iron Tail. It's not that Lucario doesn't have the courage to face a strong enemy. The main reason is that the body of the Night Demon on the opposite side is too big. Lucario, who was not tall to begin with, rushed forward and really jumped up to hit the opponent's knee. The violent roar made the battle in the building below stagnate. Feeling the constant shaking of the building, everyone was entangled in one thing otherwise. Don't fight, just run away first. The gods above were fighting to the death, and they couldn't even support the aftermath of the battle below. However, this short and strange balance was soon broken. Humans would stop commanding, but elves would not stop attacking in the face of the enemy. A messy battle started again. But this time, everyone tacitly left room for a treat. The chief rangers headed by 7 did not appear here. They were sitting in the nearby area to capture and appease the wild elves. This was also the division of labor arranged at the beginning. The only exception was the flying ranger, Hifu. Next, it's your turn. She tightened the instrument in her arms. She didn't know whether this thing would work, and if it did, how much of the power of the dark crystal could be calmed. But she had to give it a try. Then, I'll leave it to you, my him. Hifu looked at her elf partner, an extremely strong quasi-champion level warrior eagle. Cool. As always, she gave a positive answer. Warrior Eagle led his partner to rush towards the extremely fierce battle area above. There, Darkray's condition was not very good. Logically speaking, at the same level, the ghost type Night Slayer should be at a disadvantage against the evil type 1. And as a fantasy Pokémon, Darkray's ability is naturally stronger than Night Slayer. It is normal for it to beat the opponent, to scream for his mother. But the result is that Night Slayer pressed Darkrai to beat him. This description is not an exaggeration at all. One of the important points is that the Dark Crystal replenishes the energy of Night Slayer through the absurd machine. In simple terms, when everyone was using the M762 gun for close combat, one person had turned on the infinite bullet and infinite health cheat. Even if the other person's shooting was more accurate and the damage was higher, he was still no match for the orphan with a cheat. Not to mention Zaya and Sharona's companions. The Night Sorcerer just took the time to throw a lot of skills down, and they had to start defending like they were exhausted. This was very different from the situation initially imagined. In the final analysis, it was still the fault of the Dark Crystal. Hifu is coming soon. Zaya was a little bitter. He thought he was strong enough, but in the end he couldn't even make a difference. Due to excessive physical consumption, the flame chicken had long since withdrawn from the super evolution and was taken back by him. Without the only quasi-champion level Pokémon to support the scene, sometimes he had to rely on Sharona's help to stabilize the situation. This made him even feel that he was a bit of a drag. Sharona certainly didn't think so. Don't underestimate the pressure that 6 king level Pokémon can share in this situation. Without Zaya's help, her elves might not be able to hold on until now. It should be soon, just hold on a little longer. Sharona's face was a little pale, but she was still calm. Zaya didn't say anything more. Closing his eyes and releasing his superpowers, he did his best to remind the elves of the attacks they ignored. Needless to say, the speed of the semi-champion warrior eagle is very fast. Even with one person, it quickly flew to the battlefield. Zaya keenly noticed the arrival of reinforcement. Throw the thing over here. His voice rang in Hifu's heart. The latter realized belatedly that this person was a superpower. Without hesitation, she took out a small machine similar to a triangular prism and threw it at Zaya. On it, the 3 red, blue, and yellow crystals seemed to have sensed the power of the dark crystals and were shining. End. 2:26. Chapter 630 Confession and Return. Damn it. How did you find the last blue crystal? Prackhall's face was very ugly. As the controller of the dark crystal, he certainly knew what kind of restraining effect the 3 crystals had on the dark crystal. However, since there was only information about the red and yellow crystals, Prackhall didn't take it too seriously. In his opinion, the last blue crystal should be located in a very hidden place and guarded by another powerful beast, just like the other 2. For the Ranger Alliance, it is impossible for them to have so many forces to get 3 crystals at the same time. Don't you see that for such a long time, the Rangers have only been in contact with the dream god Cresselia? A large part of the reason is the result of the mutual incompatibility between the dream god and the nightmare god. You 2 outsiders have ruined my plan again. Prackhall looked at Zaya and Sharona fiercely. This is not a conclusion. That is too difficult to guess. As a pillar enterprise in the Almia region, Angel Company has a very deep understanding of the Ranger Alliance. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to extend the tentacles of the Dark Team to every corner in just a dozen or 20 years. Prackhall knew clearly that it must be these 2 unfamiliar trainers who disrupted his plan. No, it should be said that they had done so a long time ago. If it weren't for ZHE's intervention in Kyulu City before, Rangayan's mission would not have failed. Then there would naturally be no series of changes caused by the butterfly effect. Although Prackhall was very conceited, he didn't think of going to war with the Ranger Alliance so long in advance. You guys, you really deserve to die. His tone was quite low. If you can kill people with your mouth, then you still have something on you. In response, ZHE also mocked him unceremoniously. It doesn't matter if the situation is not advantageous. He is stubborn. Prackhall was really furious. Night Demon Spirit, sweep these 2 garbage into the spirit world for me. I want them to sink in fear. Woo. Hearing this, the Night Demon Spirit who was suppressing Darkrai immediately aimed at the 2 humans and a group of elves below. Although Sharona was well prepared, she couldn't help but say, actually, you can be more low-key. This is a 3rd level god level existence. It's not impossible to provoke it, but you should wait until the instrument works and then provoke it. Darkrai can't hold on. To this, Tetsua's response was also very simple. Sharona was stunned and looked up at the sky. Indeed. Perhaps because she had invested a lot of thought and attention in resisting the attack just now, she misjudged Darkray's condition. Darkrai, whose body became somewhat transparent, was obviously in an extremely weak state. If Tetsuya hadn't attracted attention in time, it is very likely that it would have been beaten to death by the Night Demon. Even with the influence of the power of the Dark Crystal, if this really happened, the 4 big words shame of the fantasy beast would be printed on Darkrai. Fortunately, there is no countdown to start this thing, otherwise it will be another thrilling time delaying link. Tetsuya held up the machine and said to Sharona beside him with a smile, "This is also thanks to the efforts of Dr. Yamanashi Endachi. Of course, a superpower, is also indispensable. Because, in order to start the countdown, a human superpower must infuse a large amount of energy to start it. The elves can't do it because there is an inexplicable repulsion between the energy of the 3 crystals. Then, your play should end here. Putting his right hand on the triangular prism-shaped instrument, ZHE also smiled kindly at Prakhal. The dazzling white light instantly enveloped the whole scene. Woo. The huge night demon howled in pain. Countless black lines emerged from its body and then drifted in the air and lost their traces. Its body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The momentum it exuded also declined rapidly. Night demon. Prakhal didn't care about maintaining his demeanor. Turning around, he anxiously input something on the console of the absurd machine. Pieces of code ran quickly. The dark crystal once again burst out a rich energy tide. From this point of view, Prakhal is indeed a genius. But, facing the 3 crystals that were created to restrain itself, the dark crystal could not hold out after all. In the sky, the white light gradually overshadowed the black light. The night demon spirit also returned to its original appearance. It is worth mentioning that, at least from the outside, it did not become weak because of the powerful power it had just gained. Arsehole, arsehole, arsehole. Prakhal's hand slammed hard on the control console. Countless electric sparks ran wildly on the precision instrument. Boom. The violent explosion blew Prakhal away. Not good. Or thought flashed through their and Sirona's minds at the same time. They felt that something unexpected had happened again. Sure enough, a huge black crystal in the shape of a multifaceted pyramid slowly emerged from the center of the broken control console. Even if Saya tried his best to infuse superpowers, the 3 crystals could only suppress the dark energy to the surface of the dark crystal, but could not completely destroy it. What on earth is this thing? He clenched his teeth helplessly. Hun on the side. Darkrai, who had beaten the night sorcerer half to death, put down the unfortunate creature in his hand. It flew to the front of the dark crystal with a serious face and began to confront it. It was very strange. Whether it was Darkrai's unchanging zombie face or the dark crystal, which had no face, it was reasonable that such emotion should not be seen. But it happened that both Tetsuya and Sirona could read the opposition between the two without using superpowers and superpowers. Didn't they say that Darkrai is a guardian of the dark crystal? Tetsuya muttered to himself. Sirona's eyes flashed. No. In ancient times, the so-called gods actually played more of the role of guardians. The meaning and purpose of their existence is not to protect, but to suppress. She is quite familiar with this, because the flower rock monster is such a type. Of course, it is not a guardian, but a guarded one. According to legend, the flower rock monsters, which are made up of 108 souls, and brought about by evil thoughts, are sealed in the cracks of the keystone, and are guarded by powerful spirits without exception. Note 1. From this, it can be seen that the relationship between Darkrai and the dark crystal is likely to be similar to this. A powerful spirit that is sealed. Tetsuya's face was very solemn. This is even more worrying. Assuming that the guess is true, if the spirit in the dark crystal escapes, he dare not guarantee that he can seal it back. God knows how the ancient civilization of humans did this. Even with the help of Darkrai's power, it is really incomprehensible how the deep black hole was suspended above the dark crystal under Darkrai's control. The powerful energy fluctuations continued to spread. The two and the spirits couldn't help wanting to close their eyes and fall asleep. Can't sleep, must not sleep. Tetsuya pinched himself desperately. Sure enough, without the presence of the dream god, Darkrai's ability is really a bit buggy. As for the crescent moon feather, sorry, there is actually no evidence that Cresselia's feather can make Darkrai's ability ineffective. After all, they are at the same level, and the nightmare god has not reached that level. Fortunately, Darkrai's main target is not them below. Using a series of methods to force himself to stay awake, Tetsuya and Sirona watched the surface of the dark crystal constantly agitated, gradually forming an irregular and vague life form. Perhaps because of too many things. Darkrai now obviously did not fulfill his duties perfectly. This must be blamed on Prakhal and his father. If they had not been bewitched by the power of the dark crystal, Darkrai would not have been controlled by them and caused the current situation. This is Tetsuya and Sirona, whose minds were extremely dizzy, always felt that this unformed life form was very familiar. Alido. As the former called, a green arm was placed on his shoulders. Abundant superpowers poured in quickly. Tetsua's thoughts returned to normal at once. That's Deoxys. His mouth and eyes opened wide at the same time. Yes. Although it is not fully formed, and many parts are still in crystal form, from the overall shape, it is indeed a normal Deoxys. Deoxys is a Pokémon that was created when the DNA of a space virus attached to a meteorite was irradiated by laser and mutated. In other words, it is actually an alien creature. Most Deoxys cannot land on the ground of the Pokémon world, let alone form. Because it is well known that there are several terrifying beings that have lived in the ozone layer of the sky for at least billions of years. They don't like Pokémon to break into their territory and challenge their authority. Meteorites are just food for these guys. Of course, the space virus attached to it is not a threat. But there are exceptions to everything. Even Rayquaza can't pay attention to everything all the time. Meteorites will still fall into the Pokémon world from time to time, but they are relatively rare. Tetsuya knows that there are about 10 meteorite landing sites. Apart from other things, the reason why Kyogre and Groudon fought in the first place was because a super large meteorite fell and stimulated a lot of natural energy. Even the Hoenn region was born because of that meteorite. In this way, the existence of Deoxys is no longer a secret to humans. Moonstone, Sunrock and Pippi are rumored to be elves in the universe, but they are not very strong. People thought so at first, but the development of the facts is not as smooth as expected. According to sporadic records, researchers were surprised to find that Deoxys is actually a powerful existence that can compete with Rayquaza, and it is not an isolated case. In ancient times, there was more than one war between different parties that caused the elves and humans in certain areas to suffer a catastrophic disaster. If it was it, Tetsuya thinks that the power of the dark crystal is understandable. Do you really think that the alien creature with a racial value of about 910 is kidding you? The Almia region is located in the north of the world. There are a lot of auroras, which are indeed closely related to the habits of Deoxys. Sirona analyzed with difficulty. The problem now is how to prevent Deoxys from taking shape. Otherwise, when Rayquaza discovers it, the Almia region will probably be destroyed by them. This is probably one of the reasons why Darkrai took the initiative to become a guardian, including the appearance of the holy pillar king Regichicus. They are all tacitly preventing such things from happening. The dragons in the sky are quite arrogant guys. Even if the other first level gods advise them, they will not choose to listen, but will attack with dissatisfaction. Not to mention the nightmare god, which is not in the eyes of the other party at all. Compared with this situation, it is more convenient to seal Deoxys. No, there is a way. Tetsuya, whose brain is working quickly, focused his attention on the instrument in his hand again. At this time, the three crystals can no longer suppress the dark crystals. But it can be effective in another way. Darkrai, don't let me down. Gritting his teeth, Tetsuya rushed towards Darkrai with three crystals wrapped in his superpowers. The concentrating nightmare god only felt a chill on his back. Then a huge force was born from the body out of thin air. The black hole in its hand suddenly expanded to a point where it could not see the edge. The entire Almia region, even the nearby Fira, became pitch black. Countless people and elves fell one after another, with some fear on their faces. Is this your way? Sirona felt her mind getting more dizzy. Tetsuya smiled helplessly. Compared with Darkrai, I think that Deoxys is more troublesome. Researchers have long confirmed that the nightmare god is not a mythical beast that likes to destroy lives. People's nightmares are the source of its power. If people are scared to death, then it will be so weak that it is not much different from being dead. I hope your decision is right. After saying this, Sirona leaned on Pockets and fell asleep. I can't hold on any longer. I'm so sleepy. Alido's hand on Tetsuya's shoulder also fell. With the remaining willpower, he took out the rope and tied up Prakhool. Tetsuya also gave up struggling. The only thought before falling into darkness was, Masaki, you bastard, why don't you just die? Note 1. Regarding the emphasis on the 108 souls of Golgotha. Golgotha weighs 108 kilograms, and its racial value of defense and special defense is 108. Its number in the Sinnoh Atlas is also 108. In the subsequent Omega Ruby / Alpha Sapphire, Golgotha also appeared in the Seeker Idolus of Waterway 108. The end. Chapter 631. It hurts. It hurts so much. A hollow voice echoed in the darkness. When Zaire opened his eyes, he saw the nightmare god Darkrai floating quietly in the air. Of course. There was also the dark crystal next to it, which was probably restored to its sealed state. Did it succeed? Not bad. The joy of surviving the disaster even made Zaire's body feel a little soft. To be honest, if Deoxys really came out to fight Rayquaza head on, I don't know what the outcome would be, but he felt that he would definitely not be able to run out of the combat range of these two guys in a short time. This result is not difficult to foresee. It's nothing more than typing GG, announcing the end of the game of life in advance. Zaire is still very self-aware of this. He is not Xiaozi, and it is unlikely that the King of Phoenix will spend a lot of effort to revive him. Besides, the ability of resurrection would be even more embarrassing if it required the corpse to be intact. If those two guys fight, it will definitely be a situation where no one is dead. I don't know what you're thinking about. Sharona's voice sounded behind Zay, but can you please make way for me? Her usually elegant tone seemed a little strange at this moment. Zay quickly released his superpowers to lift himself up. Sorry, I didn't mean it. He turned his head and looked around. At this time, the 5th floor of the Angel Tower had already become a mess. The glass walls around, to ensure safety, were broken into pieces and could not be seen at all. From high in the sky, strong winds kept pouring in. If Zay and Sharona were not ordinary people, they would not even be able to speak now. He checked his body. Very good. There were no missing parts, but there were a lot of scratches. It seemed that, after they fell asleep, there was a big commotion here. Monarch Snake, please help me recover. Throwing out the Pokeball, the somewhat tired Monarch Snake appeared again. In the battle against the giant night demon just at the beginning, its consumption as a logistics was actually not small at all. But looking at the time, Zay was shocked to find that he and others had been sleeping for a full 6 hours. Although the recovery effect of the Pokeball is not strong, the accumulated effect is enough for the Monarch Serpent to easily use the green grass field. The emerald green light enveloped the entire ruins. Sharona immediately felt a force generated from her body. She supported herself with her hands and adjusted her posture, leaning on the steel bars behind her that came from nowhere. The scarred clothes made her look a little indecent. Well, if you don't mind, put it on first. Zay landed on the ground, took off his equally tattered coat, and handed it to the other party. It was the climate in the Almia region and the temperature drop in the high altitude. Otherwise, he couldn't remember how long he hadn't worn this thing. Thank you. Sharona didn't say politely, took the clothes, and found an angle to cover her upper body. As for the 2 long legs that were mostly exposed, there was really nothing she could do. Zay's tattered coat actually only had a few pieces of cloth left, and he was thankful that he could cover his upper body. What an exaggerated power. This is Deoxys not yet fully formed. Tetsuya, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, gave a helpless smile. Only 2 sleeves were left hanging on part of the clothes. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about exposing himself. The only thing to be thankful for was that his pants were still in good condition. This probably had a lot to do with the Alito lying near his feet. Chacha Sharona's Togekiss groaned and buried himself in the range of the Monarch Snake's green grass field. The scars on its body were even more than those of the 2 trainers. Sharona was now very glad that she was leaning on Togekiss instead of a smaller partner like Sea Slug when she lay down. Otherwise, who knows what body parts would fall off. By the way, where is that guy? Tetsuya, whose body was recovering quickly under the green grass field, looked for the figure of another person present. Finally, at a position almost close to falling, he found Prakol, who was like a dead fish. It was a waste of time. Luckily he didn't wake up. Zay muttered and lifted him up with one hand. The rope tied before he fell asleep didn't play a big role, because almost all of it was broken, and a normal person could break free with a little effort. He didn't expect the scene to be so exaggerated. However, since Prakol didn't have the protection of the elves, although his clothes were well preserved because of the rope, his injuries were very serious. With just a simple sweep, Zaya could see at least 7 or 8 pieces of glass fragments deeply stuck in his flesh. Scarlet blood began to flow again because of his rough behavior. The unconscious one near Prakhal groaned. As he was in a high position, he naturally couldn't compare with Zaya and Sharona. The former was born a Tokuwa man and had superpowers. The latter had been training in field scientific research for many years, and the power of superpowers also had the effect of strengthening the body to a certain extent. Otherwise, the two of them would not have woken up so quickly. Monarch Snake Zaya was just about to let his own elves keep this bastard alive. After all, according to the laws of the elf world, with this physical condition, it might be better for him to die directly. Of course, such a person cannot be allowed to go to hell so easily. Hey Docre, who appeared behind him at some point, stopped the Monarch Snake's action. Zaya and Sarona's faces suddenly became much more serious. From the time they woke up until now, Darkrai has not shown any extra movements. But this does not mean that they will relax their vigilance. That's what they said. But if Darkrai really wants to do something, it seems that the two of them have no possibility of fighting back. Whether it is real combat or elves, everyone's condition is abnormally poor. Fortunately, Darkray's target is not the two of them. Speechlessly stretched out his right hand and pointed at Prakhal. You want him? Zaya shook the person in his hand. Hey Darkray nodded. Zaya could clearly feel a hint of murderous intent in its eyes. That's right. As the god of nightmares and the guardian of the dark crystal, it was actually controlled by a human with the power of the dark crystal. Even if Deoxys is really powerful, it is difficult for the pride of the mystical Pokémon to accept this reality. After solving the dark crystal, Prakhal naturally cannot be let go. Here you go. ZHE also handed him over very decisively. By the way, if you want to torture him, it's best to recover. He gave a very considerate suggestion. Hey Darkrai glanced at him and nodded very slightly in response. Then, it carried Prakhal to the front of the Monarch Snake. Yes, even the god of nightmares with the strength of a second level god can't treat people. This is not something in the same field at all. It belongs to a mismatch of professionalism. The Monarch Snake, who was a little scared by the pair of blue eyes, stretched out the vine whip without hesitation and pulled Sharona's pockets to block it in front of him. Brother, now it's your turn to help. Go bravely. Pockets, whose surface injuries had only recovered halfway, looked confused. It looked at its trainer. Still leaning against the steel bars, Sharona thought for a moment, put her hand on her waist, and threw out a Pokeball. Mean Sheo, life drop. Meow. The listless Mean Sheo appeared in the open space with its body coiled up. Its whole body was agitated with blue light. Several drops of blue water fell on Prakhal's head. Instantly, the glass fragments stuck in the flesh were pushed out, and the bleeding stopped all at once. This simple trick seemed to have drained the last bit of Mean Sheo's physical strength. It has always loved cleanliness, and lay listlessly on the dusty ground. Sharona's expression was as helpless as ZHE's. In this battle, all the Pokémon on her body were seriously injured. She would have to rest for at least 10 days or half a month before she could challenge the gym to obtain the qualification. Otherwise it would be bad if she failed. Most of them were injuries sustained when resisting the huge night demon. As the main force, they were more seriously injured than Tetsua's Pokémon. Emperor Nabo, come out and clean up. Seeing this, Tetsuya also released one of his remaining Quasi-King level combat forces. The surging water swept around with Emperor Nabo's body as the center. As countless fragments fell down, the environment on the 5th floor became much better for a while. And with Emperor Nabo's ability to control the water flow, the two trainers naturally didn't have to worry about taking a cold shower in the cold wind. Hey, he called to the two again. Darkrai stared at Prakhal for a while, then returned him. Tetsuya took it with a confused look on his face, and then was shocked. This is, looking at Prakhal, who was intact except for his ears, but still looked painful. He took a breath of cold air after sensing the general situation through his superpowers. Cough 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 cough. Tetsuya coughed madly. The way the nightmare god deals with the enemy is naturally to torture him with nightmares. If he didn't estimate it wrong, the man in hand will probably spend the rest of his life in endless nightmares. Darkrai returned him, probably just hoping to keep him alive with human technology. To put it simply, Prakhor is now almost like a vegetative person. He is just a vegetative person who keeps having nightmares and can't wake up. His body trembled. To be honest, Zaya felt that this was definitely a top level torture. Hug without giving the two too much time to react. After everything, Darkrai, with the dark crystal in his left hand and 3 crystals in his right hand, disappeared into the eastern sky as a residual image. After this time, presumably it will find another more hidden place to guard. Zaya hopes that the place will never be found. He really can't be the savior to save the world, even if it is only a small area. Let's go. Zaya stretched out his hand to Sirona. The latter also stretched out her hand to stand up. But her still weak body staggered and almost lost her balance. Fortunately, Tetsuya was quick to reach out his other hand to hold it. It was just that in a hurry, the position seemed to be a little wrong. He changed the position without changing his expression. Tetsuya supported Sirona and walked towards the stairs going down. He swore to the latter's red earlobe that he definitely didn't mean it. Yes, absolutely. Poga King Nabo sighed. What should I do? Our trainer seems to have forgotten you. Alito, who was carried on its back, remained silent, but the blade in his right hand moved inadvertently to the front of the opponent's neck. Ledo, you said, do you have a neck? Poga. Poga. King Nabo said that you are slandering. The neck of a penguin is just the head and body connected together. It's just not easy to see. Who said there is no neck? Further back. Chew. The more the monarch snake looked at the Milotic lying on the ground, the more it disliked it. This probably has a lot to do with the fact that they are all female. Hey, similarly, Milotic also showed considerable disdain for Serpenter. Pockis was sandwiched in the middle and trembled and dared not speak. Prakhor, who was dragged away, walking down the stairs. Without exception, most of the people and elves were still in a coma. Looking at the mess, Tetsuya and Sirona were powerless to continue. Beep 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 in the air. The dense sound of wings rotating appeared in the distance. The support of the Pokémon League was late but arrived. In fact, it was not slow. It started from the time when Darkray's Dark Hole range spread to the entire territory of Almia. People in the Firay area found something wrong. Then they requested support from the nearest Sinnoh League. Then they gathered people and issued orders to rush on the road. The speed of support in these few hours was mostly due to Sirona and Professor Yamanashi. Otherwise, it would be at least twice as slow. The only 2 people standing on the ground undoubtedly attracted attention. A flying machine broke away from the large group and came towards them quickly. Oh my god. Sirona, are you okay? Where's the teacher? A slender man with a bad boy hairstyle came to Sirona and caught Tetsuya's attention. Who is this? He asked Sirona curiously. Blatano, from Kalos, has been learning about evolution from his grandfather recently. The latter introduced himself very briefly. Tetsuya Sido, and greeted him casually. He could tell that Sirona didn't like this guy very much. Bratano wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by the staff next to him. Hello, Trainer Tetsuya, we meet again. Yes, Prosecutor Iruma Mahu, it's not strange to see you in this situation. Tetsuya shrugged and responded. A few days later. Finally I'm done asking. Masaki walked out of the small room with Tetsuya with a tired face. Really, do we still have to go through so many procedures? As for the rules, we still have to abide by them. Tetsuya smiled. Arrived at the door of the house. A letter suddenly appeared in the mailbox that had been empty for a long time. What's that? He curiously opened it. His expression suddenly became a little strange. Zenghu came up. What's wrong? What is it? Zay patted his shoulder silently, stuffed the letter to him, shook his head, and walked into the room. The former looked down. Wedding invitation man. Oil woman. Dismantling King Alina. The man's eyes went dark again. Over. Chapter 632. Grandma Zui and the wedding bouquet. So, how did the 2 of them get to know each other? ZHE was not the only one who had this doubt. The rangers who also received the invitation, or wedding invitation, also felt quite strange. As a member of the Fengreo Town Ranger team, Elena, known as the Disassembly King, is a real beauty. If she hadn't been with the machine all day and looked greasy, her pursuers would have lined up from Fengreo Town to the patrol school on the beach. But in Balang's words, Elena is a person who prefers disassembly to assembly and prefers machinery to love. It is about as difficult to get her to fall in love with someone as to ask Kaelang not to tell cold jokes. It is precisely for this reason that Elena had been chatting very enthusiastically with Zhenghu, whom she had just met. If that greasy OU years is not mistaken, he should have been arrested as an arson suspect at the beginning. Compared with these doubts, getting married shortly after knowing each other is just a trivial matter. There are many couples in the elf world who fall in love at first sight and get married the next day. Don't ask, the answer is the disparity of the world. Zhenghu walked out of his room in a white coat with a calm face. Zay was shocked. I know you are sad, but don't be sad. You are still young. There is no need to have suicidal thoughts because of this. What are you talking about? Zhenghu was completely speechless by the brain circuit of the guy in front of him. I'm just collecting data for a project, and I have to report it tomorrow. Don't bother me, okay? Is that so? Zay, who had just jumped up from the sofa, sat back again. I haven't seen you dressed so solemnly for a long time. I thought you were upset and planned to leave with dignity. Zhenghu felt like something was stuck in his throat. Is this the impression he gives to others? Shouldn't he be a young, talented, and intelligent rich second-generation scientist? So this is your setting? Looking at Zhenghu, who said it unconsciously, Zay touched his chin. I know another person with this setting, but that person is a playboy, not quite the same as you, a licker. I'm not a licker. Although he didn't know what the other party meant by licker. But Zhenghu rejected this title righteously. Just looking at Zay's look, you can tell that this is definitely not a good way to say it. Zay shrugged. But you were dumped twice, and I was there. No, I should say, the first one was rejected by the good guy card before I confessed. The second one switched off after chatting for a few days. If the other party had feelings for you instead of you having unrequited love. After thinking about it, he revised his statement. I just have some common interests and common language with Elena in mechanics. It's not what you think at all. Zhenghu rolled his eyes helplessly. He knew that the other party would not listen, but he still had to struggle. Oh, yes, yes. They nodded to show that he believed what he said. I don't know who was standing at the door in a daze for more than half an hour after receiving the wedding invitation. In the end, I pulled him in. I'm just too surprised. Zhenghu explained. They have only known each other for a few days. It's a bit too fast to get married. I really don't understand. How can you be so innocent like an elementary school student? Maybe elementary school students know more than you. Zay shook his head, making tsk sounds repeatedly. Zhenghu was completely furious. How dare you say that to me? After all, I have pursued girls. You don't see any women beside you except female elves. People who don't know you think you like boys. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Zay's face also changed. Don't you look at my face? I just want to become stronger, so I don't want to fall in love. Otherwise, I would have been in a sea of flowers. Women only affect the speed of my throwing Pokeballs. Zhenghu sneered. In the end, you don't even have the chance to be rejected by others. Fuck, why did you just hit me? A gentleman talks, not fights, you know. Ah, screams echoed in the house. 10 minutes later, Zhenghu, with a swollen nose and face, applied ice to his face and stared at Zay fiercely. Why don't you accept it? The latter raised his eyebrows and felt very refreshed. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that can't be solved by a beating. If there is, then give it 2 more times. Zhenghu gave a difficult smile. I accept. He knew the consequences of not saying so. No one really thought that a civilian like him could hold out against this monster for 10 minutes. These 10 minutes were the price of his stubbornness. Okay, let's get down to business. After venting his anger, ZHE also felt that the psychological shadow left by the battle a few days ago had dissipated for the most part. Have you found any clues about Zimi? We don't have much time to waste here anymore. It was indeed a waste. The elves and natural ecology in the Almia region are indeed well preserved, but the resources are far less abundant than those in the outside world. Take tree fruits for example. Leaving aside those extremely rare types, large-scale artificial cultivation is definitely more convenient and faster than natural growth in the wild. It's not that there are few in the wild. On the contrary, there are still a lot, which is enough for humans and their elves to consume. However, the difficulty of obtaining them is completely different. For most elves in the wild, tree fruits are really the source of food they rely on for survival. The difficulty of obtaining a large number of them is no less than obtaining the elf eggs of their next generation. The energy and cost required for this are not of the same level. The Almia region adheres to the Ranger Union's purpose of maintaining the harmony of nature. Therefore, the living area of humans is very small. Correspondingly, the area where things like trees and fruits can be planted is even smaller. This is probably one of the important reasons why the rangers and their partner Pokémon are weaker than the outside trainers, when the number is only 1/6 or even less. If you want to become stronger, the consumption of resources is essential. No matter how magical the elves are, they have to follow the basic principles of energy a little bit, and it is impossible to become stronger in the void. No wonder the Ranger Union has been communicating more and more frequently with the outside world in recent years. I believe that Chairman Xiaocui and other senior officials have also noticed this problem. Of course, before the complete change, the situation of insufficient supply of resources in the Almia region still exists. In the past few days after the battle, ZHE has even slowed down a lot of his original training plans. It's not just because his partners need rest and buffer, but more because of limited resources. His space backpack is big, and there are indeed a lot of materials stored in it. But no matter how big, or how many elves there are, it can't withstand the construction of 12 elves together. There were also 2 dragon-type elves in the larval stage, and their appetites were no worse than those of their predecessors. This was mainly because of the unexpected incident with the Dark Team. Otherwise, according to Tetsuya's estimation, the things he brought would be enough. No, I have to beat up Prakhol again to vent my anger. This bastard is really annoying, he said in an unusually irritable manner. Zhenghu was helpless. He has been like that. You should be a human being, and remember to be gentle. After a pause, he continued, I did find some clues about Shimi. Remember the grandmother of the flower shop owner before? Through the father of Balang's current teammate Jude, who is the captain of the Ice and Snow research team, I found her in Coldwater Valley. The old lady was very enthusiastic, and told me about the situation when she met Shimi. According to her, Shimi actually lives in this harbor town. Is it hidden? Then it will be very difficult to find it. Tetsuya frowned. For a mythical Pokémon, its combat ability may be questionable, but it is absolutely strong in hiding. The so-called phantom is not just because their number is pitifully small. In more cases, even if a mythical Pokémon appears in front of you, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. The simplest example is a pink Pokémon that likes to run around all over the world. Well, but the old man should not have lied to me. It is better to know this clue than to search for it randomly in the whole area. Zhenghu smiled and said, if you really can't find it, you can go back after a while. I have almost collected the Pokémon data in the Almir area, so it is not a complete loss. Are you sure? ZHE was a little curious. Masaki nodded, leaned closer and said mysteriously, you may not know, but the grandmother named Tsuyi should have a deep connection with the ancient kingdom of Almia. She even gave the ranger named Jude a blue crystal fragment pendant. I use the simple instrument I developed to measure it, and the energy fluctuations inside are exactly the same as that of the large blue crystal. Is that so? ZHE also narrowed his eyes. However, he did not have the intention to delve into it. This kind of thing should be managed and solved by the Ranger Union itself. After a few simple exchanges, Masaki hurriedly took the things and went back to his room. ZHE also walked out of the house leisurely and strolled around the town. Everyone he met greeted him enthusiastically. There was no way, under the propaganda of the Ranger Union, he and Serona seemed to have become the saviors of the Almia region. In fact, it was not wrong to say so. However, the consistent upright style of the Rangers still made the two feel very comfortable. If it were in the Pokémon League, with the same effort from the family, the result may not change much, but there will definitely be some wrangling. Arriving at the Central Park near the Ranger Service Station, most of the wedding decorations have been completed. As the central town of the Almia region, Gangpo Town is undoubtedly the first choice for people's weddings. Royal and Alina's wedding was held here. Zaya glanced around and saw a familiar figure. "Sharona, have you received the wedding invitation as well?" He walked over and greeted her. Sharona was visibly relieved. "Yes, it's just right to rest in Almia for a while. The environment here is really good. After all, the Ranger Alliance attaches great importance to the protection of nature." The man next to him said calmly. "This is Zaya." Blinked. "Oh, we have met before. I'm Britanno from Carlos. I'm currently studying Pokémon evolution with Professor Yamanashi." The handsome man introduced himself with a smile. ZHE nodded as if he suddenly understood something, and then looked at Sharona. "I heard that there were traces of Haxlan nearby. Are you interested in looking for it? Okay, let's go." Sharona agreed almost without thinking. The two of them walked out of the town, talking and laughing, and completely forgot about Britanno. Britanno, who habitually wore a white laboratory coat, shrugged helplessly and didn't say much, just admiring the wedding scene in front of him. Pink winter flowers were brought into the venue by the staff. The entire wedding scene looked extremely beautiful. To be honest, the personalities of people in the Kalos region are really different from ours. Walking in the woods, Sharona muttered that Britanno has only been in my grandfather's research institute for a short time, and someone has given him the nickname of public lover. At this moment, she really looked like a beautiful girl in her early 20s. "I never thought there would be something that we Sharona can't handle." ZHE also joked casually. "Speaking of which, have you never been to Kalos?" Sharona shook her head with regret. "No, I don't have time to explore the ruins of the 4 nearby areas, let alone such a remote area. However, if I have the opportunity in the future, I must go to Kalos to have a look. I believe there will be many historical records and myths and legends there." Her eyes were shining. ZHE also smiled and said, "Well, the ancient history there is quite exciting. And isn't there a legend about the undead giant from Kalos in Liuli City?" "Yes, according to rumors, the undead giant is also closely related to the war in the Hone region thousands of years ago." Speaking of the areas she is interested in, Sharona is obviously full of energy. "Let's go and have a look together when we have time. I'm also very interested in the elves there." ZHE also said so. If he remembered correctly, the Kalos region is the birthplace of super evolution. "Okay." Sharona's eyes smiled like 2 crescent moons. "Come to think of it, didn't you say there was a trace of Haxlan? Where is it? I heard it from others. Let's look for it." "Oh look. There are positive and negative charges over there." Sharona patted Tetsua's back excitedly. "Ahem. I see it. I see it. Wait a little longer." End. Chapter 633 Zimi in the Sky. The goal of finding the trace of Haxorus was naturally a failure. However, for Tetsuya, it was not a complete failure. At the dining table, Masaki, who had been working hard all day, felt a little unhappy when he saw Tetsuya, who was obviously in a very happy mood. "Why don't you be my assistant? It's just the right time to add some content to your research resume," he said calmly. As a genius who is about to become a spirit doctor, Masaki is indeed qualified to say so. Tetsuya naturally didn't know the other party's good intentions. He casually rejected the invitation without even raising his head. "Forget it, it's tiring. It's better to spend some time thinking about how to train. You can do your best." Masaki gritted his teeth, but for a moment he couldn't think of how to convince the other party to suffer with him. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. "Who is it? You come here without eating dinner at this time?" Tetsuya raised his hand and waved, and the door opened automatically. It is very convenient to have superpowers. You don't have to get up for things like this. It can be said to be a necessary ability for lazy people. "What? You don't welcome me?" Dr. Yamanashi stood outside the door with a serious face, followed by Sharona. "Teacher Yamanashi." Masaki quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully. As a graduate of Yuhan University, it was okay for him to call Dr. Yamanashi like that. After all, Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oki have been giving public lectures at their alma mater in recent years, and most of the graduates are considered their students. "Don't be so nervous. Look at Tetsuya. He doesn't even move." Dr. Yamanashi waved his hand to signal Masaki to sit down, and at the same time, he didn't forget to nod at Tetsuya. The latter was helpless, stood up and greeted with a smile on his face. "Then please come in. What would you like to drink? Tea? Or coffee?" "Yeah, but pour me a cup of tea." Dr. Yamanashi sat down with satisfaction. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Masaki would have found it hard to imagine that this highly respected doctor would have such a personality in private. Life is different from research. When doing research, of course, you have to be as strict as possible, otherwise problems will easily arise. In life, relaxation is the norm. Dr. Yamanashi drank the tea that Tetsuya especially prepared for him and said cheerfully, "I've learned a lesson." Masaki looked impressed, and it was unknown what he understood. Tetsuya handed Sharona a glass of soda water. "Have you eaten? If not, sit down and eat together." He continued to eat dinner without any hesitation, which was in sharp contrast to Masaki, who was a little nervous. "I have eaten. Grandpa and I are here to thank you." At this time, Sharona was completely like a lady from a noble family. It was completely different from the way she looked when she was exploring in the wild in the afternoon. Tetsuya expressed confusion. "It's about the cooperation between the Ranger Alliance and the Sinnoh Alliance." Dr. Yamanashi took over the conversation. "Didn't the investigation just end this morning? A meeting was held in the afternoon to discuss and decide on this matter. Thanks to you, it went so smoothly." "Hey, ZHE didn't think much of it. We are all family, so why are you talking about this? Besides, I didn't do much. It's mainly because Sharona is strong enough." Dr. Yamanashi looked at his granddaughter. "Look, I told him that he would definitely say that, but you still insisted on letting me come. This is polite. Grandma specifically told me about this." Sharona wrinkled her nose, looking quite cute. "Kishiran, then I should come." Dr. Yamanashi changed his words almost instantly. Although ZHE has known both of them for a long time, it was the first time he really heard the name of Dr. Kishiran from their mouths. It seems that Dr. Yamanashi was also cured to death. "In this case, it is almost certain that you will become the champion of Sinnoh, Sharona." "No, didn't I say that I have to defeat Day-senpai? I'm not strong enough yet." "Oh, I have seen Day, and that guy really doesn't look as strong as you." "That's not something that can be seen." Tetsuya and Sharona chatted one by one, not giving others a chance to interrupt. Dr. Yamanashi was drinking tea on the side and looked very happy. "Flame chicken, please heat it up for me. It's a little cold." "Get off the tool." Chicken walked forward silently and placed the teacup on its feathers. After a few seconds, the steaming hot tea was freshly brewed. Although the room was warm, Zhenghu felt his heart was cold. It was obviously a story of 4 people, but he didn't deserve to have a name. Time blinked and came to 3 days later. Oil and Alina's wedding was not postponed for any reason. On this day, the whole of Gangbo town was filled with a festive atmosphere, except for someone who forced a smile. Walk into the venue that had been prepared long ago. The beautiful and refreshing winter flowers were arranged in a large heart shape. I'm afraid only this kind of flower can adapt to the weather conditions in the Almia region at this time of year. "Not bad, it looks pretty," Tetsuya exclaimed. "It is indeed a very beautiful flower, which has never been seen in Carlos." A familiar male voice sounded next to him. Turning around, he saw the man again. "Britanno, from Carlos. This is the 3rd time we have met." Britanno introduced himself first. He had a warm smile on his face. "If you can, please introduce this flower to me. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person." Tetsuya was not so petty as to ignore the other party. He used concise words to summarize the origin and story of the winter flower, that is, the Gracitia flower, another flower related to the legendary Pokémon. After hearing this, Britanno couldn't help but sigh. The power of nature is indeed the source of Pokémon's power. Again, ZHE also repeated it with interest. Britanno smiled and nodded. "Yes, in my hometown of Kalos, there is a flower called Eternal Flower. It is said that it can make the flower petals have the power comparable to most mythical beasts. In the Kingdom War that took place more than 3,000 years ago, there were flower petals like that. More than 3,000 years. It's really a long number." "What does the flower called Eternal Flower look like?" "Well, based on the characteristics of Huabibi and the flower petals, it is not difficult to guess what the flower looks like, but the color is mainly uncertain." Unconsciously, the two of them started chatting enthusiastically. Boys are like this. Once they have a common topic, it is easy to forget what unpleasant things happened before. Besides, In fact, there is nothing unpleasant. After a deep conversation, Tetsuya found that it was not without reason that Botano, who came from afar, could become a student of Dr. Yamanashi. As a researcher in the Kalos region, his research on super evolution can be said to be quite in-depth. I came here from the Kalos region to study after I found out that Dr. Yamanashi proposed the concept of intimacy evolution. I think intimacy can also be used as a quantitative evaluation of whether the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon is sufficient for super evolution to a certain extent. Augustine Blatano, whose full name is translated as Augustine Blatano, seemed very excited. This is simply a great discovery. Even with Tetsuya's thick skin. In this case, being praised in such an exaggerated tone is a bit overwhelming. What? Botano is talking about the research results of Dr. Yamanashi, and it has nothing to do with him? Sorry, Tetsuya and his pockets really made great efforts for this. Although without him, the concept of intimacy will still be released, but the time may be delayed by who knows how much. In many of Dr. Yamanashi's papers, the number of times the name Tetsuya Tamaki appears is very exaggerated. Speaking of this, Tetsuya realized that he seemed to have not introduced himself to Botano yet. Tetsuya, you're here early. A strong voice sounded. Dr. Yamanashi appeared at the right time with Sharona. Tetsuya's eyes were instantly attracted to her. To be honest, although Sharona is so beautiful that even the most standard combat uniform is obviously different from others, in Tetsuya's opinion, the black windbreaker suit she is wearing is the most suitable for the future Sinnoh champion. This is also the most popular dress of Sharona. Very beautiful. He raised his thumbs and gave a wave of blue beast style praise. Tetsuya did not hide his appreciation. Sharona's ears were slightly red. Dr. Yamanashi grabbed Tetsuya's ears. You bastard boy, why don't you reply to my words? It hurts. It hurts. Tetsuya pretended to be in great pain. It's not that I came early. It's Dr. Yamanashi. You came late. He and Botano didn't know how long they had been chatting. The guests around almost filled the entire venue. At this time, Professor Yamanashi and Sharona had just arrived. There was no need to say who it was. Professor Yamanashi put down his hand. Isn't this Sharona choosing clothes? After more than an hour, she still chose the first one. I really don't understand the thoughts of you young people. Grandpa. Sharona was furious. Okay, I was too slow. Professor Yamanashi hurriedly changed the subject. Botano, why are you here? And you are chatting with Tetsuya. He looked at the student he had just accepted. Botano still looked elegant. I get along well with this trainer. He is a knowledgeable person. He just realized that except for the name Tetsuya, he knew almost nothing about the person in front of him. Dr. Yamanashi looked at Tetsuya strangely. Didn't you introduce yourself to him? The latter was a little embarrassed. I forgot. Botano, you have just come to Sinnoh not long ago. You may not know this guy very well. His name is Tetsuya Tamaki. He is from Tokiwa City in Kanto. You can find out by searching on the internet. Dr. Yamanashi shook his head speechlessly and had to explain for Tetsuya. Tetsuya Tamaki? Botano felt that the name was very familiar, but at this moment he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Welcome everyone to the wedding of Mr. Oil and Miss Selena. Our wedding is about to begin, and please go to the designated area to wait. The host's voice interrupted Botano's thoughts. The four of them followed the crowd and walked to the back. Where is Masuki? Sharona looked around and asked Tetsuya with some curiosity. Tetsuya shrugged his shoulders. Probably, he is crying in a corner. He told Sharona the story after his artistic processing. Really, just added a little bit. Ah, so pitiful. Sharona covered her mouth in surprise. Achu, that bastard Zaya, is he setting me up again? In the crowd, Zenghu sneezed violently, with an ominous premonition. The process of the wedding is based on the tradition of the Almia region. Anyway, Zaya said that he didn't understand it very well. By the way, what is the wedding like in the Sinnoh region? I don't know, I haven't learned about it. For two people who are fully devoted to elves, this thing is really a blind spot in knowledge. The wedding soon reached its climax. Oil, wearing a black suit, led Alina into the venue slowly. Many people only realized at this time that this engineer who was with machines all day was actually a great beauty. Then, Chairman Zyuki appeared on the stage. She was the witness of this wedding. This also surprised many people. After a complicated operation, Oil slowly took out a shrunken elf ball from the pocket of his clothes. Their's eyes twitched. Wait a minute. If he remembered correctly, this thing, it seemed, probably, was given by Zheng Hu. Well, for the sake of being friends, he would not rub salt into the wound. Ignoring the cheesy love words. Elena, it will witness the love between you and me. As Oil threw the Pokeball, a snake-like Pokémon with blue scales and a bright white abdomen appeared in the air. It had small long horns on its head and small feather wings on both sides. Oh my god. Haxorus? Not only Zaire exclaimed, but all the guests present were shocked by Oil's generosity. He and Sharona looked at each other. Great, they finally knew where the rumor came from. It turned out to be true. Envious voices filled the sky above the entire venue. Elena, holding a bunch of winter flowers, covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes emitting excited tears. The two hugged each other tightly on the stage. Well, it is said that Elena's favorite Pokémon is Haxorus, not Dratini and Dragonite. Tetsuya explained the information he knew to the people around him. This is what Bolong said. As the captain of the team, he knows the situation of the team members very well. Meow at the same time. The bouquet of flowers in Elena's hand, which is no different from ordinary winter flowers, seemed to tremble unconsciously because of the huge sound waves. The hedgehog-like body slowly unfolded. The green eyes looked a little confused. Before everyone could react, Meow Winterflower seemed to have sensed a familiar smell, and a layer of white light enveloped the whole body. Its legs became longer and its body became slimmer. The neck has red scarf-like hair, and the top of the head is also covered with green hair. The white wings on both sides of the eyes flapped, and it has come into the air. This is... Tetsuya widened his eyes. Shami. End 1.39. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 The Road Back. As the saying goes, a plant that was planted by accident will eventually produce a tree. ZHE could never have imagined that Shimi, whom he and Masaki had been looking for, would show up under such circumstances. Thanks to Pokémon, the grass-type phantom elf Shimi, Sharona also looked up and observed with interest. I remember that their tribe has a fixed migration point on a high mountain in Sinop where there are many Gracitia flowers, which are very beautiful. The migration habit of Shimi has a very literary name, called flower transmission. When the severe winter ends with the change of seasons, they will fill the barren land with flowers. Of course, many people do not believe that Shimi has this power, because they rarely show such abilities in front of people. Only a few recognized people have seen it. ZHE is not surprised that Sharona knows such secret information. Shen, or more precisely, the name Shen and the related towns and nations, is the oldest product of the Sinnoh region. Its history can even be traced back to the birth of the land of Sinnoh. In terms of status, Sharona is definitely one of the top elves in the entire world of elven creatures, not only in terms of wealth, but also in terms of historical background. HMM in the sky, Shemi in the sky form stretched leisurely. Compared with the ground form at the beginning, the sky form is more slender and the voice has become a little deeper. To describe it, it is as if the sky Shemi is the mature state of the ground Shemi. Although it is still the same elf, the personality is very different. Is it because of people's gratitude that Shemi awakens in this season? ZHE also guessed. The so-called gratitude actually has a wide range. For Shemi, most positive emotions can attract its attention, but a few are particularly obvious. People's heartfelt admiration is naturally one of them. From this point of view, the members of the Ranger Alliance are really a model of simple folk customs. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of negative emotions such as jealousy and greed for Wa's action. The chaotic emotions could not allow a Pokémon with a relatively pure character like Shemi to appear in the sight of so many people. Dots of green light fell down as Shemi flew in the sky. On the ground, grass and flowers popped up. Obviously, Shemi's ability is not groundless. Maybe not as powerful as Celebi, But for most humans and Pokémons in the world, the scene it caused is enough to shock people. What an exaggerated grass type energy. Feeling the fluctuations in the air, ZHE also sighed. As the trainer of King Serpent, he knows too well how far the little guy is from achieving this level. It's okay to accelerate the growth of plants for a short period of time. Not only King Serpent, many weaker grass type Pokémon can also do this. In the fruit and other related industries, they can often be seen busy and diligent. But the situation in front of him, that came out of nothing. King Serpent's full power can affect the range estimated to be less than 1/5 of Shemi. Rose Raiden, you have to study hard. Serona patted a Pokeball on her waist. A small graceful figure could be vaguely seen inside. Zaya also instructed the Monarch Serpent. Although they couldn't come outside to experience it in person, with their talents, they should be able to gain a lot just by watching. It's not that they don't want to release the two main grass type forces outside. People in the Almia region have always carried their partner Pokémon with them. After all, they don't have the habit of using Pokeballs. It's rare for Zaya and Serona to be alone like this. In the current central garden of Gangbo Town, most of the space is actually occupied by Pokémon of considerable size. The problem is, what if Shami mistakenly thinks the two are enemies, and attacks them after they are released? This is not a rare situation in the few records of the Alliance. Legendary Pokémon, including the mystical Pokémon, have extremely high intelligence and they know how precious they are to humans. Although there are also foolish individuals who are deceived. But most of them run away and fight at the slightest sign of trouble. Even though Shemi could probably sense human emotions and not have such an accident, the two still tried to avoid it. Flower Shemi, what a nostalgic Pokémon. Professor Yamanashi was also reminiscing about the past. Tetsuya said that he was used to it. Think about Professor Oak. It would be strange if such a respected and experienced old man didn't know a few mythical beasts. Botano was very curious about this Pokémon he had never seen before. Does it have two forms? Or is this what it looks like after evolution? But at this time, probably no one was in the mood to answer his doubts. Everyone looked up, their eyes attracted by the sky Shemi in the sky. Another soft hum. This time, it was the air that changed significantly. Even though the environment in the Almia region was already the best among the places Tetsuya had been to, some of the less visited places in the Viridian Forest were just like this. However, people could still sense that some things in the atmosphere that were not good for the body were dissipating. According to rumors, Shemi can not only turn barren land into a flower garden in an instant, but also has the ability to decompose toxins in the atmosphere. ZHE also took a deep breath. Presumably, living in such an environment will naturally extend people's lifespan. A gorgeous Gracitia flower slowly fell from the sky. It replaced the Shemi that Elena originally held in her hand. The bride, who had been in shock, joy, excitement and other emotions since Shemi appeared, almost fainted from happiness. This is a bouquet from a mythical beast. How many people in the entire elf world can receive gifts from mythical Pokémon on their wedding day? Anyway, no matter what others think, Elena firmly believes that the flower in her hand is Shemi's blessing to her. Her face was filled with a happy smile. The next moment, she kissed her husband on the stage. The guests offered their blessings one after another. Wu Shemi's figure disappeared in the air at some point. The surrounding Central Park has become a sea of flowers. The originally decorated wedding venue was no longer recognizable. But no one cared about this, including the two new lights. They wandered in the sea of flowers and talked to a few friends about their excitement. The guests also felt that their trip was worth it. How is it? There suddenly appeared beside Zhenghu. As a superpower, it's easy to find someone. Zhenghu put down the simple drawing board and tools in his hand, and the whole person was relaxed. Although it only appeared for a short while, it was enough. It's really a very lovable fantasy Pokémon. There are also professions such as Pokémon observers in the elf world. Their job is to capture the state of elves with the naked eye, obtain data, and conduct relevant analysis, including but not limited to studying the lifestyle, behavioral habits and interactions of Pokémon, field research or long-term observation of a specific Pokémon, and collecting environmental data. Zyogeian, who traveled with Zyolzi during the Orange Islands period, was this profession. and the observer's report needs to be submitted to the elf doctor for review. In a sense, every outstanding Pokémon doctor is a top Pokémon observer, and is not only good at observation. Zhenghu certainly has deep attainments in this area. The short period of form change and ability use is enough for him to write 1 or 2 highly valuable research reports on Shaman. Really? That's good. Zay nodded, and then added, don't forget my Dragonite Mega Evolution Stone. Zhenghu, who was about to continue to improve, based on his impression, twitched his mouth unconsciously. To be honest, is it too late for me to regret now? I always feel that your Mega Evolution Stone is too easy. Zay rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? I've been working so hard recently. Yeah, but most of them are not helping me find me. Zhenghu complained. I feel like you are a collection of troubles. Many things come to me unconsciously. TSK, at most I'll notify you the next time trouble comes to me. Deal. The genius researcher next to him agreed so quickly that even Zay, who has superpowers, was a little slow to react. This guy's definitely ready. Absolutely. However, for the sake of his partner's Mega Evolution Stone, they still chose to forgive Zhenghu. Now that we have met Shamey, we can prepare to go back. The latter stretched, and was also quite happy. Tetsuya spread his hands. I think you may be too happy too early. Don't forget that thing. It seems that it has not reacted in the past month. You mean? Zhenghu suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. Tetsuya smiled mischievously. Why, can you still be indifferent to it? Of course. No. Zhenghu finally succumbed to his curiosity. For him, this is actually a good thing. Although every Pokémon doctor has his own research direction. But if you want to become an existence like Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi, you can't fall behind in other fields. In addition to the research and development of the Pokémon storage system, more research on the mythical Pokémon is also very important. Other researchers can't find the data, so Zhenghu naturally has to cherish this opportunity. What are you talking about? Sharona, who was dragged by Tetsuya to find Zhenghu, obviously couldn't understand what the two were talking about. But she didn't need to understand, and asked Tetsuya directly. After it's over, Zhenghu was about to answer, when he found that Sharona showed a look of understanding. Damn, psychics are amazing, he muttered, looking a little jealous. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the pink petals of Gracitia. The whole sky of Gangbo Town looked a little pink. After the wedding, most of the guests set out on their way home. Tetsuya and the other two were of course no exception. Their relationship with the two new Liwats was not close enough to participate in the next activities. Besides, it was mainly because they were afraid of embarrassing Zhenghu. Although the latter said that she and Alina were really just like-minded. Here, this is Fiona's egg. Back to the house. Zhenghu took out the elf egg that he kept for Tetsuya. The translucent blue elf egg seemed to have not changed at all from more than a month ago. Those two guys clearly said it was about time. Isn't this almost too late? Tetsuya was quite helpless. He felt that he might have misunderstood the so-called almost in the concept of divine beasts and humans. Considering the long life cycle of the god of the sea, it would be too bad if the other party's almost was 2 or 3 years. He didn't want to be a nanny for that long. Is this Fiona's egg? It seems to be no different from ordinary elf eggs. Sharona took the elf egg from Zhenghu with great interest. Who would have thought? As soon as she took it, white light enveloped the entire egg. Good guy. You are also a guy who looks at the face, right? You don't want to hatch in our hands, but you want to come out as soon as you are held in the arms of a beautiful woman. Zaya and Zhenghu had 1,000 words in their hearts that they wanted to say, but for Sharona's sake, they were embarrassed to say it. As the white light dissipated, the small Fiona appeared in Sharona's arms. It was blue like the ocean, with a round head, a floating sack as a crown, and ribbon-like tentacles on it. The big eyes revealed curiosity about the world. There are 2 blue circular patterns above its eyes, connected to the eyes by a thin black line. The end of its long arms like flippers is round, and there is a red oval gem on its chest. You scared it. Tetsuya pulled Masaki away from him, who rushed up to record. Sharona, who has superpower, is obviously quite good at taking care of the phantom Pokémon cubs. Under her care, Fiona, who was born not long ago and as weak as most ordinary young Pokémon, fell asleep quickly. If they didn't know that Fina could not evolve into Manaphy, they would be surprised that the offspring of the phantom Pokémon was so weak. It goes without saying that the small and cute Fina is attractive to women. Even the always steady Sharona can't let it go. Seeing Zhenghu taking out the camera from the corner, ZHE shuddered. How can you have such a habit? Put away your dirty thoughts. Staring at his friend, Zhenghu said, this is very likely the birth process of the first mythical Pokémon known to mankind. I have been preparing for this day a month ago. Not only in the living room, I have placed this in many places. Don't tell me you didn't notice it. ZHE didn't comment. End. Chapter 635 Pier in the Silent Bridge. Just as Zhenghu expected, the birth process of Fina was recorded by the camera smoothly, although there is nothing special about it. But for humans, this can be regarded as a huge breakthrough. You guys chat first, I'll go in and deal with it. Zhenghu, who couldn't wait, said hello and closed his door. Zay and Sharona can completely understand his current mood. If they have a mythical beast as a partner, they will probably be just as excited. For researchers, the information of fantasy beasts or mythical beasts is not much different from having them as partners. So, are you going to put this child into the sea? Isn't it dangerous? After listening to Zay's narration, Sharona was a little worried. The former smiled and comforted. Don't worry, its parents are the prince of the sea, and the elves in the entire ocean are its protectors. It's not so easy to encounter danger. Having said that, but Fina's size is really not convincing at all. It was held in Sharona's arms. It was only the size of a palm, not much bigger than an elf egg. Hey. Fina, who had just fallen asleep, seemed to be awakened by the conversation of the two. He opened his eyes confusedly and yawned. What a cute little guy. Sharona unconsciously lifted Fina and rubbed it against her cheek. It was very cool and smooth. Perhaps it was because she had seen it when she was just born. Fina did not resist Sharona's intimate behavior, but laughed. Here, this is a universal energy block for water Pokémon. Zay took out a bag of food and handed it to Sharona. Universal, in many cases, does not mean bad. On the contrary, it just shows the superiority of this energy block formula. Whether it is taste or energy composition, it is suitable for almost all water Pokémon. It's just not so targeted. Of course, generally speaking, it does not include newly hatched young elves. Their weak bodies need a period of development before they can withstand the large amount of energy contained in the energy block. Milk from Miltank, eggs from Chandler, and various nutritional supplements are their food at this stage. This is based on Tetsua's observations and the data provided by Zero. As the offspring of a mythical Pokémon, Fina still has something compared to ordinary Pokémon. Although not much, the universal energy cube is just right. Sharona took the energy cube, took out one, and put it to Fina's mouth. Come on, little guy, eat. Hey. Fina shrugged her nose. Her body, which was a little weak due to her birth, immediately felt an eager desire. Her eyes lit up, and she took a bite without hesitation. Hey. Along with her happy cry, a rich blue light also enveloped her entire body. Tetsuya felt a chill coming from his wrist. He lifted his sleeve and saw that the water drop pattern seemed to be responding to the blue light on Fina's body, which was constantly flashing. I feel the breath of Fina. Is it born? A gentle voice sounded in Tetsuya's mind. The sea god, thousands of miles away, turned his gaze towards the Almia region. Zaire extended his spiritual power into the water drop pattern and easily chatted with Lugia. Yeah, about what happened just now. You weren't sleeping? No. Just now a group of lightning birds started fighting again, and I went to deal with it. The sea god's voice was still so melodious, but Zaire heard a hint of dissatisfaction from it. No wonder. Originally, the Lugia family lived underwater all year round because of their excessive power. It was not a big deal that they rarely appeared above the sea level, but the elves under his command liked to find things to do. I guess the sea god was also helpless. They changed the subject at the right time. By the way, how long does it take for Fina to become an adult? 3 days? Or 7 days? I see that she looks very weak now. The sea god thought for a moment and replied, whether she is an adult depends on her strength, rather than her condition. So if you really want to tell her how long she will become an adult, it will probably take hundreds of years. Zay's mouth twitched. Very good. A cold joke. Fiona's lifespan may not even last until that time. She will be a minor all her life. However, if you want to put it into the sea, it's better to wait for 2 or 3 days. She needs to adapt to the outside environment first. Fortunately, Lugia also knew why Zay asked this question and quickly gave the answer he wanted. 2 or 3 days. Zay nodded slightly. That's okay, not long. After a few simple exchanges between the man and the elf, Lugia said that he had something else to do and then disconnected. Is the sea god so hard? Zay's expression was a little strange. This seems to be quite different from the other mythical beasts he knows. On the other side, putting the energetic Fiona on her shoulder, Sirona looked at Zay. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just communicated with the god of the sea, and it said that this little thing can be released back to the sea in 2 or 3 days. The latter came back to his senses and explained. Just 2 or 3 days. Sirona's tone was obviously a little depressed. Hey, Fiona pressed her body against her face and looked at Zay with an angry look. Damn, I'm your benefactor who saved you. Zay almost vomited blood. If he hadn't ruined the actions of the few people in the charge team, Fiona didn't know what she would have experienced at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the itchiness and coolness on her face, Sirona was soon amused by Fiona. How about a day or 2 later? She asked Zay, as if asking for his opinion. Well, it's okay. Anyway, it didn't say how long it would take. The latter naturally couldn't refuse. After thinking for a while, he added with some concern, it's better not to stay too long. Don't worry, I know. Sharona agreed very readily. As for the result, this night was 4 or 2 days late. The morning of the 9th day after Fiona was born. On the beach of the ranger school. Hey, Fiona seemed to have sensed something, and her little hands tightly hugged Sharona, and didn't want to let go. In the past few days, the person and the elf have almost never been separated. ZHE was also surprised that Sharona would have such a moment. However, this may be the more real her. The Sinnoh champion who lived in the animation in the previous life always had a kind of aloofness that made people unable to approach. In comparison, ZHE thought that the current Sharona was better. Okay, little guy, you should go find your friends. Although she was also a little reluctant, Sharona was still determined to achieve her goal today. She touched Fiona's head and persuaded her kindly. Zhenghu and ZHE stood aside and couldn't get a word in. Just like 2 passers-by. After looking at each other, they shrugged helplessly. Poga King Napo was playing with sand idly on the side. This time, it was mainly responsible for sending Fiona to the open sea. King Napo had no objection to this. Fiona's identity made it naturally have a high affinity with most water-type Pokémons. Such a small matter would not be rejected at all. On the contrary, Fiona was a little unhappy. This little guy probably still didn't have a good impression of Zay, and he was a little alienated from his Pokémons. Zay was too lazy to correct his concept. Anyway, this unfortunate child was going to be sent away today. After persuading for more than half an hour, Fiona, with tears in her eyes, finally nodded and accepted the reality that she had to leave today. In a depressed mood, she climbed onto King Napo's special crown. It shrank its body into a ball. Poga King Napo put down the sand in his hand, casually greeted the trainer, and then jumped up and jumped into the nearby sea. The white waves covered their direction. If you are worried, go and have a look again, ZHE said to Sharona. The latter hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. She had a faint smile on her face. That child should live in the sea. Our life is not suitable for it. If it is a full-time fighting beast or fantasy beast, Sharona will take such an elf that suits her heart as her partner. Even if it will cause many consequences, it doesn't matter. But Fiona's specialness is destined to make it more suitable for the ocean. The ocean also needs it. I heard that in the season when the sea temperature rises, no matter how far it drifts, Fiona will definitely return to the place where she was born. ZHE said intentionally or unintentionally, the environment in the Almir area is very suitable for occasional vacations. Yeah, I think so too. Put the long golden hair that was blown by the sea breeze back to its original place. Sharona regained her usual calmness. It's about time to go back, otherwise some people will think I gave up. ZHE certainly knew what she was talking about. During the time when the opponent disappeared, many people in the Sinnoh region expressed their doubts. Some people said that Sharona lacked stamina and could not challenge all the gyms in one go just to make a name for herself. Others said that even if Sharona's strength could qualify her to challenge Day, she would not be able to improve to the point of defeating Day within a year. In short, they were not optimistic. This was also as it should be. After all, Sharona's road to becoming a champion was very different from that of most regular regional champions. It was normal for people to be full of doubts about her. However, in the elf world, strength speaks. As long as she finally ascends to the championship throne, everyone will shut up and express their admiration. No, more than that, probably many people will become her loyal fans. ZHE also smiled meaninglessly. In terms of popularity, Sinnoh champion Sharona has never been afraid of anyone. This is not just because she has a beautiful face. She also has the ability and personality to match this face. Not long after sending off Fiona, the Emperor Nabo was put away. The three returned to Fengreo town. Have you delivered them? Dr. Yamanashi, who had been waiting here for a long time, asked. At first, he didn't know, but it had been so many days, and he couldn't pretend that his eyesight was bad, and he didn't care. Yeah. Sharona nodded. It's time to go back. Then, let's go. Dr. Yamanashi put on his helmet and sat in the driver's seat of the helicopter. That's right, this old man is also proficient in driving various means of transportation. Sharona sat in the co-pilot seat with a helmet on. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Tetsuya. When I see you next time, I hope you will be the champion of Sinnoh. By then, I will have to brag about it to others. Tetsuya smiled and waved his hand, sending his blessings. Sharona was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I will definitely do it. This was probably the first time she showed her determination to win the regional championship. Masaki once again felt that he shouldn't be in this occasion. Why do some mistakes keep being made again and again? Beep, beep, beep. The helicopter kept shrinking until it disappeared in the distant sky. Let's go to. Tetsuya called Masaki and set off on the road back to Kanto. With the help of the Ranger Alliance, they boarded a cargo ship directly to Cerulean City, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble. The journey was smooth and there were no accidents. This even made Masaki a little strange. It doesn't make sense. You, a troublemaker, have no trouble around you? Tetsuya rolled his eyes helplessly and was too lazy to talk to him. After a 4-day and 3-night voyage, the two finally set foot on the familiar land of Kanto. After a deep breath and a long sigh of relief, Masaki sighed. Sure enough, although the environment in the Almia area is very good, the air in Kanto is still more accustomed to. 1.5 months is not a long time, but so many things happened that he felt like a lifetime ago. The same is true for Tetsuya. However, he is still more curious about the content of the conversations of passers-by. Hey, have you heard? It's time for inspections again. Miss Joy from Beer seems to be coming to Cerulean soon. Oh, isn't this normal? Our Cerulean gym is one of the 8 gyms in Kanto. It's no big deal. That's right. The Aquamarine gym leader is so strong, and the Cerulean gym has been doing better and better in recent years. It's not our turn to worry. Beer. Pokémon Inspection Bureau. Responsible for supervising and evaluating gyms in various places. Internal Pokémon inspectors will regularly inspect and investigate the work of gyms in various places and report the results to the Pokémon Inspection Bureau to discuss and decide on the disposal plan. On the one hand, they will investigate whether the gym complies with the relevant regulations of the Pokémon League, and on the other hand, they will examine the content of the gym owner's battle and his attitude towards the challenger. Once a gym does not meet the standards, it will be prohibited from granting badges to trainers, and in serious cases it will even be forced to close. Among them, most of the Pokémon prosecutors are Miss Joy. Although it is said to be a regular inspection, it is actually quite a long time. In Tetsuya's impression, the last time was when he was a child in this life. However, according to what Kona and Shiva said about the situation in Hone, it seems normal for Kanto to start a tour. Hey, aren't you going home? Masaki asked, looking at Tetsuya who was walking in the opposite direction of him. Oh, I'm meeting an old friend. You go back first." The latter waved his hand and said casually. Masaki looked at the direction he left thoughtfully. "There, it seems to be the silence bridge. The computer has a blue screen. It's not saved. It's lost. Wait a while. It will be faster to retype." End. Chapter 636. Do you know the value of the Joai family? Although he is a science and engineering man who likes to stay at home, but Zenghu's control of the direction is still good. The direction that Zaya is heading to is the Silent Bridge, which is Route 12 in the Kanto region. It is a place where fishermen gather. Since fishing requires silence, you can hardly hear anyone making unnecessary noises on Route 12. That's why it is called the Silent Bridge. Of course. In fact, it is not Zaya's destination. The place he wants to go is not that far. And perhaps it is because he has been in the Almia region for a long time. As soon as he returned to Kanto, Zaya was not even used to the warm weather here. It was the time when spring and summer came together. The average daytime temperature in the Kanto region is about 25 or 26. Compared with Almia, where the highest temperature in summer does not exceed 20 degrees, it can be said to be a world of difference. After simply washing himself by the river and changing into a short-sleeved shirt, Zaya felt alive. The sun was hanging high in the sky. A faint mist enveloped the entire forest at some point. This made it look a little gloomy. Combined with the shadows of people coming and going, and the state of silence, it is even more so. Walking out of the forest path, looking at the town entrance in front of him, and the high tower with the mountains not far away, Zaya and the people around him walked in solemnly. Yes, this is Lavender Town. He habitually came to the Pokémon house founded by Mr. Fuji. Zaya only then realized that the Pokémon house had been closed, since he didn't know when. He looked at the notice posted next to it for a while. It turned out that it was because Mr. Fuji had something to do and needed to go out for a year. During this year, Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center will take over the relevant work and take care of the elves in the Pokémon house. Therefore, donations and the like will naturally stop. Miss Joy does not need these things to maintain. The specific time when Mr. Fuji went out was July last year, which happened to be when Zaya was traveling in Johto. He had just been to Lavender Town before leaving, but it happened to be a missed time, so he didn't know. He didn't think much about it. Since the Pokémon house is closed, it's better to go directly to the Pokémon Tower. Tetsuya walked deeper into Lavender Town. He came to a familiar place with ease and habitually put those things in photos. Compared to last time, there are a lot more things in the display cabinet at home this time. He sat cross-legged on the ground. He stared at the tombstone in front of him in a daze. Looking around. Not only Tetsuya, most of the trainers or ordinary people who came to the Pokémon Tower looked similar. Compared with the Silent Bridge, the Pokémon Tower might be the real quiet. The mental power in his mind was constantly surging. Before he had superpowers, he couldn't feel the ghost-type Pokémon and ghost-type energy gathered above the Pokémon Tower. But in Tetsuya's eyes now, these things are as dazzling as the sun in the middle of the night. In this environment, the possibility of the dead Pokémon turning into ghost-type Pokémon is much greater. However, if Tetsuya really has to choose, he still doesn't want his old friend to become a ghost-type Pokémon. That may not be a rebirth and liberation, but a burden. Fortunately, in his perception, the tombstone in front of him was not covered by any ghost energy. After sitting there for more than an hour, Zay finally stood up with his stiff body. Okay, there is still work waiting for me to do. Come back next year. He turned around and left the Pokémon Tower muttering to himself. He felt that it was time to put the matter of finding a place on the agenda. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to come here every year. Well, the gym leader takes turns. This year it's my house. After the peer assessment is over, the competition for gym leaders in the Kanto region will start soon. Then I'd better find a nest and settle down. Zay thought so. If it really doesn't work out, it would be nice to wait until the handsome guy's matter is over and return to the city where he grew up to be a gym leader. He has the ability to do so. As for the 4 heavenly kings or the champion, Zay really doesn't have such an idea. Don't you see how exhausted those people are? He believes that he is not suitable for such a high intensity job. It's okay to help out occasionally. He can't stand running around all day. Let's go, Pidgeot. He jumped onto his partner's back. The handsome Pidgeot soared into the sky with his trainer, attracting many envious and admiring eyes. Tetsua's face, at least in the Kanto region, is still very useful. It's not so exaggerated that everyone knows him. But with the strong publicity of the alliance, at least more than half of the people know him. At first, Tetsuya was a little distressed by the fact that he was watched wherever he went. After all, he didn't have any special hobbies and liked to be exposed to other people's eyes all day long. But after a long time, he got used to it. Not long after, Pidgeot took Tetsuya back to Cerulean City. After going home and cleaning up a little, he rushed to the Cerulean gym without stopping. Minglan sent him a message saying that she needed his help. Seeing that the old man took such good care of him, Tetsuya didn't mind making such a trip. "Grandpa, how are you these days?" Pushing open the door of the training room of the Cerulean gym, Tetsuya asked carelessly. Minglan was teaching Zyraksha at the moment. When she heard his voice, she stopped and responded, "Not bad. You have been making quite a fuss recently." As a veteran gym leader in the Kanto region, Minglan's sources of information are quite extensive. Zay's contributions to Fel and Almia naturally did not escape his ears. Not just average although he said so. But there was no trace of modesty on Zay's face. Minglan didn't think there was anything wrong. Young people, of course, should be a little more arrogant. He was much more arrogant than the little guy in front of him. After a few pleasantries, Minglan quickly shifted the topic to the point. "Have you heard about the recent peer inspection?" "I heard about it." Zay nodded, a little surprised. "With your strength, there should be no need to worry, right?" Minglan is indeed not young. People of his generation, such as Zyagang's grandfather, had long passed the position of gym leader to his son Wuneng. However, since there are some gaps in the outstanding trainers among the descendants of the Cerulean gym, the old man has been personally on the battlefield. In terms of strength alone, that champion level cannon shrimp alone can beat a team of king level Pokémon. The certification of the official gym is indeed strict, but it is definitely not so strict that even Minglan cannot pass it. It's not a problem of strength. Minglan sighed helplessly. "You kid is not a gym leader yet, so you don't know. Peer investigation and assessment are much more than this. The gym is the face of a city. It requires more than just the gym leader to have strong strength. Things such as compliance with the system, the content of the challenge, and the attitude towards the challenger are all very critical factors. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for a gym to beat the challenger half to death every day." "That's right, I'm talking about you too, Masashi in the Vermilion gym." Of course, most trainers know the situation of the Vermilion gym. They are just simply more ruthless. There was no lack of guidance after the battle, which can be regarded as a model in the formal gym. Many trainers even settled in the Vermilion Leaf for a long time for this reason, in order to use the Vermilion Leaf gym to hone their own and their partner's strength. From this perspective, Masashi is an exceptional gym leader. Attracting talents is one of the purposes of building a gym, and both the city and the gym need fresh blood to develop. Minglan was a little helpless. "You know, we don't have many outstanding young people in our Hulan gym, so it is inevitable that there will be some problems in the badge battle. It's not difficult to imagine. After all, the Hulan sisters are still responsible for issuing badges for the entire Hulan gym. That is to say, there is a Minglan watching. Otherwise, who knows if these three will do the same as in the previous life animation. That's really a gift, the kind that you can get without fighting." But to be honest, Tetsuya has known the group of people in the Hulan gym for a while now. He also roughly understands the ideas of the Hulan sisters. It's not that they really don't care about the life and death of the Hulan gym. On the contrary, if the Three Sisters Water Ballet had not attracted so many audiences, the development of Cerulean City in recent years might not have been so smooth. The Three Sisters' maintenance and love for their own Cerulean gym are absolutely real. But compared to most people, the Three Sisters of Cerulean have a clear understanding of themselves. They know that they are not the material to become a powerful trainer. Even if they work hard, they may not become a king level trainer in the end. No, not possible, but absolutely. In this case, instead of investing a lot of energy in impossible things and then failing, it is better to change direction as soon as possible. Anyway, Zyraksha's talent as a trainer is visible to the naked eye. What the three sisters have to do is just to cooperate with their old man to pave the way in advance. This cannot be said that there is something wrong with the thinking of the three sisters. It's just that there was probably some accident later, so the cerulean gym became like that. However, think about it from another angle. To be able to keep running the cerulean gym like that, the three sisters of cerulean must have paid a lot. Badge distribution and so on. There is no way to beat them, right? So, if possible, I hope that you, Zay, can stay at the Hualan gym for a while and serve as our examiner. Minglan made her request. Serve as the examiner for issuing badges? Zay pondered for a moment and soon nodded and agreed. Okay, I don't have anything to do recently, but I only have a Qua-seeking level Emperor Nabu for the water type Pokémon, which is not very convenient. Coincidentally, he just happened to be planning to be the gym leader. The opportunity provided by Minglan can help him understand the operation of the gym to a great extent. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Minglan's smile is overflowing. It's okay, just leave the problem of water type Pokémon to us to solve. This should have been provided by us. I believe that with your command level, you will definitely let the challenger learn a lot. Zyaksha, he called his little granddaughter, it's just right. For the next period of time, you can follow your teacher to learn how to command water type Pokémon to fight. Oh, right. If Minglan hadn't taken the initiative to mention this, Zay would have almost forgotten that he accepted Zyaksha as a student. He is really a somewhat incompetent teacher. I will definitely not let you down, Gym Leader Minglan. Looking at the timid Zyaksha who could not see the shadow of the future, Zay showed a gentle smile. So, let's start this afternoon. Minglan was obviously impatient. Zay was stunned. Ah, so careless. No need to prepare? Oh, the Pokémon for the gym battle are all prepared in advance. You can just go directly. Minglan excitedly led the two to the battlefield. Zay had no choice but to follow. They came to the largest field number 1. The young trainer who was almost impatient looked at the three people who came in and stuttered. Gym Leader Minglan. And Senior Zay? Well, he is a very polite young man. Although trainers usually call the stronger party a senior, but the ages of both parties are there. Many people still don't call so straightforwardly. Don't be nervous. I will be stationed in Hualan as a tester for the next period of time. I hope you can present a wonderful battle today. Standing at the command platform, Zay comforted the obviously nervous challenger. Okay. The challenger took a few deep breaths and forced himself to stabilize his mentality. ZHE also scored secretly. Many times, the issuance of badges has little to do with the outcome of the battle. Like the man in front of him, if he didn't make any obvious mistakes in the battle, even if he failed, this badge can be given. Because the qualities he showed in all aspects meet the requirements of a future elite trainer. On the contrary, if the opponent now is Zyossi who has just started, it is really difficult to approve it according to ZHE's judgment standards. 2v2 battle rules, levels 25 and 28 respectively. After taking a look at the general information, ZHE picked up a Pokeball in front of him and threw it out. He didn't even know what Pokémon was in it. A red light flashed. A giant claw appeared on the floating board. It evolved at level 28 and just got stuck on the line. The challenger showed a solemn look and sent out his more powerful main Pokémon, a Pidgeot. As the home bird of Kanto, the appearance rate of the Pidgeot series is extremely high. Please give me more advice. The challenger was very respectful, because he knew clearly that in the main force of the seniors on the opposite side, there was a Pidgeot firmly occupying the position of the trump card. What better object to learn from than this? Pidgeot, you swined. Beep. Pidgeot's wings flapped quickly. The strong airflow soon disturbed the water surface of the battlefield. Over. Chapter 637. Trainers of Divine Beasts. Pidgeot is a sky Pokémon with normal plus flying attributes. Crabgrass is a single water type Pokémon. There is no so-called restraint between the two in terms of attributes. But in the Pokémon food chain in nature, Crabgrass generally appears on Pidgeot's menu. Of course, in most cases, Pidgeot's targets are weaker prey. For example, Magikarp. Crack. After diving underwater to avoid the wind attack, Crabgrass returned to the float and raised its big claws to provoke Pidgeot. Although the trainer behind is not an acquaintance in the past, but as a veteran who participated in gym battles, it is very clear what kind of strength the little guy on the opposite side generally has. Even if there are some problems with the cooperation between the new partner, Crabgrass is also confident that it can defeat the opponent. The first round of confrontation just now is enough to prove it. Super strength claws attribute. The personality seems to be good. Sure enough, the old gyms like Cerulean Gym still have a hand. ZHE also observed Crabgrass briefly and nodded with satisfaction. If it were his own partner, then this crab still had many deficiencies to make up for. However, for a tool crab that is used exclusively for gym battles, its abilities in all aspects are already sufficient. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, they did not issue any instructions for Pidgeot's wind attack, but the giant crab dodged it, based on its own judgment. Don't underestimate this simple action. Not to mention, that attacks are not so easy to dodge. Many Pokémons cultivated by trainers do not have the concept of dodge at the novice and normal levels. After all, they are not like Pokémons in the wild who have lived in dangerous environments since childhood. These things require long-term teaching and learning. However, if you use the wind trick at the beginning, your score here will be lowered. They raised his head and said to the challenger with a smile. Huh. The challenger was stunned. In the battle between air Pokémons, isn't it the most cautious and reasonable way to take a long-range offensive? Unless it is a bird like the warrior eagle that is very good at close combat. Otherwise, even if Pidgeot's physical attack ability is slightly stronger than its energy attack ability, it is not worthwhile to fight in close combat with the great risk of being hit. Don't be distracted during the battle. Crab, use the water gun. However, Tetsuya did not help him solve his doubts, but took this opportunity to attack. Oops. The challenger was shocked. Pidgeot, quickly dodge upwards. The sharp and extremely fast water gun shot out from Crab's mouth. Tetsuya's brows subconsciously frowned, and then quickly relaxed. Beep. Pidgeot quickly flapped its wings to pull up. Crab's water gun passed under its body in a thrilling way. The instructions should be clearer. Tetsuya thought very calmly. Pokémon that were not cultivated by him were not as tacitly coordinated in battle. If it were Blaziken and the others, they would have blocked the route out of habit. I see. At this time, looking at the giant crab that put down its big claws, the challenger had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Pipabird, just dive down from the sky and use a lightning fast attack. Good reaction. ZHE also praised. Giant crab, harden up and resist, then clamp the opponent. White light quickly enveloped Pipabird's small body. With the blessing of skills, it approached the giant crab on the floating board below at a rapid speed. The water surface of the battlefield was rippled by the airflow brought by Pipabird's high-speed impact. Correspondingly, after hearing the command, the silver light on the giant crab's body quickly lit up. Its armor became much harder visibly. Although it does not have the characteristics of hard shell armor, as a mature elf, the giant crab has a natural advantage in ability. Zilla, a harsh sound rang out. Pipabird's sharp claws carried a strong impact and scratched the giant crab's crab shell armor, leaving 3 deep white marks on it. At the same time, the giant crab stretched out its huge left claw and clamped the enemy's left wing. Beep. Pidgeot let out a sharp cry in pain. Hold on, Pidgeot. Use the impact to force yourself to break free. The trainer's voice sounded. Pidgeot endured the severe pain and exerted force, rotating its body and driving its right wing to hit the crab fiercely. Perhaps it was too painful to be caught, or perhaps it was not expected that Pidgeot would fight back in this situation. The crab, which lost its balance, subconsciously loosened its claws. Pidgeot took this opportunity to fly up again. The crab knew that it was its own mistake and subconsciously looked back at its new partner. It's okay, you did a good job. You will be better if you pay more attention next time. Keep it up. Tetsuya certainly wouldn't blame the other party. If it was Reiji or Shinji in the animation, he would probably be called waste. Pidgeot, do it again. Lightning. On the other side, the challenger's command remained unchanged. Pidgeot hesitated. The pain from its wings seemed to be warning it not to fight in close combat. Don't worry about Pidgeot, you can do it. Use your flying skills to conquer the enemy. The challenger cheered for his Pokémon. Beep. Hearing this, although still a little scared, in order to live up to the trainer's expectations, Pidgeot's whole body was once again covered with white light. Well, let's do it again. Harden, and then grab the opponent. Click. The crab opened and closed its claws confidently. It was a mistake just now, and it would not let go this time. The same action and the same angle. It even thought about how to throw the enemy hard on the floating board, and then add a stomping. The crab raised its big claws high, flashing a sharp light. Now, the challenger's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly, "Pidgeot, go around and hit it back." Beep. As the sound of the bird passed by, the crab was surprised to find that the opponent did not attack it directly, but flew past it from a place it could not reach. A few meters away, the white light dissipated, and Pidgeot revealed a clear figure. The wings flapped repeatedly, stirring up a strong wind. Its entire body crashed towards the giant crab under the reaction force. Bang! The dull collision sound foreshadowed the fate of the giant crab. It was knocked into the water with almost no resistance. Fortunately, whether it was the increased defense brought by the two hardenings or the relief of the impact force brought by the water flow, the damage to the giant crab was not very big. Even the current physical consumption of the Pidgeot is still higher than that of the giant crab. But the challenger showed a happy smile. "Well done, Pidgeot." Beep. The Pidgeot in the air also made a happy cry. Minglin and Zyraksha sat happily in the spectator seat and watched this scene. "Zyraksha, do you know why this happened?" the old man asked his granddaughter. Zyraksha frowned. Although she had received a very complete education since childhood, the experience on paper ultimately requires a certain amount of time and practice to turn into truly useful knowledge. This is also one of the reasons why Minglin asked Zhe to take Zyraksha with him during this period. "I think it should be the big claws of the giant crab that caused it." After thinking about it, Zyraksha's answer did not surprise Minglin. If his little granddaughter did not even have this ability, she would not have been personally selected by him as the heir to the position of the next generation Hoolan gym leader. The claws on one side of the giant crab are very huge and have great destructive power, but the disadvantage is that it is too heavy, making it difficult to aim at the target. If you raise the large claws that are disproportionate to the body with amazing momentum, you will lose balance and fall to the ground. In the situation just now, if Pidgeot temporarily changed its attack method, the giant crab would not be able to keep up with the action, let alone dodge or counterattack. Zyraksha's crisp voice echoed in the spectator seats. They naturally caught it and nodded in approval. Yes. Behind the powerful attack power brought by the big claws, the giant crab's body movements are actually very inflexible compared to Pidgeot. Under normal circumstances, Pidgeot's size certainly does not give it any advantage in close combat. But in view of the characteristics of the giant claw crab, Pidgeot, who can't master a few long-range attack moves below level 30, is more suitable for fighting at a close distance. Otherwise, relying on the wind alone, the scraping master Pidgeot would probably be exhausted to defeat the giant claw crab. What's more, the giant claw crab has mastered more long-range attack moves than Pidgeot. If it really has to fight from a distance, if it is not good at energy attacks, the giant claw crab in this environment may be able to suppress the opponent. Pidgeot, lightning. The excited voice of the young man kept echoing in the venue. The giant claw crab waved its big claws in vain, and returned in vain again and again. It had more and more scars on its body, and its physical strength was getting less and less. Another problem with the big claws is that it takes a lot of strength to swing it, and the giant claw crab consumes physical strength much faster than other elves. Panting, the giant claw crab has already had the idea of giving up. It's not uncommon for gym Pokémon to lose anyway. If they can't win, they can't win. It won't cost them anything. With this thought, its reaction became noticeably slower. The challenger thought it was because of his physical strength and launched his attack more passionately. Only Zay and Minglin saw the reason and shook their heads helplessly. Many Pokémon have good personalities, but they are not suitable for fighting because of this. It's easy to say that you still want to win in adversity, but it's something you can't learn. Pippaby, give it the last blow. The challenger's surging voice kept echoing. Pippaby's physical condition was not that good. Repeated sudden stops and starts still consumed a lot of energy. However, looking at the almost incapable giant crab, Pippaby cheered up, and his whole body was shining white for the nth time. It seemed numb. The giant crab casually raised its big claws to block the opponent's flight path and prepared to deliver the goods. Of course, this cargo is often itself. As usual, it passed sideways and then pushed back to hit. Pidgeot felt a powerful force erupting from its tired body again. This might be the joy brought by victory, it thought. Giant crab, don't restrain your body inertia. Follow the movement of the big claws and use the metal claws. Zay, who had almost never spoken a word to command in the past, finally spoke. In fact, the crab didn't want to listen. After all, it thought that the ability of this new partner was really not good, otherwise it wouldn't let it face the current situation. But Zay's voice seemed to have a kind of magic, and it unconsciously made it do it. Boom, beep, the huge roar and screams made the crab a little unbelieving of the touch from its claws. Did it hit? Pidgeot's feathers floated on the water. The crab's powerful attack power made it unacceptable, even if it was the first time it really hit Pidgeot. Pidgeot, the challenger exclaimed. Tetsuya crossed his arms over his chest. The last lesson of this battle is to never let down your guard until the winner is decided. As soon as the voice fell, the exhausted crabbean's eyes turned into whirlpools and lost its ability to fight. If it had a strong desire to win, it might still be able to fight for a while. But obviously, this is not realistic. Pidgeot struggled to get up from the float. Although its condition was extremely low, it did not completely lose its ability to fight. The referee raised his face calmly and announced the result. Crawler has lost its ability to fight. Pidgeot wins. Please send the second Pokémon on the challenge side. Then it's decided by you. Tetsuya threw the second Pokéball casually. He had already made a decision on whether the opponent could get the badge. This second battle was more of a formality. A Shelder of a lower level appeared in the water. With full physical strength, it was able to take away the remaining Pidgeot smoothly. But facing the grass plus poison type, Shelder was defeated without suspense. Well, congratulations. This is the blue badge of the Cerulean Gym. I hope you keep working hard and get good results in the conference. The badges were handed out to the excited challengers. ZHE also walked up to the spectator's seat. You are familiar with this job. Minglan praised. It was right to let you do this. Zyuksha was puzzled, but if it was covered with foam or foam light just now, the crab would never lose. The old and the young smiled at each other. ZHE also explained, the purpose of gym battles and the meaning of the existence of badges have never been to pursue victory blindly. Sometimes, it is necessary to give a little confidence to qualified novice trainers who have just debuted. Purpose and meaning? It is indeed a good understanding. In a corner that none of the three noticed, a somewhat sneaky man wearing a beige windbreaker, a mask and sunglasses nodded when he heard the words. Let's go, we have to observe for a while. She called out to the red Pokémon floating around her, that looked like a jet plane. Other red Pokémon nodded obediently. I looked at Tetsuya curiously, and then left the scene with my trainer. Tetsuya looked at it with a sense of something, but there was nothing. Although I lost badly in the infinite firepower, I got an ADIS in the top 222, and in the second game I made a 3-star Safon and a 3-star Xiaoyu. I felt comfortable when I got a big score. Chapter 638 Harvest and Latius. What's wrong? Minglan followed ZHE's gaze and looked at the corner, feeling a little strange. The latter shook his head. Nothing. I felt like there was someone there just now. Maybe I made a mistake. Although it's unlikely. But after more than a month of hard work, maybe he was in a trance for a while. Minglan was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little embarrassed. I didn't think it through. I should have let you rest for a few days before telling you about this. It's okay, I'm not that weak yet. ZHE waved his hand indifferently. Since it's agreed, I will pack up and get ready for work tomorrow. Old man, don't forget to pay me. Ha 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 ha, I will definitely do it, so don't worry. Minglan laughed heartily. After saying hello to the old and the young, ZHE, who felt a little tired, could finally go back to his home to have a good rest. Beep. Not long after he lay down, the Pidgeot that ran out of the Pokeball rarely came to his side and started barking. Zay rolled his eyes helplessly. That thing won't grow legs and run away. Can't you let me rest for a while? Beep. Pidgeot didn't care what he said and directly used his mouth to open the space backpack to try to find the thing he wanted. Okay, I'll take it out for you. Seeing this, in order to avoid being turned into a mess, Zay could only climb up from the bed. In the process, he kept complaining, "Really, can't you be considerate of your old father? My waist is about to break." As he said, a glass marble with a yellow-red pattern inside was taken out. Feeling the familiar breath, Pidgeot's eyes were fixed. "Lift your legs." Slapping Pidgeot's body in annoyance, Zay laughed and scolded, "Otherwise, how can I put it on for you?" Hearing this, Pidgeot raised his left foot very obediently. It was firmly fixed with a special wire. "Okay, go and play by yourself." Zay waved his hand and wanted to continue lying down. The next second, he felt a huge pulling force coming from the hem of his clothes, and he couldn't turn around at all. It seemed that he had expected it. Sighing, ZHE also looked at Pidgeot. "You really want to tire me to death?" Beep. Pidgeot rubbed his head against the trainer's chest in a flattering way. He had to try it after all, otherwise what's the point of carrying this thing? I know. Let's go to the yard. It's too small here. There is no way. Who let him be his own child, so he can only be spoiled. ZHE also half-heartedly took Pidgeot to the small yard of the villa. A group of Pokémons also followed up with chattering. They knew very well the purpose of the glass marble. It was with this thing that the Big Brother Flame Chicken pressed the Big Brother Pidgeot to the ground and hammered him. As for why there are two Big Brothers, well, it is mainly because of strength and qualifications, not because Pidgeot got angry and beat up the rest of the friends one by one. That's right. What they had just taken out and put on Pidgeot was the Mega Evolution Stone that belonged exclusively to Pidgeot. This was one of the rewards he received from the Ranger Alliance. Zay found it funny when he thought of the painful expressions on the faces of the higher level officials. The acting was really too fake. Is the Mega Evolution Stone precious? The answer to this question is inevitable. Not to mention that only a small number of Pokémon can Mega Evolution. The number of trainers and Pokémon in the world also determines that the value of items like Mega Evolution Stone, which can greatly improve strength with almost no side effects, will be very high. However, for the Ranger Alliance, which controls 3 regions, from a holistic perspective, paying a Mega Evolution Stone is not a big deal. None of their chief rangers have Pokémon that belong to Pidgeot, so there is no problem of weakening combat power at all. The price they paid for this was huge. For example, he almost lost his life. Cough. Although he knew that the actual danger was not that great, it was an indisputable fact that the sleep caused by Darkray's dark hole eventually covered the entire Almere and even affected the Fell region. ZHE was not so noble as to say that what he did was just so, and it was the same whether he was there or not. Besides, without him and Sirona, the Ranger Alliance might not be able to solve this matter smoothly, and the price to pay would only be greater. The personalities of the alien visitor and the dragon in the ozone layer were not very good. ZHE did not ask what Sirona got specifically. It was nothing more than cooperation and some things. This would be of great help to her to ascend to the throne of Sinnoh Champion. However, he did not talk politely with the top leaders of the Ranger Alliance at all. Mega Evolution Stone plus Rare Fruit of Pidgeot or Mega Evolution Stone plus Rare Fruit of Alido. These were the only 2 choices he gave to the other party. Of course, due to the different needs of the 2 Mega Evolution Stones. ZHE also said considerately that if the Ranger Alliance chose the latter, the number of rare fruits could be less. He still hoped that the other party would choose this. After all, compared with Alaga's Mega Evolution Stone, Pidgeot's Mega Evolution Stone is actually much easier to obtain. Tetsuya could have solved this demand through other means. Unfortunately, the Ranger Alliance chose the first one. It's not that they are unwilling to give Alaga's Mega Evolution Stone. Anyway, among their chief rangers, not only did they not use Pidgeot as a partner Pokémon, but they also did not use Alaga's. The main reason is that there is really no stock in the warehouse. To be honest, the Mega Evolution Stone is something that scholars have not yet completely figured out the specific way it is produced. It is also unknown which type of Evolution Stone is stored more in the world. It is just that there is no doubt that the more precious the Pokémon, the fewer Mega Evolution Stones have been found so far. Quasi-gods like Metagross have much fewer Mega Evolution Stones than Karis. Researchers speculate that this is likely to mean that the output of Mega Evolution Stones of a certain Pokémon is related to the energy leakage of this Pokémon. Most of the Mega Evolution Stones have traces of the survival of that Pokémon near the location where they were found. As for whether it is true, it depends on the analysis of huge amounts of data. This is not a conclusion that can be drawn in 5 or 6 years. Next, Flame Chicken said disdainfully that even if Pidgeot got the Mega Evolution Stone, it would definitely not be his opponent. It is too confident. Beep. Pidgeot flapped his wings unhappily. Okay, you kid, if you have the guts, say this after a fight. Stop, stop, stop. They hurriedly stopped their quarreling. It was not detrimental to harmony. The relationship between his companions was quite deep. This was just a habitual quarrel, which was also conducive to promoting the growth of each other's strength. Flame Chicken and Pidgeot, Monarch Snake and Togekiss, Ninetales and King Nabo, they all came this way. The problem is, you are happy, but I don't have the energy to make both of you Mega Evolution at the same time. Zaya complained. As the holder of the keystone, whether it is Pidgeot or Flame Chicken, their Mega Evolution cannot be separated from his help. And in this process, Zaya needs to consume a lot of energy and energy. Even as a psychic, he didn't think he had enough power to keep 2 Pokémon in a super evolved state to fight. That's not just talk, it could cost lives. In the animal games of his previous life, only 1 Pokémon could super evolve in a full member battle, which was an official rule. But in the world he lives in, because of the human body, there are limits. Unless Tetsuya is no longer a human. Otherwise, even if his body is that of a Tokiwa person who can compete with a Shinjin, he can't super evolve 2 Pokémon at the same time to complete a battle. After all, even Tomoe hasn't done it, right? But, in the disappointed eyes of the 2 Pokémon, Tetsuya changed the subject. I can still hold on for 2 or 3 minutes. The eyes of Pidgeot and Flame Chicken suddenly brightened up again. 2 or 3 minutes? That's almost enough. Although there is no way to determine the winner, as long as he can beat the opponent, the position of the leader in the team will be his. Speaking of which, there are no restrictions on the super evolution of Pokémon in the current battle rules, right? ZHE also touched his chin. In this case, if the battle goes well, I can let Mega Blaziken quickly kill the opponent, and then replace it with Mega Pidgeot or other super evolved Pokémon with full status to continue fighting. Although due to his own ability problems, it is definitely not a true super evolution of all members, but the combat power has definitely increased by dozens of percentage points. However, this is also related to the fact that super evolution has not yet been widely spread. It is estimated that the league will definitely issue some battle regulations in the future, just like the official in the previous life. Otherwise, it will be somewhat unfair to most people, including beings like psychics and wave messengers. Don't they also have regulations that they cannot play in person? Otherwise, Nancy would have turned people into dolls one by one, and it would not be Hoodie's turn to play. As for Psychic Blessing and Wave Blessing, how can this be a special ability? It's simply because the bond between them and the Pokémon is stronger than yours. Occasional restrictions are necessary. Otherwise, if ordinary people are really irritated and fight desperately, he can adopt the same tactics as special people. It's nothing more than being exhausted to death by overload. In order to avoid too many similar situations, the existence of rules is necessary. But it is impossible to restrict blindly. Enemies in the wild will not talk to you about any great principles. The Alliance does not want its backbone forces to be all fools who can only fight standard battles. Are you ready? After stretching his body, Zaya smiled at Pidgeot with the keystone between his 2 fingers. Beep. Pidgeot called confidently. Whether it is elves or humans, they have never doubted the bond between the 2. It is a deep mark in the hearts of both parties in exchange for sharing hardships and joys and sorrows day by day. Then, fly against the wind, soar freely. Pidgeot, Mega Evolution. With Zaya's high voice, the keystone in his hand also reflected the Mega Evolution stone on Pidgeot's claws and lit up a dazzling white light. Pidgeot's sturdy body was shrouded in it. However, unlike the huge changes that occurred during the Mega Evolution of Blaziken, the Pidgeot in the white light seemed to have only enlarged its body a little more. Beep. The proud chirping sound resounded through the sky. The Super Pidgeot finally appeared in front of Tetsuya and a group of elves. How cool. Tetsuya exclaimed unconsciously. Although his Pidgeot itself is very different from the normal Pidgeot and looks very magical. But after the super evolution, this handsomeness is even more prominent. The cream colored feathers have changed to a brighter pure white. The feathers on the head still maintain the original red and yellow color scheme that is different from the same kind. The only difference is that the extra bright red feather in the middle is longer, almost exceeding the length of the body. The feathers at the end of the wings are dyed with sky-like blue, and the non-mainstream red and yellow gradient tail feathers also have the same blue. The eyes that have turned from black to red reveal a proud and fierce temperament. Pidgeot, Super Evolution, Category, Bird Pokémon Attributes, Normal/Flying Height. 3.3 meter weight. 82.4 kg features, no defense, the moves used will definitely hit their targets. Strength, quasi-champion without a doubt. Pidgeot, which was already at the peak of the king level, has reached the level of a semi-champion like Blaziken after its mega evolution. In other words, Tetsuya can say that he now has two semi-champion level Pokémon. They just can't appear at the same time. On the other hand, looking at the four big words holy fire lit up in the skill column, Tetsuya couldn't restrain his inner joy. Little Ho-Oh has finally secured this title after its mega evolution. Besides Ho-Oh and Entei, which other Pokémon can use this move? As if sensing the excitement of the trainer, Super Pidgeot leaned down and spread his wings. Tetsuya stood on it with extraordinary decisiveness. Beep. People in the city center subconsciously looked up. They found a black shadow soaring into the sky. Rich people are not afraid of fines, so they like to take off in the city? In the cities of the Pokémon world, there are strict requirements for the appearance of Pokémon. The Almia region is a very rare exception. Tetsuya certainly knows the relevant regulations. But, who cares? He has money and someone behind him. If others know that he did this kind of thing, they will just laugh it off. If you can't even celebrate at this time, what's the point? Feeling the strong wind coming from everywhere, ZHE, who was covered by superpowers, was also very happy. Very happy. So happy that he even had a second thought of trouble with the Mewtwo in the Cerulean Cave. Then he calmed down. After all, there is a little in front of little Ho-Oh. If you are not a real Ho-Oh, you can't wrestle with that guy. Let's go. Go back. After enjoying the high-speed flight for a few minutes, ZHE also patted the body of the Super Pidgeot under him. After the first super evolution, you will fall into weakness for quite a while. It's enough to experience it. Beep. Super Pidgeot nodded obediently and turned around to return. At the same time, a person wrapped tightly in a beige windbreaker appeared in the sky. There was also a Pokémon beside him. You have violated the regulations for the management of trainers and elves in the city safety law. Come with me. His voice reached Tetsuya's ears without any hindrance. The latter was not surprised by this. This is Latius. Over. Chapter 639 The Joy Family's Reliance. Looking at the elves flying in the air not far away, Tetsuya's eyes were full of shock. The streamlined body, the back half is red, with wings like jet wings and feet like fish fins. There is a signature blue triangle on the chest. The upper half of the body is white, the face is red, with triangular ears, and a white pentagonal pattern on the forehead. There is no doubt that this is one of the infinite Pokémon, the female Latius. As a legendary Pokémon, female Latius and male Latius are also the only two mythical beasts with gender. This is one of the reasons why people classify their Pokémon as infinite Pokémon, the so-called infinity. In the language of the elf world, another meaning represents spending infinite, extremely long, time with the world. This not only represents the long lifespan of these two mythical beasts, it also means that they are two sides of the same thing, just like Darkrai and Cresselia encountered in the Almia region before. It's just that the Nightmare God and the Dream God together are the complete power from the moon. The more powerful Latius and Latius are the yin and yang of the world. Perhaps for the world, the so-called yin and yang may not be related to gender. But the fact is that the corresponding Latius and Latius have gender. In the limited records of humans, every time they appear, these two beasts are in pairs. Don't get me wrong. They are not husband and wife, but brothers and sisters, or sisters and brothers. Since Latius appears here, where is Latius? Zaya can't wait to open Zero and scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, there is no figure of another Latius. Please cooperate with my work immediately. In front. The trainer of Latius in a windbreaker is a little unhappy. Fortunately, he had a good impression of the young man in front of him in the battlefield of the Cerulean Gym before. Unexpectedly, the other party did such a thing in just an hour. Although it is not a particularly serious matter. But if everyone does this, won't the order of the entire human society become a mess? Aze hesitated for a moment. To be honest, I think you look even less like a good person than I do now. Just ask yourself, which decent person would wrap himself up like this in broad daylight? Even when the rocket trio was on the move. At most, they would wear sunglasses and a high-necked windbreaker to cover themselves up, and they would not prepare masks or anything like that. For a moment, except for the sound of the wind whistling past, the sky immediately became extremely silent. He suddenly felt that what the person opposite said made sense. Although what he said just now was very righteous, who could guarantee that it was not an imposter? Seeing that the other party fell into silence and stopped talking, they delivered the final blow. However, I still know that I was wrong. Miss Joy and I will go to the police station to pay the fine and write a letter of apology. How do you know I'm Joy? Miss Joy, who thought her disguise was flawless, was very surprised. ZHE also blinked his eyes. My suggestion is that if possible, you'd better change your hair color next time you disguise yourself. If it really doesn't work, covering it with a bigger hat is also a good choice. In the entire elf world, there are really few people who have such pink hair naturally except the Joy family. Of course, not all Miss Joy's hair is pink. In the previous travels, ZHE had only seen a flash green-haired Joy in the Pokémon Center in Light Red City. But this is an exception among exceptions, the unique one. Miss Joy grabbed the end of her hair that ran out mischievously beside her earlobe, and the whole person looked a little unwell. Yes, why didn't I think of this problem? No wonder the gym staff would recognize her immediately when she arrived in a city. As a result, she could only ask Latius to help her cover her body so that she could successfully inspect the gym in secret. Latius was very considerate and arched Miss Joy's body beside him. Thank you, Latius, I'm fine. After all, this is my first time in this position, so there are still many things to learn. Miss Joy quickly recovered. Latius narrowed his eyes and smiled and swayed his body. Zaya watched from the side, not feeling strange at all. Even among all the elves, including the mythical beasts, Latius's IQ ranks among the top. Not only can it easily understand human language, but it can also communicate with humans through telepathy and can very keenly perceive people's hearts. Once it feels something is wrong, it will immediately wrap its body with glass-like feathers, refracting light to change its appearance so that it can hide its body. Although the principle is very simple, many elves can also do similar things. But when Latius, who is as powerful as a second-level god, uses it, not to mention humans, even some mythical beasts can't find Latius in this state. Then, please come with me. Taking off her sunglasses, mask and hat, Miss Joy looked at Zaya, who was obediently staying in the air. The latter nodded. Latius's figure slowly disappeared. As the altitude dropped, many people also found the traces of 2 people and 1 elf. Look, it's true. I'm going to be taught a lesson by Miss Joy and Miss Chansha. Hey, why is Miss Joy flying alone in the sky? Are you stupid? Don't you know that young man? That's Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa. He's a powerful ES-peer. Isn't it normal to fly with someone? Speaking of which, why is that Pidgeot different from the others? So cool. Hehe, you don't know this, right? That's our elf that has received the attention of the King of Phoenix, and it's the pride of our Kanto. The discussion below reached Tetsuya and Miss Joy's ears. The latter glanced at him. The pride of Kanto? Humph. Tetsuya clasped his hands together and apologized helplessly. Isn't this too excited? I won't do it next time. Beep. Pidgeot cooperated below and showed weakness. Miss Joy certainly knew the concept of super evolution and could understand Tetsuya's mentality as a trainer at this time. Since you have a good attitude of admitting your mistakes, I will let you sign a guarantee later. However, you must never do this again in the future. Sure. Tetsuya nodded and agreed. Sure enough, it is better to be a privileged class. Although he is now famous and has a position as a prosecutor reserve in the Alliance, But in fact, this thing has almost no rights. If you are the 4 Heavenly Kings or the owner of a formal gym, you have the privilege of using Pokémon to fly in the city, as long as you have a good relationship with the manager of that city. The advantage is that he has few obligations corresponding to his current status, and does not need to spend too much time on it. In fact, it is also because Tetsuya's strength has improved too fast. In January last year, he just reported to the Alliance. As a result, more than a year later, he turned around and became a king level trainer. According to the normal order, there should be many processes in between. The time required to reach the king level trainer should be almost the same as being promoted to a senior prosecutor, not a reserve. This makes Zay a completely idle person now. Many people in the Alliance are also troubled by this. Such a genius must be exploited, no, given full trust. Just like Do. But they really can't find any suitable entry point to find the other party. Of course, they can force it, but no one is so stupid. Landed at the door of the police station. Thanks to the usual majesty of the Miss Junsha, no one dared to gather around to observe. Retracting the Pidgeot, the two walked in smoothly. Miss Joy greeted each Miss Junsha in a familiar way. Zay was quite surprised by this, but he didn't ask much. After signing the guarantee and paying a not so low fine, he was soon allowed to leave. After all, this is not the first time Zay has done this, and he is familiar with it. Well, the last time was also Pidgeot, but it was on the Quartz Plateau. Then I'll go home first. I'm really sorry to disturb your work, Miss Joy. Zay said hello and prepared to leave. Wait. Joey, who was chatting happily with a Junsha, called him again. I'll go back with you. Zay tilted his head in disbelief. Miss Junsha beside him also patted Joey's shoulder and teased. Oh, not bad. Sachiko is also at the age of finding a boyfriend, but you must be careful. Oh, that's not what I meant. Miss Joey realized that what she said just now was very ambiguous, and her face immediately blushed. She explained, isn't your Pidgeot a little weak just now? I'll help you check it, and you don't have to go to the Pokémon Center. Oh, Miss Junsha and Zay nodded in understanding. This is very much like what a Miss Joey would say. Considering the problem of attracting attention, the two did not leave directly from the gate, but took a more hidden exit. Chatting along the way, Zay learned that the Miss Joey in front of him, named Joey Sachiko, originally worked at the Pokémon Center in Cerulean City. No wonder you are so familiar with Miss Junsha. He understood immediately. Every Joey must be trained in various cities and even in the elf centers in the wild before taking up important positions. Only the elite among the elite can be given a task similar to that of a senior prosecutor by the Alliance. Miss Joey's words were full of pride and pride. She really has the qualifications. Apart from anything else, ZHE doesn't believe that any Miss Joey who is a senior prosecutor can have Latius as an elf. Wouldn't the Joey family become a wholesale market for mythical beasts? To be recognized by a powerful and sensitive mythical beast that can perceive the heart, Miss Joey in front of him must have many shining points. Arriving at the courtyard of ZHE's house, after he released the Pidgeot, Miss Joey immediately checked it. Latius. After calling out, many complicated equipment appeared out of thin air. It seems that this powerful mythical beast seems to be treated as a treasure bag. Not necessarily. Judging from the wealth of the Joy family and Latius's ability, these might be the equipment stored in the Cerulean City Spirit Center, and they were teleported here, which is quite convenient. After all, it is a dragon and psychic beast, so it is easy to do such a small thing. I just don't know why Miss Joy didn't just let Latius take her to the police station. Maybe she forgot. While Miss Joy was working, Latius, who appeared from the invisible state, circled around Zaya curiously. Its nose couldn't stop moving, as if it smelled something familiar. It seems that Latius has a good impression of you, Miss Joy said. Haha, is that so? Zaya, who was a little dizzy, laughed dryly twice. Maybe it's because I have been in contact with the mysterious crystal before. Latius's average flying speed is Mach 4. It is twice that of an ordinary Pidgeot. Even if it is just a normal circle, the speed is quite amazing. This is the Pokémon that is known to have the highest level of speed in Pokémon. Mysterious crystal? Miss Joy suddenly raised her head. Do you have this thing? ZHE was a little puzzled. I had it before, but later I gave it to Dago. He told me that it can be used to refine the heart drop. Doesn't the Joy family know? It's at the auction house in Manjin City. The mysterious crystal was not sold several times. If he hadn't thought that Dago liked this kind of thing, he wouldn't have spent millions to buy it. With the ability of the Joy family, it shouldn't be missed. I haven't heard about this from my family. Miss Joy also frowned. Is it in Mr. Dago's hands now? That's fine. Knowing that the mysterious crystal was in Dago's hands, she didn't seem to be nervous anymore. Speaking of which, can the mysterious crystal really be used to refine the heart drop? ZHE asked curiously. Then he quickly added, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. It's okay to tell you. Miss Joy replied while checking Pidgeot. Indeed, it's okay. The so-called heart drop is actually the soul crystal of Latius and Latius. The mysterious crystal you got is the state when it was covered in dust. It takes a series of operations to make the heart drop inside see the light of day again. In addition, both the heart drop and the mysterious crystal will attract Latius and Latius. The only difference is the size of the range. No wonder it pays so much attention to you. Is that so? ZHE also nodded in understanding and didn't feel how much pain he had given the thing to Dago. This thing is useless to keep in hand. With Dago's personality, it is impossible for him to take such a big advantage, and he will return it anyway. It's actually useless. After all, each Latius or Latius can only carry one heart drop. The stock in our family is enough for them to have 1, 2, or 3 heart drops. The main reason is that we are afraid that someone with ulterior motives will get them and use them to lure unsuspecting Latius and Latius. Miss Joy casually said shocking words. ZHE also understood. From the looks of it, the Joy family definitely has more than one Latius in front of them. This is probably their alliance. End. Chapter 640 Zio Gang Calls. As both are second level gods. Since Latius and Latius often form groups and act together, their deterrent power is stronger than other mythical beasts of the same level. After all, a being with such explosive combat power as Rayquaza is an extremely rare category even among mythical beasts. Most mythical beasts of the same level have similar combat power. For example, Kyogre and Groudon were beaten back to their hometowns by a single dragon from Rayquaza. The leading combat power brought by the advantage of numbers is visible to the naked eye. Moreover, second level gods are really strong. Except for those first level gods, who can easily destroy an area, Pokémon of this strength can completely walk sideways in the elf world. This top combat power is combined with the characteristics and abilities of the Joy family. No wonder they have the current scale. Okay. Miss Joy stood up from a half-kneeling posture. It's still very healthy. The stability of your Pidgeot in all aspects is unexpectedly good. You can fight normally after a period of time. This conclusion was of course expected by Tetsuya. He spent as much time on Pidgeot as he did on Blaziken. Blaziken didn't have any accidents, so how could Pidgeot have any accidents? Mega evolution is not a bad thing. It's just that necessary inspections are still necessary just in case. Beat the somewhat weak Pidgeot rubbed his head against Miss Joy obediently. It still knows which people it must please. Tetsuya also thanked him repeatedly. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Joy. I have caused you a lot of trouble. It's okay. Joy waved her hand to let Latius move the instrument away, and she looked very free and easy. Just pay attention next time. No matter how excited you are, don't break the rules. Okay. Then I'll leave first. I still have work to do. See you later. After sending away the vigorous Miss Joy, Tetsuya stretched his waist. He let out a comfortable sigh. Patted Pidgeot's little head. How is it? You feel comfortable this time, and you made me learn a lesson. Beat Pidgeot lay lazily on the ground and rolled his eyes. It was you who was so excited that you asked me to take you flying, and now you blame me? However, the feeling of being full of strength in the body just now was really great. It felt that the self just now could claw the current self with one claw. They smiled and said, okay, you should have a good rest in the next few days. This can be regarded as satisfying the idea of you, a lazy guy. Pidgeot's eyes brightened. That's right, this is exactly what it wants. Oh, by the way, there's something else. They suddenly slapped his head, as if he remembered something, and hurried into the room. Pidgeot, who was lying on the ground like a ditto, tilted his head. Don't care about me now? Fortunately, they ran out again in less than a minute. He still had a green tree fruit in his hand. It looked like several green scales of snake spirits piled together, and there were several leaves on the top extending to the surroundings. Come on, just take this opportunity to eat it, and you can absorb energy better. They handed the green tree fruit to Pidgeot's mouth. Pidgeot swallowed it without hesitation. Then his face turned a little strange. Beep, this thing doesn't taste very good, boss. It complained to its trainer. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. You can't eat fine bran. This fruit alone is enough for your food expenses for several years. Pidgeot quickly shrank his neck and swallowed the last bit of the peel from his mouth. After following Tetsuya for so long, it knows very well how important the so-called money is in human society. Well, the main thing is that if you don't have money, you will starve, which is miserable. Such a small fruit is so precious, it can't be wasted at all. After a delay of several seconds, Pidgeot also keenly noticed the changes in his body. Although he was still very weak, he seemed to have become much lighter than usual. Tetsuya patted it. This is the sand scale fruit, a good thing, that can increase your speed. That's right. This is the other reward given by the Ranger Alliance, 2 sand scale fruits. If you think about it, the value of the 2 sand scale fruits might even be higher than Pidgeot's Mega Evolution Stone. This special rare fruit that can permanently enhance the abilities of Pokémon is very widely applicable, and it is a consumable. Once you use one, you don't know where to find the second one. If it weren't for the excellent natural ecological protection in the 3 regions, the 2 fruits wouldn't appear in the warehouse of the Ranger Alliance. ZHE also didn't expect the other party to give 2 at once. It can only be said that the foundation of this regional alliance is far richer than he imagined. There is nothing to discuss about the ownership of the 2 sand scale fruits. One for Pidgeot, and one for Blaziken. Whether considering strength or adaptability, sand scale fruit is very suitable for them. In other words, except for Pokémon like Gorgon, that don't need to speed up at all, the rest of Pokémon are very suitable for taking sand scale fruit. It's normal that Pidgeot doesn't like the taste of sand scale fruit. The taste of this fruit is sweet and sour with a slight bitterness. It's really average for Pidgeot, who has always been mainly astringent, supplemented by sweetness and bitterness. Unlike the previous games, the personality of Pokémon determines the flavor of the berries they like to eat. In the elf world, the attributes of Pokémon are the most important point. Personality also has an impact, but not much. For example, the candlewood fruit that electric Pokémon often eat has a sweet and sour ratio of about 3:2, and there are no other 3 flavors. This may also explain why Zyos' Pikachu likes to eat ketchup so much. Similarly, for flame chicken, which likes spicy food, sand scale fruit must be unpalatable. So, just swallow it. Quickly stuffed another sand scale fruit hidden in the sleeve into the mouth of Flame Chicken, who came to watch the show. Without saying a word, ZHE also closed its chin with his other hand. Woo woo woo. Flame Chicken's face was ugly as if it had eaten a devil fruit. Don't be picky, swallow it for me. ZHE also gave the order viciously. Special berries like sand scale fruit are unlikely to be made into energy cubes with suitable taste for consumption. It doesn't affect the effect. It's mainly a matter of quantity. The formula of the energy cube needs countless trials and errors to be determined, and the production process cannot guarantee a 100% success rate and high quality rate. No one is rich enough to use sand scale fruit as research material at will. Zero solved the first problem. The key is that ZHE has no absolute confidence. If it is wasted, it will be too late to cry. Anyway, eating it directly will have no other effect, except that it tastes bad, so it is better to cultivate the willpower of the elves. Swallowing the sand scale fruit with difficulty, the whole Flame Chicken looks a little bad. If it didn't know that this thing is very precious, it would think that it was going to poison itself with the posture of its own trainer just now. Well, that formula can be shown to Professor Oak, and it can also make some extra money. ZHE is still thinking about how to make money with the information related to the sand scale fruit. As a genius breeder, he must have his own signature. The energy cube related to the sand scale fruit is a very good thing. Not only high end, but also high end. He didn't take the resentful look of the flame chicken beside him to heart. Get off, Flamellant sighed helplessly. Forget it. In view of the improvement in strength, it decided not to burn the trainer's quilt when he slept tonight. It is really a caring partner. You guys play by yourselves. Don't make too much noise. I'm going to sleep. He waved his hand, walked into the room, and fell on the bed. ZHE also fell into a sweet dream. The next day, the self-disciplined trainer who slept in a rare time ate breakfast leisurely. This feeling of going to work is really a long time ago. I'm going out, beep, get off, buu. The voices of humans and elves came one after another, which seemed unusually harmonious. The morning in Cerulean City is not as quiet as imagined. People have already started their day-to-day lives. On the streets, you can always see office workers riding licensed orderly with a hurried look on their faces. If I hadn't become a trainer, I would probably look like this. ZHE also thought so. In the elf world, only a few can survive as trainers. After a few years of traveling, most people usually face reality and find a job that can support their family. At least there is a great guarantee in terms of safety. Arriving at the door of the Cerulean gym, challengers are also waiting for the door to open. They did not bother the staff inside. In the flash of purple light, he has already appeared. Mr. Zay, the person at the front desk, greeted him as if nothing had happened. The owner of the Cerulean gym has arranged it. Your working hours today are from 9 AM to 3 PM. There is an hour of rest in the middle. The location is venue number 1. Okay, got it. Zay shrugged and agreed indifferently. It seems that Cerulean really didn't bother to be polite to him. A king-level trainer arranged it so casually. Where's Zyuksha? Is she up? He hasn't forgotten his cheap apprentice. The staff immediately replied, the fourth lady is already waiting in the venue. Not bad. I don't have the habit of sleeping in. Zay muttered and walked in with familiarity. Entering the number 1 venue, Zyuksha sat obediently in the spectator seat and prepared to learn. There was a familiar figure next to her. Sakura. Why are you here? He felt a little strange. Sakura was also very helpless. Grandpa said, let me learn too. By the way, I can help in case you are not familiar with the process. Although she usually fights challengers in this venue. But since she learned that Zaya was coming to help, Sakura thought she could relax for a while. I didn't expect her grandfather to be so persistent. He had to let her come. Zaya didn't care. It doesn't matter if you release 1 sheep or 2 sheep. I'm afraid Sakura's mind is not here at all. The first challenger entered the venue quickly. When he saw Zaya, he showed a look of astonishment. Obviously, he didn't expect that his opponent would be a genius trainer who has been famous in the past year. The different mentality made his reaction in the battle slow down. Zaya shook his head secretly. There is no doubt that the first challenger who left the stage with a frustrated face did not take away the blue badge as smoothly as the challenger yesterday. He could only swallow the bitter fruit of failure and continue to find ways to become stronger with the elves. However, ZHE also felt that compared with strength, he needed to improve his mentality more, and he should not be timid because of the special opponent. If a qualified trainer cannot abandon unnecessary distractions during the battle, the impact on the victory or defeat will be great. Zyuksha and Sakura in the spectator seat were also in completely different states. Zyuksha tightened her little face and took notes seriously. ZHE also didn't quite understand what was worth learning from the battle just now, but this spirit is still worth encouraging. Sakura nodded from time to time, just like a student in class in the previous life. Fortunately, she did not fall asleep directly, but was holding on. Noticing ZHE's gaze, Sakura even showed a forced smile to show that she could do it. He shook his head helplessly. ZHE didn't think of forcibly changing the other party's interests and hobbies. It is estimated that Minglan just wants the other party to learn a little bit so that he won't lose so badly in the gym battle. Time passed quickly in boring battles. Except for occasional encounters with special Pokémon or special battle options, ZHE would explain to Zyuksha and Sakura after the battle. The rest of the time, he commanded the Pokémons without saying a word. This kind of work cannot help ZHE improve his command experience, because the difference in strength is too big. Most of the challengers are ordinary level, and a few are elite level. Their Pokémons do not even have a very comprehensive grasp of skills. Not to mention the choice of tactics. There is no choice at all. Most people, like Xiaozi, are reckless. 1 day, 2 days, and 1 week passed in a flash. After sending out another blue badge, ZHE felt numb. Fortunately, the gym leader does not have to fight in person all the time. Otherwise, his idea of becoming a gym leader would definitely be strangled in the cradle by himself. Xiaoxia handed in today's notes very obediently. When she was a child, she did not have the shadow of the violent temper she had when she grew up. ZHE even suspected that there was something wrong with his memory. Well, good. Today's analysis is more thorough, but there are still problems here, and here. He habitually pointed out a lot of mistakes. As for Sakura, she couldn't hold on and ran away on the 3rd day. 1 day longer than Tetsuya expected, which is not bad. Ding, the communicator in his pocket rang in the middle of the class. Tetsuya originally wanted to hang up, but found that the caller was Xiaogang. Wait a moment. He motioned Xiaoxia to think about it first, and then answered the call. Over. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Moon Mountain Landslide. How come you have time to call me today? Aren't you busy taking care of your brothers and sisters? Zay's tone was very casual. Xiaogang on the other end of the phone was a little different from usual. What happened? Zay frowned and became serious. Xiaogang sighed. Mount Tsukimi, there is a landslide. Is it serious? Although he knew that it was probably nonsense, Zay still asked. Small-scale landslides are not uncommon for Mount Tsukimi. Basically, 1 or 2 times a year. After all, the interior of Mount Tsukimi has long been dug in all directions by humans and wild elves. Basically, different holes leading to unknown places can be seen every few dozen meters. No matter how solid Mount Tsukimi is, it is impossible to ignore the influence of gravity. Not only that, there are also quite a lot of river resources under Mount Tsukimi. This may be a good thing for wild elves. Even rock-type elves occasionally need to replenish water. But for the whole, the activity of groundwater also greatly affects the possibility of landslides. It is not difficult to guess from Xiaogang's tone that this landslide should be very serious. But ZHE never expected it to be so exaggerated. You mean, nearly 2/3 of the area of Fujian Mountain is now in danger of collapse? After listening to Xiaogang's description, his voice unconsciously rose 8 degrees. Xiaoxia, who was listening on the side, also looked a little pale. Don't think that the collapse of Fujian Mountain will only affect Nabi City. Don't forget that this mountain in the Kanto region is located between the 2 important cities of Hualien and Nabi. To put it bluntly, if it is not handled well, the entire Kanto region will be affected to a certain extent. Well, according to my grandfather's preliminary investigation, it is like this. The landslide has not completely started yet, and there is about 2 to 3 hours of buffer time. However, many rock-type and ground-type elves have discovered something wrong and started to flee. Grandpa asked me to notify Grandpa Minglan to be prepared. By the way, if possible, I hope you can also come to help. Xiaogang's voice came from the speaker. Minglan, who appeared in the gym at some point, also looked very unhappy. I got it, and I will immediately summon the elves to support your grandfather. No one would think that Xiaogang's grandfather was joking. He is one of the most capable rock-type trainers in the world. Such a person and his elves would not make a big mistake in estimating the landslide. Especially when this incident also concerns the future of Nabi Gym and Nabi City. Let's not think about those things for now. Minglan patted Tetsuya on the shoulder. You go to Nabi City, the impact there will definitely be greater than ours. If it doesn't work, I can ask for help from Nancy in Golden City and Marzishi in Vermilion City. But once the road to Nabi is blocked, we can only count on Sakaki and Tokiwa. Cerulean City is backed by the sea and has extremely rich water vapor. Such an environment is very unfriendly to the wild elves in Tsukimiyama, which are mainly ground type and rock type. Even if they want to run, they will most likely run to the exit on the other side. Not only that, Cerulean City, which is famous for its water trainers, also has a great advantage in combat. In comparison, Nibe City is a little pitiful. They nodded silently and rushed home very quickly. It would be fine if Cerulean didn't mention Sakaki. When he mentioned this guy, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Facing this crisis, if Team Rocket didn't make some trouble, it would not be a powerful dark organization that dominated the two regions. Natural disasters and man-made disasters, he sighed in his heart. Bang, the door was pushed open with force. The elves who were playing looked at their trainers in confusion. Why did you come back so early today? Everyone, there is a mission, cheer up. Zay clapped his hands, took out the Pokeballs without saying a word, and aimed them at his companions. Fortunately, perhaps it was because of the existence of the holy fire. After a week of recuperation, Pidgeot's condition has been fully restored, and his spirit is extremely perfect at this moment. Otherwise, without such a powerful fighting force, Zay would still be somewhat worried. Pidgeot, target Nibe City, set off immediately. Looking at the looming mountains in the west, Zay's heart was very heavy. Beep, the sharp bird call sounded again in the sky above Cerulean City a week later. People obviously did not forget the previous incident and raised their heads curiously. But this time, Miss Joy did not show up. There were even many similar bird calls and figures appearing in the sky. Something big happened. This was everyone's first reaction. If it was not a particularly serious situation, such a scenery would not appear in the sky above the city. Please don't panic, residents, and make defensive preparations at home for the next period of time. Miss Juncher's voice came through the city radio. This calmed down many panicked people. Although not everyone can become an excellent trainer, but in this dangerous world, everyone has their own Pokémon partner. When danger comes, at least they are not powerless. Besides, there are tall people to support the sky when it falls. In the history of the Alliance since its establishment, there has been no record of the demise of a large city like Cerulean City. In the police station, Miss Juncher and others arranged their work in an orderly manner in the chaos. The phone never stopped ringing. You can even see many Miss Joy coming to help. The two cornerstone families of the Elf Alliance are no joke. At the same time, in Tokiwa City, which is some distance away, boss, according to the informant's information, Mount Tsukumi is about to collapse on a large scale. The Alliance has made a plan and started to act. Mana lost his usual calm appearance and pushed open the door of Sakaki's office. Meow, the cat boss lying on the ground only felt his scalp tighten. The big hand covering it suddenly became unusually powerful. Sakaki turned the chair and crossed his hands on the table. I know. There is nothing else. You can leave first. But Mana didn't quite understand why Sakaki was so calm. Logically speaking, this is a great opportunity for the rocket team to do something. I have my plan. Go down. Sakaki's unquestionable voice echoed in the room. Manaji quickly returned to his usual calm appearance, bowed respectfully and walked out. How is it? The excited carders had already gathered in the corner not far away and were ready to fight. Who told you to gather here? Manager's face sank. Return to your positions and do your own things. Manager Matrix, give me these people's recent work reports and put them in my office. In the dark corner, a few shadows could be vaguely seen fluctuating. As the elite force of the rocket team, the duties of the Manager Matrix are not only to fight. The carders' faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran without saying a word. At this moment, Manager can only find a few typical ones to deal with. If they are not aware of it yet, many predecessors have already put it there. But, like Manager, they don't understand Sakaki's mind very well. In Sakaki's exclusive office, under the dim light, the face of the rocket team boss is half black and half white. Is there something wrong? Sakaki slowly closed his eyes and thought about his recent actions. How did the Interpol target me? A gloomy atmosphere enveloped his entire body. He knew deeply that this was not a good time to confront the Alliance head-on. Even if he had Mutuo, it would still be the same. According to Sakaki's plan, his identity should be concealed for at least another 3 to 5 years. The more or less eyes that appeared near the Tokiwa gym in recent times have forced many of his plans to be shelved. His fingers kept tapping on the table. What do you think I should do? He seemed to be talking to himself and seemed to be asking someone. The elf wearing special armor in the corner was motionless, like a sculpture. Boom boom, the residents of Nibi City suddenly heard the sound of thunder. Looking up at the sunny weather, they all felt a little strange. Until one person noticed the high mountains not far away. His pupils suddenly contracted. Look. Moon viewing mountain. Moon viewing mountain. His lips trembled and touched each other, and his voice was distorted. Following the other party's voice and sight, they looked into the distance. People stood still. The mountain that should have been towering into the clouds was actually falling down bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground shaking finally came late. Many people couldn't stand and collapsed to the ground. Oh my god. Is this the god of the earth punishing us? Don't be surprised. There are many humans who believe in the power of mythical beasts in every region. Even in Kanto, there are people who worship Groudon. Woo, the alarm sounded through the sky and echoed over the sky of Nibe City. Many trainers in uniforms began to maintain order under the command of Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. A room in the Nibe gym. Brother, you go and get busy too, just leave this to me. Jiro nodded to Xiaogang, and the whole person seemed unusually calm. Xiaogang patted his brother's shoulder in silence and walked out with a few Pokeballs. The rest of the brothers and sisters seemed to know the seriousness of the incident, and they were all very well behaved. Please don't get into trouble. Jiro closed his eyes and prayed. The foot of the Moonview Mountain is near the exit of Nibi City. The road that was originally flat here has completely disappeared. Instead, there are countless piles of soil and rubble. This time, our Nibi Gym and Nibi City will be seriously damaged. Standing in the center, the white-haired Wupio sighed, his eyes full of sadness. The reason why Nibi City has developed to its current appearance. Of course, it is inseparable from the hard work of generations of people, but the surrounding environment is the fundamental reason. If it were not for the rich resources in the Moonview Mountain, it would be difficult for Nibi City to develop any industry with its own characteristics, given its geographical location. The stone city that extends to the foot of the huge rock mountain is missing that rock mountain. Is it still a stone city? Wuneng and Jeheo on the side also looked at each other in silence. In the face of the power of nature, even a king-level trainer can't change anything. The three of them, along with their race elves, just stood there. The elves that escaped from Eugian Mountain strangely ignored them, bypassed their position, and rushed to Nibi City behind. Bang, a dull earth-shaking sound was heard. The gravel on the ground kept rising and falling. A giant beast with a silver-white metallic luster slowly walked out. As one of the largest stone mountains in the Kanto region, there are many powerful elves living in the depths of Eugian Mountain. They usually don't appear in front of humans. But when their homes collapse, the anger of these elves will naturally pour out on humans. Boscadora, with red eyes, exudes a terrifying aura. Quasi-champion. Wuneng raised his head. Banguirus, it's up to you. Ban, the quasi-god covered with hard green armor roared. The momentum that was not inferior to that of Boscadora in front of him surged out. The two giant beasts burst out with amazing speed and wrestled together in an instant. Even if it was just the aftermath of the exaggerated power, the nearby mounds were destroyed one after another. Bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. And with the appearance of Boscadora, the king-level Pokémon that were never seen before followed closely. Onix, Rhyton, and Tyrannosaurus. These huge rock-type and ground-type Pokémon, without exception, all carried visible anger. The same was true for the Pokémon living in the caves behind him, such as the Crossbit. Then, Bankerus, Pangolier, Fortress Dragon, Dacheo BB, Onix, and Dragonhead Diglett. You guys come on too. Jeheo, who was slightly weaker than his brother, released his king-level companions to meet them. By the way, he also brought other Pokémon of Wuneng with him. With two king-level trainers and two quasi-god Bankerus, one big and one small, it is no wonder that Nibe Gym will become one of the 8 major gyms in Kanto. And in this regard, Wupio, who is more powerful, did not have the slightest intention of taking action. Old friends, it seems that the three of us are destined to fight hard this time. He looked at the two elves beside him and showed a helpless smile. A blue giant beast walking on 4 legs, a champion level Swampert with dual attributes of water and ground, a champion level Onix with a length of at least 12 meters and an extremely huge body. These are the 2 trump cards that Wupio is most proud of. In comparison, The 4 small pink elves floating in the air not far away look a little inconspicuous. Yes. Who would have thought that among the Pippi clan, the famous residents of Eugene Mountain, there would be 4 champion level pixies. Pink Devil. This is not a joke. Note, for details on the reduction of the scale of Eugene Mountain, please refer to the game. After the modification, you need to enter the directory and refresh it. Chapter 642. Taking action upon hearing the news. Many people may misunderstand one thing. That is, the Pokémon of the Pippi series belongs to the common elves. The fact is just the opposite. Although the Pippi's wonderful and cute appearance is extremely popular among people, but correspondingly, very few people can keep them as elf pets like Pichu. According to the current statistics of the Alliance, the Pippi family has only appeared in 3 areas. They are Eugene Mountain in Kanto, Chianguan Mountain in Sinop, and Meteor Falls in Hone. There is no doubt that compared with most elves, the number of Pippi can be said to be quite rare. Otherwise, how could someone call them alien visitors? These 3 places, without exception, are closely related to meteorites. The scarcity of numbers also makes the value of a Pippi with good appearance in the underground trading market no less than some ordinary 3 families. After all, there are many ways to get the 3 families, and the depths of the 3 areas where Pippi lives are not a peaceful place. The power of the wild elves in Eugene Mountain has been revealed. As a huge mountain that runs through the entire Sinop, the strength of the Pokémon in the Chianguan Mountain will only be better than that. And the Meteor Falls has an extremely close relationship with the Sky Dragon. Most poachers are not fools and will not die in vain. Of course. Another key factor is, no matter how rare the Pippi is, the current price is almost the limit. No one is willing to pay a higher price than the 3 starters for an ornamental Pokémon. The extremely rare wild young pie babies may be another matter. When the benefits are not proportional to the risks to be faced, the scarcity of Pippi seems to be more reasonable. Although there are still many people who own Pippi and Pixie, such as Nanami and Zyrokian, but their identities are not ordinary at all. As the half-master of Eugene Mountain, Wupio naturally knows that there is a large group of Pippi living in the depths of Eugene Mountain. He even knew a deeper secret. In a naturally formed mountain square, every full moon night, Pippi and Pixies would dance a mysterious dance around a huge meteorite. That kind of scene. He would never forget it after seeing it once in his lifetime. It seems that there is no way to communicate. Looking at the Pixies with rare gloomy faces, Wupio knew that no matter how much he said at this time, the other party would not listen. The Pippi family is indeed very gentle, but they are also famous for their emphasis on their own territory or home. Perhaps it is because they really come from outer space. Once someone destroys their home, the pink demons will burst out with an extremely amazing fighting attitude. Swampert, smash everything. Mega Evolution. Without the slightest hesitation, Wupio rolled up his sleeves to reveal his still strong physique and the dazzling glass marble on his wrist. Roar, as Swampert's hand slammed on the ground fiercely. Its body was also shrouded in white light. Not long after, a blue elf that was so strong that it was a bit exaggerated stood in front of the 4 Pixies. The surging muscles told of the powerful strength in its body. Swampert's original body was not thin, but in comparison, its normal form still seemed to be a thin dog. Pixies faced the giant without fear and even took the initiative to attack. The pleasant singing ignored the fierce battle and echoed throughout the battlefield. The attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe made all the elves and humans except them dazed. No, not all. Wuneng and Jaheo's eyes were a little confused, but Wupio's eyes were full of brilliance. Such a weak voice can't break my rock hard will. Mega Swampert. Water Wave. Onyx. Use Rock Blockade. Roar. The roar of the giant beast defeated the clouds in the sky. Mega Swampert mobilized his muscles and slapped the ground with both palms. Boom. Countless cracks appeared in all directions, and the waves tens of meters high covered the 4 Pixies with the momentum of destroying the world. Onyx coiled up to protect the trainer in the center. As its tail swung, huge rocks with a diameter of several meters fell from above the Pixies one after another. All their escape routes were vaguely blocked. This is the confidence of a trainer. Even in the unfavorable situation of 2 against 4, Wupio completely believed in himself and his partners. Pixies. The moonlight fell. Pixies may really lack in combat, but in terms of difficulty, they are 100% ranked at the top among all Pokémon. The body that suddenly shrank lightly touched the ground and instantly burst out with amazing speed and rushed upward along the trajectory of the moonlight. In just a few seconds, they came to a position that the huge waves could not hit. Small plus jump. Two very simple skill combinations. In the hands of champion level Pokémon, it seems extremely flexible. Not only that, even though Onyx's rock blockade occasionally scratched the agile creatures, the moonlight scattered under the setting sun also repaired their injuries very quickly. Pixie, who evolved from Pixie's contact with the Moonstone, has a very deep grasp of the power from the moon. It is naturally incomparable to Dream God. However, this level of treatment is completely at his fingertips. Pixie, a pixie suddenly shouted. Onyx and Mega Swampert Size were involuntarily attracted to it. The other three pixies took this opportunity and immediately lit up the silver-white energy representing the steel type on their small fists. The next second, they rushed towards the enemies on the ground like a falling comet. Whoopio, whose vision was blocked, seemed to have opened his eyes at this moment. Mega Swampert, block it with the arm hammer. Onyx, disturbed them with a harsh sound. The broken gong-like cry made the elves want to cover their ears subconsciously. The effective Pixie's look at me disappeared without a trace. The Mega Swampert, who had regained his focus and concentration, raised his sturdy arms, flashed white light, and crashed into the three small Pokémon. After becoming smaller, the Pixies still wanted to use their agility to bypass them, but they had been living inside the moon viewing mountain and obviously lacked some basic common sense. Roar. He intercepted the Pixies with a swift and unreasonable movement. The Mega Swampert's wise eyes were full of calmness. At first glance, it should be a pure player who wins by strength with its muscles all over its body. However, hidden underneath is its excellent eyesight, strong perception brought by its dorsal fin, and delicate control that is enough to build a beautiful nest. The combination of the three gives the Mega Swampert an unparalleled combat response. If the Pixies want to bypass it, it can only be said that they have chosen the wrong opponent. However, the three Pixies that were knocked away successively lit up the white light representing the moon, the blue light representing the water system, and the green light representing the grass system. The other Pixies responsible for support also unfolded a layer of pink waves. In just a blink of an eye, they returned to their original state. Moonlight, life drops, aromatherapy. Note 1. Healing waves. The power of the team was fully demonstrated at this moment. The possibility of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, 4 was revealed at this moment. Whoopio had to admit that in his decades of career as a trainer, the situation he was facing now was the most dangerous one. As champions, even if wild Pokémon were weaker, it was still quite limited. The advantage in numbers was difficult to erase. He glanced at the battlefield next to him. Jeheo and Wuneng were both a little embarrassed for the same reason. However, it was no problem to hold on for a while. I'm an old man, and I still have to fight for my life. Really? Whoopio moved his body, which felt a little rotten. Unlike Minglan, because his offspring were all outstanding, he did not leave too many companions around him after semi-retiring. In addition to the two trump cards, there were only 2 or 3 little guys cultivated in the later period. It was naturally no problem to recall them, but it was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 hours. Anyway, just hold on until the moment when support arrives. His short body slowly straightened up. A strong aura emanated from the old man's body. Swampert, Onyx, attack, roar. At the same time, 3 Qua-seeking level Pokémons appeared in battle area number 2, requesting support. Elite level Triceratus appeared in battle area number 5, requesting support. King level Pokémons appeared in battle area number 16, requesting support. The once peaceful Nibe City was completely in a state of war readiness. Nearly endless Pokémons attacked the city non-stop. The houses near the suburbs had already collapsed. When Zeo sat on the back of Pidgeot and looked down from a high altitude, he saw this scene. After a careful observation, his serious face relaxed a little. Good control. Yes, he was not kidding. Although Nibe City looks miserable now, it is actually just a countermeasure. To put it bluntly, those destroyed places are specially used to vent the anger of wild Pokémons. After venting their anger, they have extremely high intelligence and their attack time will be much shorter. This is a lesson that humans have learned over a long period of time. Simply resisting will not solve the problem well. They did not see the figures of Wuneng and other high-level forces, but it is not difficult to imagine what they are doing. The superpower swept across the field. He quickly found the person he was looking for. Beep. Vegeta adjusted its position and dived down in a telepathic manner. The powerful momentum of the king-level elves made the angry wild elves still make way for a piece of open space. I'm coming. Xiaogang nodded to his friend, panting. Thank you for your help. I just came back and asked you to come and help. What nonsense are you talking about? Zay rolled his eyes and threw several elf balls around. You are so polite. Are you disgusting me? A red light flashed. The elves led by the monarch appeared on the open ground. For the Moon Mountain Elf tribe, which is mainly composed of ground and rock types, the deterrent power of grass elves is quite strong. Blazing Chicken and Alido, you two are fast. Go and solve some troublesome big guys, Zay ordered. With the special abilities of Wave Guide and Superpower, these two Pokémon are the most suitable choices for decapitation operations. Down Lido Flame Chicken and Alido nodded calmly and disappeared in front of the trainer in an instant. Monarch raised its head proudly. The green tail slapped the ground, and a huge light green field spread out with it as a center. The three little guys, Night Snail, Emperor Nappo, and Ice Ninetales, were ready to fight. Without Tetsua's order, they rushed out impatiently. Xiaogang, who had been fighting for a while, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning on Onyx, his already mature face added a bit of worry. Don't worry, there will always be a solution. Tetsuya patted Xiaogang's shoulder in a comforting manner. Even if Nibe City was not hit too hard by Pokémon, the impact of the collapse of Tsukumi Mountain was already great enough. It will take quite some time before Jero can take over the position of gym leader. As the first heir, it's unfortunate for Xiaogang to have such a thing happen to him. Besides, Uncle Wuneng is still the gym leader. He will find a way. The comfort from his friend made Xiaogang even more bitter. Do you think my father is such a person? ZHE didn't say anything either. It's better for him not to get involved too much in family matters. The problem of Pokémon is a small matter. Is there any news about that group of people? He changed the subject very stiffly. Xiaogang certainly knew who the group of people he was talking about were. There are quite a few poachers. These guys who value money over their lives wandered around the battlefield and took the opportunity to do a lot of things. There were also quite a few idiots who attacked the trainers, but they were quickly controlled. The remaining people can be regarded as a help. We can settle accounts with them later. As for Team Rocket, Xiaogang's squinting eyes showed no expression. It's strange. They haven't made any moves so far. This is not like their style. ZHE also frowned, thinking quickly in his mind. Who? Dark Elves appeared in Area 7. Repeat. Dark Elves appeared in Area 7. Suspected to be Bixius. The urgent voice suddenly came from Xiaogang's intercom, interrupting his thoughts. The two looked at each other and immediately rushed over with the elves. Just arrived. ZHE also made a judgment immediately. It is indeed Bixius's dark ball that caused the change. It seems that the bastard is nearby. Is Team Rocket finally going to take action? No. He denied Xiaogang's statement. Based on Bixius's personality, it is possible that he will act alone. Team Rocket's goal is not here. He finally sorted out some of his thoughts along the way and urgently needed to confirm one thing. Ask the Alliance how long it will take for the support of Master Sakaki to arrive. Note 1. Aromatherapy is often shown as a move to restore HP in animations, and its role in the game is only to eliminate the abnormal status of all Pokémon on the team. Here, two are combined into one, corresponding to the former's weak effect and the latter's reduced number. Skills that can both heal and eliminate abnormal status are Healing Wish, Recovery at the cost of dying, Crescent Dance, similar cost and effect, exclusive to Dream God, Sleep, 4 turns from sleeping, Jungle Healing, exclusive to the Fantasy Beast Thallid, Crescent Prayer, same as Dream God exclusive stronger effect. 4 turns of Smokescreen plus half healing plus elimination of abnormal status. Chapter 643 Chaotic War. We need to put an end to the chaos in Nibe City as soon as possible. Tetsuya said to Xiaogang. The latter was not stupid either, and almost immediately responded, "You mean Team Rocket might take this opportunity to attack Cerulean City or other important towns?" Nibe City now looks shaky, but in fact, this is the strongest time for the city's defense in the past 10 years. Never underestimate the mobility of trainers. Whether it is air Pokémon or ground Pokémon, they can completely ignore the terrain if they want to rush. On the front battlefield today, many trainers came from all directions temporarily. After all, for most trainers, this battle represents not only danger, but also huge profits after it ends. How can they give up this opportunity with the adventurous factor flowing in their blood? But at the same time, since the number of trainers in an area is usually conserved, when the defense force of Nibe City reaches its peak, the defense force of other surrounding towns will inevitably decline a lot, including Cerulean City on the other side of Tsukumi Mountain. Everyone knows that most of the wild elves in Mount Tsukumi will not choose to attack a seaside town. Even if they succeed in destroying it, they will not be able to find a suitable place to live nearby. In this case, compared with attacking Nibe City, it is better to attack other cities, especially Cerulean City. The furious wild elves in Mount Tsukumi will not show mercy to Team Rocket, just because they have a common enemy. The saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend does not work for elves. No one can predict the consequences of the three-way melee. Presumably, Team Rocket does not want to suffer too much loss at this great opportunity. It's just that, even if Cerulean City comes to provide some support, the guards there are at least 80% of the usual strength. Cyanogang frowned. Team Rocket should not be able to pose a threat to that place, even with the attack of wild elves in Mount Tsukumi. Indeed, after unifying the underground forces in Kanto and Johto, Team Rocket did launch many attacks on Alliance towns. But it was similar to the result of the Gyarados incident in Vermilion City. Almost all actions ended in failure. The losses caused were completely within the tolerance of the Alliance. It seems that the defense force of Cerulean City has been reduced by 1/5. But compared with the overall situation, Team Rocket still cannot end the operation in a short time. Don't forget what Minglan said. To the south of Cerulean City, Yuhang City, Golden City and Vermilion City are all on the list. As long as it cannot be ended in a short time, the Alliance's counterattack will let Team Rocket know who is in charge of this world. As for other surrounding towns, Team Rocket will definitely send forces to make trouble. But it is definitely limited. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. As a dark organization, Team Rocket will definitely not choose the plan with the lowest risk and the lowest return. Tetsuya shook his head. It's hard to say. What if Team Rocket has been hiding its power? And Grandpa Minglan should go to support your grandfather. You know the situation in Cerulean City. There are not so many high-end combat forces left. Cyanogang was silent for a while, and agreed with him. I will contact people immediately. I hope that Master Sakaki is in Viridian City at this time. Sakaki is famous for his elusiveness, except for a few special days, and when discussing business. He stays in an unknown corner of Viridian Forest almost all day long throughout the year. People unanimously believe that this is the reason why Sakaki of the Earth is so powerful. Even after becoming a gym leader, he still did not give up on becoming stronger. This self-discipline is simply terrifying to the extreme. However, his frequency of appearance has increased a lot in recent years, especially this year. People think he has reached a bottleneck. Of course, this is a view of people who don't know the inside story. For Tetsuya, he can completely guess where Sakaki is going. It's nothing more than being busy with the creation of Muto before. Now that the creation is successful, naturally there is no need to disappear for so long. He'll be there. Tetsuya's calm tone made Cyanogang a little confused. However, the situation was urgent, so he immediately dialed the phone and started to contact. Pidgeot, kill them. Beep. The high-pitched bird calls echoed above the heads of the Dark Elves. They no longer had the ability to think normally and made the same loud calls. Roar, ouch, damn kid, it's him again. In the corner, Bixius, with a gloomy look, recognized Pidgeot immediately when he saw it. The appearance is unique in the world, and it is really a little too easy to recognize. Master Bixius, do you need us to control some more Dark Elves to kill it? The Rocket team members behind him said flatteringly. Although they don't know what grudges the unusual looking Pidgeot and the opponent's trainer have with Master Bixius in front of them. But as subordinates, what they have to do is to kill the enemies that make Master Bixius unhappy. You guys come and kill it? However, after hearing this, Bixius was not happy about showing loyalty, but turned around and stared at the person who spoke with a look that seemed to want to kill him. He said grimly, "You mean, you think I can't do this?" Of course not. The back of his subordinate was covered with cold sweat. Knowing how unpredictable Bixius was, he knew that he probably said something wrong just now. Although he didn't know where he was wrong. But begging for mercy was definitely right. He knelt on the ground almost instantly, trembling and looking very embarrassed. The rest of the team members were all terrified and didn't dare to interrupt. They were afraid that this would attract Bixius' attention. Bixius, who was wearing a mask and only showed the lower half of his face, suddenly smiled, squatted down and patted his subordinate's shoulder. "Relax, don't be so nervous." The more he said this, the more his subordinate's body shook. Sure enough, Bixius's light words made him feel hopeless. "Since you think you can deal with it, then go ahead. You guys, give him the dark balls on your bodies." He randomly pointed at a few people. Bixius never looked at this weak idiot again. He stretched out his right hand and rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something particularly important. The team members showed pity to the unlucky guy, but the movements of his hands did not slow down at all. In less than half a minute, there were a full 10 dark balls piled up next to the team members kneeling on the ground. At this time, Bixius, who was daydreaming, snorted coldly from his nose. "I'll go now. I'll go right away." The Rocket team members who had already predicted their future climbed up desperately and rushed out at a rapid speed. Useless garbage, a waste that would not even be thrown in the garbage dump. Looking at the figure of the other party being swallowed by countless rock-type elves, the light revealed in Bixius' eyes was extremely cold. "You can't even throw a ball, damn it." The team members behind him said nothing. All of them felt a sense of grief for the rabbit's death. But, who made him Bixius? Not to mention the low-level minions like them. Even some elite team members and even carders would not be much better when facing Bixius. Resist? You know, sometimes, dying quickly is not a bad thing. Beep. With a sharp glance, Pidgey had found that there were a few more traces of dark elves. It remembered that there were none before. Pay attention to the lower left. There's voice sounded in Pidgeot's mind at the right time. When the Rocket team member rushed out in the posture of a suicide squad, he used his superpowers to monitor the surroundings and found something wrong. Secret power. Zaya quickly thought of the best way to hide the traces. Patting the hard body of the big guy next to him, Gangoro, sense it and see which rocks nearby have special features. Dangoro the pan-giant monster nodded, and the earthy yellow light spread from his body in all directions. An ordinary boulder suddenly trembled. Beep. Zaya didn't need to say anything more. Pidgeot, who was concentrating, launched dozens of slashes in an instant. The air blades filled the sky and rushed towards the boulder with unmatched momentum. Because the speed was so fast, the people around who noticed it didn't quite understand why Tetsuya did this. The next moment, boom. A bright beam of light shot out from the boulder strangely under people's eyes. The air blades were destroyed one after another, turning into dots of white light and dissipating in the air. A group of people wearing black uniforms with capital R patterns appeared on the battlefield. The leader's face was full of anger. Team Rocket. Bixius. Many people exclaimed. Tetsuya raised his right hand provocatively. Hey, isn't this Lord Bixius? Long time no see, are you okay? The sarcastic tone would make anyone furious. Not to mention Bixius, who had a lot of grudges. Asshole. This time, you will never escape from my grasp. I will make you live a life worse than death. He roared at Zaya. The latter put down his hand and showed a stern expression. This sentence should be my turn. This time, I will not let you escape with your Pokémon. Blazing Chicken, Alido, do it. Down Ledo two figures, one red and one white, suddenly flashed in front of Bixius. Intense flames and heart-pounding purple light instantly enveloped the enemy's head. Kaio Mantis and Magma fell from the sky and rushed out from the ground. They just blocked the attacks from two directions. Bixius showed a ferocious smile. Last time it was because of that old guy. This time, you won't be so lucky. Really? Zaire tilted his head. Indeed. According to the progress of ordinary people's strength, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to make much progress in the king level in 1 or 2 months. What a pity, I'm a genius. He shrugged and sighed narcissistically. A bright light flashed quietly at the fingertips of his right hand. The white light instantly covered the body of Flame Chicken, and the powerful momentum enveloped the whole place. Release your power, Flame Chicken. Mega Evolution. At this time, there is no need to cover up the fact that Mega Evolution exists. Anyway, the people in the Pokémon world will know it sooner or later. Under the astonished gaze of the people, Super Flame Chicken officially debut. What is this? Can Flame Chicken evolve again? It's so cool. Even in an extremely dangerous battlefield. Exclamations still came from all directions. Next demo, the flame streamer extending from the wrist burned extremely violently. Super Flame Chicken looked at the two Pokémon opposite with an unstoppable look in his eyes. Last time I couldn't beat you and had to rely on others. This time, I want to fight too by myself. This is not a wishful thinking. The semi-champion level Giant Claw Mantis of Bug plus Steel and the semi-champion level Magma of Evil plus Ice. After Mega Evolution, Super Blaziken, whose strength has also reached the semi-champion level, is very comfortable facing these 4 attributes. Flame Kick. Under Tetsuya's command, Super Blaziken stretched out its long legs and rushed towards the enemy. The raging flames covered the surrounding ground with a layer of charred marks. The wild Pokémon that were originally attacking the nearby defense line quietly changed the direction of attack. Giant Mantis, Insect Chirp, Mana, Sneak Attack the vital points. Brixius really didn't know that Tetsuya's Pokémon could Mega Evolve. Forcibly suppressing the surprise in his heart, he still had full confidence to kill the opponent. Blazer's Mega Evolution Stone. This is a good thing. Brixius showed a greedy look. Giant Mantis quickly vibrated its wings and made a sharp and piercing insect chirp. The powerful energy made the flames around Super Blaziken fluctuate violently. A black shadow crossed the space and instantly came in front of it. The huge black claw mark even exceeded the size of the opponent's body. Bang! A dull collision sound rang out. Mana's petite body flew backwards. Super Blaziken also stopped where it was. After all, they were both quasi-champions, so it couldn't crush them 100%. But soon, before Mana could get up, Super Blaziken attacked again. This time, it was only the claws of the giant claw mantis that lit up white and rushed forward. Bang, boom! The violent battle fluctuations made it impossible to see Pokémon other than the 3 Pokémon within a few dozen meters. Brixius's complexion also became worse as the battle progressed. He could never have imagined that only 2 months had passed and he couldn't deal with the guy on the opposite side. This speed was too unreasonable. His eyes passed over the men behind him, and his low and irritable voice rang out. You bunch of trash, what are you still doing here? Go and make trouble now. Yes. The members of Team Rocket woke up, as if from a dream, and scattered with their Pokémon and Dark Balls. Ledo beat, but it was too late to think of any action at this time. Vegeta and Alito led the other companions to form a circle, and kept a close eye on the enemy. At the same time, in the distant sky, 2 huge spaceships appeared almost one after the other. One had a huge letter J printed on it. The other looked like an enlarged version of a spinning top. End. 2.08. Chapter 644 Hunter J and the Crazy Collector. The smell of money really makes my blood boil in a huge spaceship with the letter J printed on the outside. A woman with short silver white hair and an unknown instrument tied to her right wrist looked at the chaos below and smiled excitedly. Master J, these are the individuals scanned and worth capturing. Please take a look. A subordinate at the side quickly handed over a stack of papers filled with data. Well, these types of elves are captured. Our partners need them to support research for a long time, so there is no worry about selling them. Don't show up in front of me if you have something like these. I've told you many times that no one wants this kind of garbage. The cold voice of Master J sounded along with the sound of turning pages. Yes, I understand. The subordinate quickly recorded all the instructions. As for the owner of the airship opposite, Jaluta, an old acquaintance, I didn't expect him to appear here. Master J showed an interested expression on his face. He should be interested in the legendary giant moonstone deep in the moon viewing mountain. Based on his personality analysis, the probability is more than 90%. It doesn't matter, don't worry about him, our goals are not conflicting. By the way, ask him if there are any elves he is interested in down there, I can help him catch them. As for the price, it's 20% off the usual price. Master J's eyes exuded a golden glow. Jaluta, this is a very rich man. So rich, it would be a pity not to give him some. I will try my best to communicate, but the other party may not agree. The technology on the flying palace is quite powerful and can capture it by itself. Hearing the analysis of his subordinates, Master J waved his hand in boredom. I know, go ahead, call me. I didn't expect that. There is such a big surprise waiting for me in this operation. Licking his lips, Master J did not hide his desire at all. Cute alliance coins, come to me quickly. On the other side, in the huge gyroscope-shaped spaceship, there was only a green-haired man sitting quietly on the control console like a throne. Around him, countless mechanical arms and various instruments were working non-stop. It was the crazy collector Jaluta and his famous airship flying palace. The well-decorated airship was equipped with an artificial intelligence operating system, which was enough to take him to travel around the world for collection activities. Hunter J, you have a really good nose. Looking at another airship in the distance through the monitor, Jaluta's index finger couldn't stop tapping on the armrest. As a half Johto person, it was normal for him to appear here. Who doesn't know that he, the crazy collector, has both money and many information channels? In comparison, the figure of Hunter J is strange. This Pokémon hunter, who is reviled by most people in the world, does not have a big business. He rarely goes out of Sinnoh to illegally hunt Pokémon. It is said that this guy has a close relationship with Team Galactic, so he can swagger around in Sinnoh without fear of being caught. No one knows whether this news is true, but it is true that Hunter J has been active in Sinnoh for many years without any trouble. She just happened to appear in the distant Kanto Nibi, which makes people suspect that there may be problems. Ding, sir, there is an external signal that wants to be connected. Do you agree? The mechanical voice echoed in the operation room. Jaluta raised his eyebrows and smiled knowingly. What a wise choice. It is not difficult to guess who the other party is. He does not believe that the alliance on the ground will communicate with him in a good tone. This is not their style. Connecting successfully. Mr. Jaluta. A virtual screen was projected in front of Jaluta. Hunter J, dressed in combat uniform, played with the Pokeball in his hand. Long time no see. Long time no see. Jaluta raised the wine glass in his hand elegantly. This is really something worth celebrating. When looking at each other, the two equally crazy people showed a kind smile. Below, the appearance of two huge airships undoubtedly attracted the attention of many Alliance trainers. Their identities are not difficult to know. Whether it is Hunter J or Jaluta, both of them are famous. However, this reputation is not a positive reputation. Are these two bastards going to get involved? Xiaogang gritted his teeth and looked quite angry. Have they never thought about the consequences of doing this? Of course I have thought about it. While commanding the Super Blaziken to suppress the two Pokémon of Bixius, Zaya responded. But for them, do they care? The answer is of course not. In other words, the potential benefits of this action are enough for these two people to ignore the consequences. Hunter J is not to be mentioned. There are so many Pokémon on the battlefield, and there are almost countless individuals with high value. Only this time, if successful, ZHE estimated that it would be at least equivalent to the other party's 1 year of hard work, and making a fortune is not a dream at all. As for Jaluta, the collector, it is not surprising that such a person would do anything for the things he loves. Who knows how many treasures are contained in Eugean Mountain? Even ZHE cannot guess what the other party's purpose is. Master Xiaogang, do we need to carry out saturation coverage attack on those two spaceships to drive them away? Miss Juncha's voice came from the communicator. When the three elders Wu Pio, Wu Neng and Jeheo were not present. As the heir, Xiaogang undoubtedly took on the responsibility of the master. Although the Juncha family has great autonomy in this situation, they still habitually ask for Xiaogang's opinion. Attack Hunter J's spaceship, regardless of life or death. Warn Jaluta to immediately stay away from Eugean Mountain and Nibi City. If there is any unusual movement, they will be treated as enemies together. Anger did not affect Xiaogang's judgment. The current situation in Nibi City is not suitable for driving away these two interfering forces at the same time. In comparison, Hunter J is undoubtedly a greater threat. ZHE did not give his own suggestions, because he was busy dealing with Bixius, Magilla, Frozen Wind, Mantis, Insect Chirp. Blue and green energy brilliance flashed through the air. It collided with the jet of flames shot by Super Flame Chicken, and a violent battle wave burst out. It hasn't melted yet. Looking at the panting Mantis, ZHE also subconsciously frowned. He was very clear about the principle that it is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Super Flame Chicken's state is not permanent. Therefore, from the beginning, his attack target was Mantis, which was 4 times weaker in fire. Since its entire body, including muscles, is made of metal after evolution, even if its strength exceeds that of refined steel, Mantis is still helpless in the face of burning and melting of flames. Under normal circumstances, it can quickly release heat by quickly vibrating the wings behind it to avoid the tragic end of its body melting. But when facing Flame Chicken of the same level and stronger, this method is naturally not very useful. The speed at which it releases heat is far less than the speed at which Flame Chicken heats up. But, after all, he is the highest ranking cadre of Team Rocket. Bixius still has something. As soon as he found out Tetsua's purpose, he turned Mera, who originally focused on sneak attacks, into a natural air cooler. One after another, ice type moves were released from Mera, replacing the more effective evil type moves. The rapidly rising body temperature of the giant claw mantis was suppressed to a certain extent, but this is not without some side effects. In fact, the side effects are very large. Between the alternation of ice and fire, the speed at which the giant claw mantis consumes physical strength is at least half faster than normal. At present, it has almost reached the lowest point of physical strength. Of course, compared with the rapid melting and loss of combat ability, this situation is already quite good. Tetsuya felt that he had underestimated Bixius's reaction. He thought that this guy would lose his mind and attack recklessly in anger. TSK, the highest ranking officer of Team Rocket seems to be nothing but a coward. Bixius had already controlled his emotions for the nth time when ZHE had provoked him verbally. What's the point of saying such nonsense? How long can your Blaziken Mega Evolution last? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Or 2 minutes? As soon as it exits this state, Mana's claws will tear it to pieces. Still as cold-blooded as ever, you don't seem to care about the lives of your subordinates at all. ZHE also looked aside without answering the question. The members of Team Rocket, who were tightly entangled by the vine whip, looked pale, thin, and malnourished. It was just a simple absorption skill. The ultimate move of the king-level monarch snake is absolutely fatal to ordinary humans. If it hadn't been controlled deliberately, these people would have been left with nothing more than skin bags. Heh. Bixius sneered. There is no meaning for worthless trash to exist in this world. Indeed. Tetsuya nodded in agreement. Trash like you. Even the trash cans despise you for taking up space. Bixius suddenly felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar, and he couldn't help but be distracted for half a second. Pidgeot, a flash of lightning. And it was this half second that put him in an extremely embarrassing situation. Facing the sudden attack of Pidgeot, which turned into white light, Magilla had no choice but to return to the trainer's side to block for Bixius. Originally, the semi-champion level faced the king level. Even though Pidgeot's strength was quite extraordinary, it couldn't gain the upper hand steadily. However, relying on the attack against Bixius, Magilla, who was restrained for a while, looked like he was struggling to hold on. Blazing Chicken, Explosion Flame. The environment of the battlefield suddenly became hot with Tetsuya's order. The distorted air made the giant claw mantis frantically flap its wings uncomfortably. The next moment, countless pillars of fire shot up into the sky, attracting the attention of countless people, including Hunter J and Jaluta. The Alliance's support. Is it so fast? The two people with something to hide were a little uneasy, but it was absolutely impossible to let them evacuate at this point. Speed up, don't bother to subdue unnecessary ones. Hunter J gave orders through the earphone. Under her, a giant dragon with red wings was fighting with many elves. The quasi-champion level quasi-god flying dragon was the basis for Hunter J to roam everywhere. Jaluta and his spaceship were suspended in the air motionless under the surveillance of the Alliance. No one knew what he was going to do. The sea of fire dissipated. The giant claw mantis with a charred body revealed its body. Its eyes turned into a whirlpool and spun in circles. Super Flame Chicken also exited the mega state and knelt on one knee on the ground, panting. After all, it was a short-term strength. It was strong enough to be able to fight 2 enemies alone. Come back, Pidgeot. Tetsuya called back another main force. Magellan stretched out his sharp claws and was on guard carefully, not daring to relax at all. Obviously, the situation of one main force losing its combat capability was extremely disadvantageous to him, but Bixius had no intention of being afraid. What? Don't you dare to continue attacking? Don't bluff. Tetsuya sneered. Do you think I don't know that you have no support behind you? Let me guess, where did your other Pokémon go? Could it be that you acted alone without telling your boss? Boss? As if being hit by Tetsuya's words, Bixius clenched his fists. Are you kidding? No one in Team Rocket can order me. Haha. Tetsuya only had 2 words to say about this. At the same time, he kept thinking in his mind. Bixius's appearance here almost proved that his previous guess was correct. Team Rocket's target this time was definitely not Nabi. Then, only Cerulean is left. His heart inevitably sank a little. Others don't know, but Tetsuya is also clear about Team Rocket's current capabilities. It was intentional but unintentional. There is absolutely no problem in causing huge losses to Hualan. Bang. Seeing that ZHE didn't say anything and just looked at him coldly, Bixius couldn't help it after all and threw a few balls to the ground. Smoke filled the air. His trace disappeared. ZHE also sensed it, and his superpowers were also blocked tightly by the smoke. It seems that it is another black technology of Team Rocket. However, even if he could sense it, he didn't intend to kill Bixius completely. A senior executive who was dissatisfied with Sakaki and lurking inside Team Rocket was a time bomb. The meaning of this thing's existence is much greater than catching it. Even if it is not difficult to solve with Sakaki's ability, it can always bring some trouble. Then, ZHE picked up the communicator and dialed the number. Do me a favor and go to Cerulean City to take care of a few people, if you can. Of course, no problem. I promised you before. A cold female voice came out. Only take care of them. I can't do anything about the rest. The one nearby is too dangerous. This may be the first time that Zay heard the word danger from Nancy's mouth. Chapter 645 Support. However, ZHE was more curious about another thing. You can actually sense that guy? He did not hide the fact that he also knew that existence. Nancy said, HMM when it first appeared, it could not control its own power very well, and I found it easily. ZHE thought about it. According to the Mutuo in the Cerulean Cave, it should have been in an extremely weak state when it first arrived here. It is normal that it cannot perfectly control its superpowers and hide its traces. Perhaps ordinary people or elves cannot detect it. But for Nancy, the superpowers leaked by Mutuo are probably as dazzling as the sun appearing at night. She is the superpower queen among humans. Didn't you think of conquering it? Although the surroundings were in flames, ZHE still had the leisure to chat with Nancy. The latter was silent for a while and said faintly, do I look like this in your eyes? No, of course not. ZHE immediately denied the other party's statement. He understood what Nancy meant. Although she was very powerful and sometimes had a more extreme personality, she would never do anything beyond her ability. On the contrary, because of her powerful superpowers, Nancy is extremely accurate in her judgment of some things. Or, ZHE also thinks that her judgment is more like a kind of prediction. The elves can also predict the future and do similar things. After traveling, he no longer finds it strange. He can't use technology to explain his superpowers now. As the strongest superpower among humans, Nancy's strength is indeed unparalleled. But compared with Mutuo, even if the opponent is weak, Nancy's failure rate to conquer is probably more than 80%. As for the price of failure, it is naturally to be annihilated into atoms by the angry Mutuo and dissipate in this world. Anyway, I will help you save those people, and Team Rocket will not attack me here, Nancy said calmly. The meaning of the words made ZHE squint unconsciously. In the special comics, Nancy is a senior executive of Team Rocket. In the game, the Golden City controlled by Nancy is even more infiltrated and riddled with holes, and even the headquarters building of the Sylph group has become the territory of Team Rocket. The other party is now so sure that Team Rocket will not go to Jinhuang City, the economic center of Kanto. To be honest, if he hadn't known Nancy for nearly 2 years, and knew her general temper, he would have suspected that she had joined Team Rocket. I warned him that if he dared to reach out to me, I would directly expose his identity. By the way, I would take down 20 or 30 of his bases. Nancy seemed to know what ZHE was thinking, and explained very straightforwardly. The he she mentioned was undoubtedly Sakaki. The most powerful part of superpowers is that they are silent and difficult to be discovered, and eavesdropping is completely easy. It's not surprising that Nancy knew this secret. ZHE was sure that this woman was definitely not just talking, she could really do such a thing. As for the subsequent revenge, Nancy didn't care. At most, she would see who is more ruthless. She has never been afraid of anyone in this regard. Sakaki must know this, so he gave in. As the saying goes, the stupid are afraid of the arrogant are afraid of the desperate, and the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. Identity is a small matter. The loss of the base is real money. Team Rocket is not big enough to ignore money. Tetsuya even suspected that the prop that Big Sears took out just now was developed by Team Rocket specifically for Nancy. It is very likely. And why did Nancy know Sakaki's identity, but didn't tell the Alliance? Based on Tetsuya's understanding of her, it was probably because she was too lazy to say it. The number of days that the Super Queen left Golden City in a year can be counted on half a hand. This guy, in a sense, is a real otaku. TSK, to be honest, it's really scary when I chat with you. It's as if you can see everything clearly. Tetsuya sighed and shook his head involuntarily. Then don't chat, Nancy said coldly, and hung up the call directly. A busy tone came. Tetsuya shrugged helplessly. Don't be so sensitive. I just said it casually. In other words, he doesn't care much about his future being seen by others. On the contrary, he thought it was quite interesting. It was like having an old friend who knew him very well, and he could respond quickly to any question. I still can't understand your train of thought. It's a bit perverted. Zhao, who was standing next to him, had also talked to Tetsuya about this matter and knew his thoughts, so he commented, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. How long will it take for Master Sakaki to arrive?" Tetsuya asked with a serious face. Zhao rolled his eyes, although no one could see it. Half an hour. He has to arrange the defense of Tokiwa City first. Is that so? This news did not surprise Tetsuya. Team Rocket is Team Rocket, and Sakaki is Sakaki. Isn't it normal for the latter to appear in a place where Team Rocket did not appear? Wait until Master Sakaki arrives, and then cooperate with my grandfather and Master Minglan. The three of them are enough to quickly resolve this chaos. Zhao felt that what he said made sense. I just don't know why Tetsuya on the side showed a strange expression. What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel that this matter will not end so easily, Tetsuya said meaningfully. At the same time, at Tsukumiyama, the battlefield was filled with dozens of king level, semi-champion level and even champion level Pokémon. Jeheo quickly sprayed medicine on his bleeding right arm and bandaged it. Wuneng covered his head and looked a little painful. Wupio, the oldest, was the one with the best spirit. But it can be seen from the fact that there was only one Swampert that had exited the mega state beside him. The condition of this old trainer and his partner was not particularly good. Pick in the air, a pixie kept making calls. It was directing the wild Pokémon to attack the 3 humans below. As for its other 3 companions, they were already placed in an open space far away from the battlefield with their eyes rolling around. There is no doubt that Wupio's results were amazing. In the case of 2 against 4, he still achieved a result of 1-4-3. Even if some stronger trainers came, they might not be able to do better than him. However, this was also his limit. Facing the last champion level Pixie with a full state and many powerful wild Pokémon, the remaining Swampert, which was less than 1/3 of its peak strength, could only cooperate with Wuneng and Jeheo's companions to hold on. Isn't Mr. Minglan here yet? Wuneng gritted his teeth. I can't hold on any longer. It's been more than an hour since he was notified. He should still be on the way. Wu-Pio knew his old friend's character very well. After all, Hulan is also in danger, and the high-level combat power is not as good as ours. He must have made proper arrangements. Jeheo commanded the two Banjalis to block some tricky attacks again. Even the quasi-gods with extremely strong defense and vitality are now in a very ordinary state. There is nothing that can be done about it. Although most of their elves are rock type and have extremely strong defense. But the weakness is that they have no recovery ability to support long-term continuous combat. No matter how perfect the rotation and command are, they can't withstand the wave-like offensive from the opposite side. What the hell? Jeheo cursed in a low voice. Why do these elves hate us so much? The collapse of Yujian Mountain is indeed related to human activities, but it is not all caused by us. Isn't the bigger reason because they dug too hard, plus the terrain? You tell these to the elves? Wuneng rolled his eyes exactly like Zhao Gang. Do you think they understand? The elves are indeed intelligent, but this wisdom is definitely not enough to clearly understand the cause of the landslide. Moreover, it is undeniable that human activities have indeed compressed the living space of the indigenous residents of Yujian Mountain to a great extent. At this time, it is natural to seek revenge for grievances and revenge for grievances. Damn it. Jeheo knew that his brother was right, and he waved his arms in an unpleasant way to vent his emotions. For a time, the father and his two sons fell silent. It's okay. If something unexpected really happens, Xiaogang and Jero can support on a B-gym. Wu-Pio was very open-minded. We have passed the gym assessment this time. The league cannot cancel Nabi's official gym qualification at this juncture. 10 years is enough for the little guys to grow up. My old friends and the trainers you are friends with will not sit idly by. At worst, isn't there the boy named Tetsuya? He is also a king level trainer, and he is very good. It may sound a little discouraging, but neither Wuneng nor Jeheo refuted their father's statement. They are all senior trainers. Of course, they know how much chance of survival is left in this situation. Every trainer is fully prepared when they first debut. Young people may panic, but experienced ones will never. It's just inevitable that they feel a little melancholy and powerless. If I had known earlier this is a duty. Wu-Pio interrupted what Jeheo wanted to say. We must be here. Defending the city will cause more serious damage to the surrounding areas. It would be better if you were still traveling outside as usual and didn't come back. The old man sighed. Jeheo smiled and said, no, I don't want to regret not coming back all day. It's better to leave it like this. The atmosphere between the three people seemed particularly relaxed. The surrounding areas, where they could move around, became smaller and smaller as time passed. They inevitably got bruises on their bodies. The red light from the Pokeball fell into the air again and again. Raw, Benjira's eyes were red, refusing the trainer's move to take back his actions. It was not the first Pokémon to do this. Really, don't be so stubborn. Jeheo, whose right arm simply disappeared, looked pale. Go back to the Pokeball. There is still a chance to survive. Although the possibility is small, it is better than nothing, isn't it? Looking at the Pokémon corpses scattered all over the ground around him, Jeheo no longer had the strength to feel sad. The large amount of blood loss made his vision begin to blur. Onyx and Raiden, the only two survivors of Takanon, also protected their trainer tightly behind them. Pieces of rubble fell from their bodies. They cried out in pain. Father. Takanon, whose body was still intact, looked at the rubble not far away, and his sadness was completely uncontrollable. But he was also in danger now. Giant water cannon. The angry voice resounded through the sky. Minglan, who came from Cerulean City, finally arrived at the battlefield. Seeing his best friend and the juniors in such a situation, he immediately commanded his Pokémon to rescue them. Mega Gyarados, go and bring them up. Roar. As white light flashed in the sky, Mega Gyarados, covered with water, swooped down fiercely and rapidly. The Pokémon on the road subconsciously made way, but they were washed by Giant's water cannon and wailed continuously. The Mega Gyarados rushed all the way to the front. Of course, Pixie stood up and stopped it. Roar, the huge tail swept across, and Mega Gyarados' violent eyes had only one purpose: destruction. Pico flew backwards almost instantly. In the case of a single battle, the difference in strength between the two sides is still quite obvious. Bang! A Slowpoke immediately emerged from the water flow around Mega Gyarados' body. The powerful superpower fell on Wuneng and his companions and their Pokémon, trying to take them to the sky. The surrounding wild Pokémon were naturally unwilling and attacked Slowpoke. Slow sweat appeared on Slowpoke's forehead, and under the cover of his companions, he evacuated with the burdens. Metal Shell, Life Drop. Minglan quickly released Pokémon to treat the three people. Wuneng, who was in the best condition, was still sober, and showed a difficult smile to the old man. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing at? Minglan cursed. Are you just stubborn? Can't you fight and retreat at the same time? Where's your son Rock? And that fossil pterosaur? A quasi-champion level psychic Pokémon plus a king level atavistic fossil pterosaur aren't enough for you to evacuate. He never thought that this would be the situation in front of him. To put it bluntly, if you can't beat them, can't you just run? Damn it, don't just die, bastard. Minglan took out bottles of potions and poured them into the mouth of Wupio, who didn't know whether to live or die. If he had known this would happen, he would have rushed over quickly. What an admirable senior. In the clouds above, a man in a well-dressed suit sighed. But the next sentence made people feel cold. It's a pity that you will be buried in the stomachs of many wild Pokémon soon. Skin. As if to confirm his words. Below, the wild Pokémon of Eugian Mountain once again burst out with a strong desire to attack, and rushed towards Minglan, who was alone. The armored humanoid elf was a little confused. Why bother? Can't I just kill them directly? Chapter 646. Fateful Encounter. In the armored Pokémon, Mewtwo's understanding of human language. Sakake's behavior beside him was like taking off his pants to fart, a superfluous act. The strength of the humans below was indeed quite good, but in its view, it was nothing more than a matter of effort to solve. There was no need to go around in such a big circle and let the wild Pokémon kill them. You just need to obey my orders. Sakake's cold voice was the same as always. From the beginning, Mewtwo's position was a fighting machine in his eyes. Questioning or thinking was redundant for a machine. Mewtwo said nothing more and returned to his usual silence. But there was a little more strange look in his eyes when he looked down. Slowpoke, use Spray for Rain. Cannon Arm Shrimp, Water Wave. Mega Gyarados, Surf. Spiny Shell, Ice Cone. A series of rapid commands came out of Minglan's mouth. In an instant, a thick layer of black clouds covered the battlefield. What is that? Wuneng, who was lying on the ground, seemed to see two figures in the air passing by in his vision. Is it an illusion? He frowned. His heart was inevitably covered with a shadow like the weather. If he was not mistaken, those who appeared here and hid their bodies at this time must be enemies, not friends. Drip drip, crackle. The drizzle quickly turned into heavy rain under the control of Slowpoke. As the weather expert in the bright blue team, it is quite powerful in this regard. In the enemy team opposite, although there are many powerful ground type and rock type Pokémon, but their control of weather is far inferior to that of Slowpoke, and even pitifully weak. Even if it leads in level, the other weather released still cannot cover the rainy weather as a backup. This is not surprising, because one of the biggest differences between wild Pokémon and Pokémon cultivated by trainers is the mastery of skills. The latter far exceeds the former. This has a lot to do with the acquired environment. To put it bluntly, in terms of the internal environment of Eugian Mountain, whether a Pokémon has mastered sandstorms is not very helpful for fighting for territory and food. Everyone is a rock type or ground type Pokémon. When you use sandstorms, everyone can enjoy the blessing, and it is not only effective for yourself, unless the opponent is a type like the Crossbit, which accounts for a relatively small proportion. Otherwise, sandstorm weather is really a beneficial environment for both parties. Instead of this, it is better to save some energy and directly engage in close combat from the beginning. After years of activities, generation after generation of wild Pokémon in Eugian Mountain are naturally very bad at using weather moves. Not only them, most wild Pokémon are quite weak in this regard for similar reasons. If it were not for the fact that weather moves would naturally be mastered by some Pokémon as their strength improves, they would probably never master them until they die. The surging water flow carried a strong impact and knocked many enemies away. The attacks of 2 champion level water Pokémon are not so easy to take. Not to mention the blessing of weather and the influence of characteristics. The super launcher feature of the steel cannon shrimp can increase the power of water wave to 1.5 times of the normal level, and rainy days will multiply the power by a factor of 1.5 on this basis. Add to that the increase in the attribute consistency bonus. It is no exaggeration. After this move of water wave, grass type Pokémon of the same level will lose nearly half of their physical strength, not to mention rock type and ground type Pokémon. Especially when facing siege, water wave, which is a large scale attack, is even more powerful. The most important thing is, compared with the consumption of using water cannon, the release of water wave by the steel cannon shrimp is not as simple as drinking water to breathe, but it is not that troublesome. In comparison, Mega Gyarados' Surf is more like a finishing blow. After Mega Evolution, its feature becomes unconventional, and it is very good at this. Whether it is hard shell armor or strong, which are common features of rock type and ground type Pokémon, they all lose their effect when facing unconventional. Many Pokémon still don't understand what happened in the last moment before they fainted. On weekdays, their will is quite firm. Why did they lose their fighting ability so easily this time? Well, in terms of the use of characteristics, wild Pokémon who know the characteristics, but not the reasons are obviously no match for experienced trainers. Bang, 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 the ice cone sprayed by the thorn shell hit different Pokémon one after another. The combination of the flying ice cones and water drops makes it difficult to tell whether it is raining or hail. The continuous attack characteristic may be a characteristic with great tactical significance for some non-African Pokémon and trainers. At least they don't have to gamble on whether the special moves like ice cones can only attack twice or 3 times. The effect of the fixed maximum number of times makes the king level thorn shell like a submachine gun at this moment. If it is a machine gun, maybe it will have to wait until it is stronger. Many ground type Pokémon were beaten and screamed. For a while, Minglan relied on 2 champion level and 2 king level Pokémon to suppress this group of irritable wild Pokémon. Of course, this does not mean that his strength is stronger than the 3 of Wupio, Wuneng and Jaheo combined. Don't forget that Minglan is now facing a group of wild Pokémon that have been fighting for more than an hour. Nearly 2/3 or even more of their main forces have been beaten to the point where they can no longer fight by the 3 trainers and their partners. With the advantage of their attributes, it is normal for this situation to happen. I told you I'm better than you, a bastard. Minglan raised her eyebrows at Wupio, who was lying on the ground and whose life or death was unknown. But anyone could see the worry in her eyes. After all, they have known each other for 40 or 50 years, and the solidity of their friendship can be imagined. In addition, Nibby and Hulan are only separated by a Eugian mountain. It is also possible to say that the 2 of them are alternative allies. Whether it is out of personal feelings or other considerations, Minglan does not want Wupio to die here. On the dark clouds, Muto shook his head in the face of Sakaki's gaze. This is their limit. A bunch of useless trash. Sakaki frowned at the scene below. Although he chose to attack the Alliance after struggling, he still chose to attack the Alliance. But the attention of Interpol still made him a little uneasy. It is precisely for this reason that he chose a more troublesome way to deal with the 3 pillar trainers of Nabijim. In Tokiwa City, Sakaki even arranged a stand-in that no one could see to take charge of the situation. Which bastard revealed my identity? Nancy? Sasaki family? Or? He kept thinking. There are actually 3 or 5 people or forces who know my identity. It's just that both sides have interests and it's impossible for them to tear each other apart for no reason. Even if it's Nancy, Sakaki, who has the power of Tokiwa, believes that the other party will not do this. It's like the calm before the storm. The air above suddenly became heavy. The violent battle fluctuations below did not affect Sakaki's thinking at all. Muto. He called the elves around him and pointed his finger. Deal with them. The power that can be hidden is naturally hidden as long as possible. But facing this once in a lifetime opportunity, it is really hard for Sakaki not to be tempted. The top forces of 2 important cities, Nibby and Cerulean. If he is solved here, even Kanto, the most powerful of all regions, will be injured. The overall strength will drop by at least 10% under the chain reaction. This is equivalent to shortening the time Team Rocket needs to lie dormant by more than 7 or 8 years. Overall, even if their identities are revealed in the end, it is worth it, and not too bad. Understood. Mewtwo nodded, turned into a residual image, and rushed down directly. As for Sakaki, how could he entrust his comfort to a manufactured fighting machine? Sakaki of the Earth is not just a Pokémon on the ground. Minglan Sr. Up. The urgent reminder from Wooneng made Minglan subconsciously throw out the last Pokeball he had for self-defense. The red light and the silver light flashed almost at the same time. A white shadow flew backwards at a high speed and hit the ground, to form a crater comparable to a meteorite impact. A white sea lion showed its vortex-shaped eyes, and had lost its ability to fight. White sea lion. Minglan exclaimed in disbelief. Although it is not as strong as the thorny shell in defense, the king-level white sea lion was not killed in one move when facing the champion-level Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon is this? He stared at the armored Mewtwo with great vigilance, but there was no Pokémon that matched it in his mind. Instead, Takashi, who was lying on the ground, changed his expression after a little thought. He suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that speaking out at this time would only accelerate the tragedy. Tokiwa Sakaki. Takashi kept repeating the two nouns in his mind. His eyes gradually turned red. Metapod and Slowpoke carefully stood in front of their trainer. They could clearly sense the strength of the enemy in front of them. After seeing the fate of their partner White Sea Lion, they had no confidence that they could successfully resist the opponent's attack. But Mewtwo, who had attacked once, chose to stand still at this time. It was not until the Shrimp and Mega Gyarados hurried back that it raised its right hand without saying a word. It was obvious that Mewtwo wanted to get rid of everyone at once. The strong sense of oppression made the rest of the people and Pokémon present feel extremely heavy, and their heartbeats kept accelerating. Rich purple energy continued to gather in the rain. The attacks of the Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp and Mega Gyarados seemed so weak that they couldn't even get close to the enemy's body. Swoosh, a beam of light suddenly shot out. The whole sky seemed to have turned purple. Meow, an ethereal voice sounded. A small shadow appeared on the track of Mewtwo's attack. Note, the daily update will be 3k before November, because I was too busy before, so I didn't attend all the time. I will make up for the missed time next month. This is true. Try not to modify it directly, but DDL is the ultimate productivity. Chapter 647. Fierce Fight. The third and fourth parties. The body of the elf that suddenly appeared was covered with a layer of pink energy film. This made it look like a cute pink light ball with no attack ability. Compared with the thick purple energy light column, the two did not seem to be of the same magnitude. But what surprised everyone was that when the light ball and the light column collided, the seemingly more powerful purple light column was silently extinguished. It did not even cause much impact and damage to the surrounding environment. All energy fluctuations were sucked away. Who are you? Mewtwo's mental fluctuations enveloped the entire scene, enough to make people feel its urgency and anxiety at this moment. Meow. In response, the pink figure just uttered a soft moan. Although it was not human language, and it was not like Mewtwo using mental power to transmit information to everyone's heart, but its cry could be understood. Let me leave here. Under the armor, Mewtwo looked very unhappy. If you have the ability, try to stop me. I don't know why. The moment it saw the other party, it had an impulse and desire to destroy deep in its heart. Above the clouds, Sakaki's eyes were unusually hot. Mew. Yes. Perhaps it was a destined meeting. Mew and Mewtwo met in the ruins of the collapsed Moonview Mountain. Minglan and Wooneng also recognized Mew's identity, and both looked a little excited. As a phantom Pokémon, Mew is even considered by scholars to be the ancestor of all Pokémon. Probably because its genetic genes contain information about all Pokémon, and can use all moves. Many humans and elves present did not know why it appeared here, but there is no doubt this gave them considerable hope of survival. In various legends, Mew's personality is not as gentle as the god of the sea, nor as concerned about humans as the king of Phoenix. But it is not as arrogant as Rayquaza, and even disdains humans. Its personality is more like an innocent and naughty child, doing everything according to its own preferences. No matter what the reason is that it confronted the armored elf. This is good news for Minglan, Wooneng and others. Mew. This name sounds really uncomfortable. With Mewtwo's perception, it was not difficult to catch the names of the Pokémon on the opposite side from the humans present. As a psychic beast, its wisdom is naturally beyond words. Thinking of the name given to it by the man above, Mewtwo almost instantly understood the other party's identity. The one I want to surpass is you? Its two hands hung on both sides of its body. In its palms, a black ball of light containing powerful energy gradually took shape. You look so weak. Sure, it was just a moment. With human reaction and vision, the ability to capture Mewtwo's figure was lost. The bright blue Pokémons carefully surrounded the trainer and several other injured people in the middle. Although it sounded that the other party had changed its target of attack, what if it was? Meow. Mewtwo shook its little tail in the air and sighed silently. There is a fight. It's so annoying. I should have stopped watching the fun. Sure, the next moment, Mewtwo's figure also disappeared. Only the energy fluctuations and white light that flickered in the air told of the intensity of the battle between the two beasts. The wild Pokémons lay on the ground and trembled, not daring to move. Even the champion level Pixie fell from the sky. The already broken Moon Mountain once again let out a painful whine under the battle between the two beasts. The earth couldn't stop shaking, but it was useless. What happened to Moon Mountain again? The trainers in Nibe City also felt this unusual movement. Looking up, the black clouds covering the sky above Moon Mountain made people feel particularly heavy. What are you going to do? Cooperating with other powerful trainers to stop Hunter J's Pokémons. Tetsuya reached out and grabbed Zyogang, who wanted to leave the front battlefield. The latter's face was firm. I'm going to Eugene Mountain to investigate the situation to avoid any bigger accidents. Don't talk nonsense. ZHE also cursed unceremoniously. With your strength and the state of your Pokémon, are you trying to send a thoughtful dessert to the wild Pokémon over there? Besides, Nibe City still needs you to issue orders on behalf of the Nibe Gym. Otherwise the situation will be even more chaotic. He could fully understand Zyogang's current mood. His father, grandfather, and uncle were all fighting there. That kind of environment, that looked very ominous at first glance, would definitely make people feel extremely worried. Then what do you say? Zyogang clenched his fists and was very unwilling. For the first time, he felt why his talent as a trainer was so weak. If only he could be like his friend. Maybe he still couldn't give too much help, but at least he wouldn't be helpless and could only stand aside and be a spectator giving orders. After a moment of silence, they raised his head. I'll go. No. Zyogang objected almost instantly. It's too dangerous, and this has nothing to do with you. They came to Nibe City to support, which can be regarded as a personal act. Otherwise, according to his position and identity, he could have assisted in the safer Cerulean City. No matter what the reason, Zyogang didn't want Zay to take this risk. To put it bluntly, if something really happened, the Nibe Gym, which had lost all its backers, would need Zay's help to survive the most difficult time. Who else can you find? Zay was not polite at all. Now in the entire Nibe City, only I, a superpower, can guarantee my own safety. Can you find someone else to investigate the situation? Zyogang was silent. He knew that Zay was right. Although the situation at Tsukumiyama looked very bad at this time, no one knew what actually happened. In this case, no one would take a huge risk to investigate the situation. Even if he, the person in charge, issued an order, he could not force people to die. Don't worry, I'm not that likely to get into trouble. Having made the decision, Tetsuya patted Bakugo on the shoulder, took back his Pokémon, and left only a Pidgeot by his side. His actions attracted the attention of many people, and some were even worried. Tetsuya's strength ranks among the top among all the trainers in Nibe City today. Without his combat power, there won't be much of a problem, but the pressure faced by the others will definitely increase. Once the pressure increases, the danger will also increase greatly. No one can ignore the matter that concerns their own life. I'll leave this to you. I'll be back soon. Riding on Pidgeot's back, Tetsuya's voice was carried into Bakugo's ears by the wind. The latter didn't say anything. He just clenched his fists tightly, and the veins bulged. He's going. A Miss Junsha came over and looked at the direction, where Tetsuya left with some admiration in her eyes. As an important force in Nibe City, she certainly knew the relationship between the young genius and the Nibe Gym. But to be honest, this relationship is not big enough to take so many risks. Yes. Ziogang nodded and returned to his usual calm appearance. Let the number 7 and number 12 defense points withdraw personnel to defend the place where he was originally defending. There should be no problem in the short term. In about 10 minutes, the support from Tokiwa City will arrive. Understood. Miss Junsha saluted and immediately passed on Ziogang's instructions. Maybe Ziogang feels that he is very bad now. But in the eyes of the people present, this 20-year-old young man already has the kind of trustworthy temperament that belongs to the gym owner. It's not just anyone who can arrange the defense of Nibi City so well. Even with the help of Miss Junsha, Miss Joy and various people. Zaya, riding on Pidgeot, is very fast. Boom bang, the violent roar became louder as he approached the battlefield of Tsukumiyama. The fluctuation of superpowers. Just as I thought, Sakaki should have arrived a long time ago. Tetsuya looked at the battlefield not far away with a serious look in his eyes. But who can make Muto burst out with such a powerful force to fight? This is not the power that a champion should have. His mind did not associate Mew with Mew for the first time. After all, there are only a handful of Mews in the world, so it is not such a coincidence. But when his superpowers captured a familiar figure, Tetsuya still had to admit that sometimes it was just such a coincidence. Wait. His face moved, although the animation in the previous life did not clearly indicate the specific location of the world's beginning tree. But if I remember correctly, it should be in the northern area of the Kanto region, right? As for the hero of the wave, he had also read the relevant legends when he came to this world. The place of orphaned city is in the mountains north of Tsukumiyama. Since Alang was able to go to the world's beginning tree with his Lucario back then, the distance between the two sides must not be too far. In other words, the collapse of Mount Tsukumi affected the world's beginning tree, causing Mew, who lived there, to curiously run out to take a look, and then naturally fought with Mew. When he saw it, Tetsuya felt that his guess was probably correct. As the genuine copy, Mew is very casual, but he definitely can't stand the pirated copy on the other side. And as a copy made based on Mew, Mew's personality is obviously not normal under Sakake's training. The first thing he thought of when he saw Mew was probably not to recognize his relatives, but to kill the other party, to prove the value and meaning of his existence in this world. In a sense, the two sides are also like destined enemies. Beep. Pidgeot's cry sounded. It asked Tetsuya if he wanted to continue moving forward. Come closer, let me see the status of Senior Taken and the others. Under the interference of the battle between Mewtwo and Mew, his superpowers could not cover a large range. He could only close the distance to ensure the effect. Wait. Suddenly, Tetsuya called Pidgeot to stop. The sky in the distance. Two purple lights broke into this unusual battle environment at an extraordinary speed. It's getting more and more chaotic. ZHE also wailed in pain. Just one Mew and one Mewtwo were hard to deal with. Now there are two more, even though one of them is a fake. Isn't this just trying to make things difficult for people? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 Mew vs Mewtwo vs Mewtwo. Sensing a powerful aura approaching quickly, Mew and Mewtwo, who were still fighting with energy the previous second, immediately turned their attack targets to the intruder. From this point of view, it can only be said that they are worthy of being father and son, and the ideas of the two elves are almost the same. But the two elves who came are very close to them in various senses. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are of the same origin. Therefore, their attack was completely expected. Bang, a dark purple and even somewhat black energy ball shot out from the dazzling purple light in the sky. It collided with the attacks from Mew and Mewtwo, making a huge roar and explosion. For a moment, the clouds that originally covered the sky above Tsukumiyama surged in all directions like layers of waves. A clear sky that seemed a little weird at this time appeared in everyone's eyes. The sun that had not been seen for a long time fell down. Damn it. Sakaki's face changed slightly after being affected by the energy shock and stabilizing his body. In this situation, he couldn't disappear from the eyes of the people below. But fortunately, at this height, the other party should not be able to see what he looks like. There's a person. Minglan on the ground was indeed as he expected. Although he saw the black spot in the sky and could vaguely see the human figure, he couldn't make out more specific information. Wu Neng, who was standing aside, confirmed his inner guess and felt even more depressed. Minglan's face was also not good. In this situation, the probability that he was hiding and not showing up was basically more than 99%. If it weren't for the collapse of the scale of Fujian Mountain, it would be impossible for human beings to do it. He even suspected that the other party had specially planned this accident. The grievances between humans could not attract the attention of the 4 powerful elves in the sky. They focused their eyes and attention on each other. Who are you again? Rocket Mutuo, let's call it that, was the first to ask questions. It always thought that it was unique and the strongest in this world. But the facts, before it told it, that it was not the case. Meow Mew responded with an unhappy look on his face. What it meant was, you 3 are all copies, fakes, only I'm the real one. You are lying. Rocket Mutuo's furious voice was transmitted to the hearts of all creatures through mental waves. I'm the strongest and the real one. What qualifications do you, a weak guy, have to say such things? Since the moment it woke up from the petri dish, Rocket Mutuo has been looking for the meaning of its existence in this world. Sakaki told it that he was its creator, and the purpose of creating it was to eliminate all enemies and obstacles in front of it. It only needs to achieve eternal victory. Rocket Mutuo believed it, and has been doing so. In the field of the Tokiwa Gym, it defeated one Pokémon after another. But in its opinion, the strength of these opponents is too weak. Sakaki even had to put a special llama on Rocket Mutuo to suppress its power to ensure that it would not kill the opponent's Pokémon directly with a casual attack. At first, Rocket Mutuo didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But as its superpowers became stronger and it absorbed more and more information, it always felt that it had more important things to do. It was not until it saw Mew just now that Rocket Mutuo figured out the first thing it had to do. That was to prove that its copy of Mew was stronger than Mew. Because in this world, only the strong have the right to survive and the ability to speak. Well said. The purple light dissipated. The 2 identical Mutuo finally revealed their full appearance. This made Minglan and Wu Neng's eyes wander back and forth on the 4 elves. Mutuo, born based on Mew's genes, has a very high degree of similarity in all parts of its body. This made them have to come up with a strange idea. Could it be that elves like Mew have evolved forms? And the relationship between the 2 sides is very bad. Hulan Mutuo put his hands together, as if applauding to agree with Rocket Mutuo's statement. You who can't beat me, why do you say I'm a fake? I'm who I am, and it's not your turn to say anything. Its tone was unusually arrogant. It's just, unlike Rocket Mutuo, Cerulean Mutuo doesn't care whether Mutuo is genuine or not. It just doesn't like the other party calling it a fake. These are 2 completely different concerns. Meow the cute Mutuo's eyes also lit up with anger. A fake is a fake. In terms of combat ability, it will only be beaten hard to the ground by it, the genuine one. That's what it said. The collapse of Mount Tsukumi has affected the world's beginning tree, which has already made Mutuo quite annoyed. The 2 ignorant guys in front of it actually dared to provoke it, the guardian of the world's beginning tree. To be honest, if I don't beat these 2 guys to death today, Mutuo doesn't want to go back. Then let's try it. The irritable Rocket Mutuo took the lead in breaking the deadlock. The sky was covered with lavender light. The powerful superpower emitted violent fluctuations, which faintly shook the space. The most basic psychic trick of telekinesis, used by the powerful beast, is not comparable to the power of ordinary elves. Meow Mutuo, who looks like a pink kitten, waved his long tail. The familiar pink ball of light enveloped its entire body. Rocket Mutuo's telekinesis rushed in like a wave. But Dream stood in the middle of the river like a reef. Is that all your strength? This is really embarrassing. Cerulean Mutuo said disdainfully. He raised his hands and clenched them. 2 sharp blades strangely spread out from the fists and extended to the height of his shoulders. Although it was not as powerful as Rocket Mewtwo's attack, anyone could see that it was better in terms of power control and strength. Sure, Cerulean Mewtwo's figure disappeared in the air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Dream. He raised his spiritual blade high. Cerulean Mewtwo's eyes were full of indifference. Even if I was born based on you, I have my own meaning of existence. You who want to comment on me, just lie down obediently. He waved his arms at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dream and the pink ball of light inexplicably stopped in the air for a moment. Then, boom. A huge pit appeared again on the ground of the already broken moon viewing mountain. In the center, a dark circular trace led to an unknown depth underground. Gulp, the onlookers swallowed their saliva involuntarily. It was obviously a simple attack. Why did it make people feel so scared? You also die. The next moment, Rocket Mewtwo threw a sky full of shadow balls at Cerulean Mewtwo again. The slightly evil wave seemed to swallow the latter completely. In response, Cerulean Mewtwo just raised his arms again. The arms burning with flames and flashing with lightning, swung out after images in the air. Bang 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 bang, countless explosions sounded in the area where the two sides fought, and the huge smoke and dust covered everyone's sight. A mage and a warrior ZHE, who was hiding in the distance and observing, sighed. Although they are both Mewtwo, it is obvious that the two sides are developing in different directions. Rocket Mewtwo, because of the armor on his body, prefers to use mental power to deal with the opponent without taking action. Cerulean Mewtwo, because of past experiences, is very good at close range attacks and has mastered quite a lot of skills. According to human words, are you watching a show? A familiar voice sounded in Tetsua's heart. Fake. The champion level Mewtwo transformed by Ditto suddenly appeared in the air nearby. Oh my god. Tetsua was startled. Fortunately, it was a familiar elf. Otherwise, he was really afraid of being sprayed to death in one breath. Aren't you going? He pointed to the battlefield and asked. During the battle between the two Mewtwo, Mew, who was knocked underground, also returned quickly. As the ancestor of all Pokémon, it is not so easy to be solved. Now, the original battle between the two gods immediately turned into a three-way melee. Sometimes Mew kicked the two Mewtwo one by one, making the two Mewtwo dizzy. Sometimes, the two Mewtwo cooperated to knock Mew away, with tacit understanding. Or a Mewtwo and Mew teamed up to attack a third party, and then found out that something was wrong, and turned against each other, and wrestled with each other. Even with superpowers, ZHE couldn't tell their movements. Ditto Mewtwo glanced at him. Do you want me to die? I'm just a Ditto. Hehe. ZHE also laughed awkwardly to ease the embarrassment. That's right. Although the champion level Pokémon is already at the top of the strength of ordinary Pokémon. But inserting into the battle of three mythical beasts is definitely a suicidal act. Why don't you do me a favor? With a turn of his eyes, ZHE also stared at the free laborer beside him. With his understanding of the other party, it should be easy to convince him. Do you see the guy in the air over there? The other Mewtwo was created by him, and I don't know how many Pokémons he tortured for this. ZHE was afraid that Ditto Mewtwo would not believe it, so he turned out a photo from a long time ago. It was left behind when the Rocket Team's experimental base was destroyed in the Viridian Forest. Although with Sakake's strength, Ditto Mewtwo alone is probably not a match. But, there is a big boss behind him. Ditto Mewtwo looked at the strange elves in the photos. His expression suddenly became ugly. It was not difficult to see from the fact that he had always maintained the form of Chansey. This Ditto was actually quite kind-hearted. That Mewtwo was not born so violent. It was more because of that guy's instigation behind the scenes. If possible, you also hope that Mewtwo has a real partner, right? Tetsuya didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. The confrontation with Team Rocket and Sakaki was a foregone conclusion. If he could do it, he naturally couldn't let it go. Chapter 649, Sakaki prepares to attack. You want me to deal with him for you? Ditto Mewtwo was quite intelligent and reacted immediately. Are you enemies? I guess so. Tetsuya shrugged without making any comment. If he really wanted to count, the one who had a grudge against him should be Bixius, rather than the entire Rocket Team and the leader of the Rocket Team, Sakaki. But, he had a habit that was not a habit. He would always clean up any trouble that came to him. before he felt comfortable. He could only make Sakaki suffer a little. Muto was silent for a long time. Under Zay's gaze, it nodded slowly. If there is nothing wrong with the things you showed me, I'm happy to help you. A human as vicious as him should not exist in this world. Don't worry, I will definitely not lie to you about things that do not exist. Zay's expression was quite calm. You can find out about this kind of thing by just investigating it a little. He and his men have done many more bad things than what I showed you. Muto did not say anything more, but stood in the air beside Zay and watched the battle in the distance. That small elf is called Mew. I guess it was attracted here because it lives nearby. Zay explained enthusiastically. This is an important fighting force later, so we must not slack off. The figures of the two of them were not noticed. Menglin and Wuneng were, because they were right below the battlefield and had long been shocked by the pressure of the divine beast and could not speak. As for looking up and observing the surroundings, it was even more ridiculous. If it weren't for the three guys above ignoring the ants on the ground facing the psychic beasts, Menglin and Wuneng's mental power might have been shattered and turned into idiots. Even now, they felt their bones and muscles creaking. It seemed that they would be crushed into a puddle of mud in the next moment. Sakaki above was much better. With the power of Changpan, he might not be as good as the psychic and wave guide in real life combat, but in other aspects, he was better than them. However, the crowhead, Gentleman Crow, that took him flying, was not so good. Not to mention that its semi-champion strength was somewhat weaker in the face of three beasts. It was smaller in size among bird elves, and it was not a particularly suitable Pokémon type to carry people flying. Although the crowhead cultivated by Sakaki was much better than its peers, but the power that could be exerted in this situation was also quite limited. Sakaki keenly discovered the change in the power of the crowhead. A green light flashed. The power of Changpan was transferred into the opponent's body. Lee, a not so beautiful cry sounded. The crow leader immediately felt that his body was full of strength again. Pull up the altitude. Sakaki's cold voice reached the crow leader's ears, and the latter quickly flapped his wings to adjust the flight altitude back to the original position. Bang! In the melee, Rocket Muto was kicked away by Cerulean Muto again. It did not hide its disdain. Is this all the strength you have? You are so weak. Although they are both Muto, in terms of age and growth time, Cerulean Muto is far superior to Rocket Muto. Therefore, it is natural that the latter cannot beat the former. Not only that, when facing Muto, Rocket Muto was also at a disadvantage throughout the whole process. If it were not for the fact that the former's own combat strength and combat experience were also quite limited, Rocket Muto would most likely be the first individual to lose combat ability and be eliminated. This is something that it cannot accept, no matter what, for the arrogant and unyielding one. You two forced me to do this. Rocket Muto roared. Its body wrapped in armor expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. What does this guy want to do? Sakaki, who was watching everything, changed his expression. The armor on Muto was his ultimate means of controlling the other party. As the leader of a dark organization, he would not take the loyalty of a machine he created to heart. The powerful force can only be felt at ease when it is completely in his own hands. The special armor made by the rocket team with all the cutting-edge technology is Sakaki's most proud technological product besides Muto. With his own orders, he is confident that Muto will always submit to him. However, the scene that happened at this moment made Sakaki feel a little uneasy. Could it be that Muto has always been able to break free from the armor? Doesn't this mean that he keeps a guy who can easily kill him by his side every day? Just thinking about it, Sakaki's back, which was not very dry to begin with, was completely wet. Boom. A violent roar spread. Metal fragments flew in all directions at a very fast speed. Steel Cannon Shrimp. Menglin suddenly felt something was wrong and yelled at his Pokémon. The Cannon Shrimp reacted very quickly and immediately raised its huge arms to block the trainer and the others. The sound of a sharp weapon hitting the ground was heard. Menglin and Wuneng looked at the deep scratches on the front of their bodies, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. What a joke. Once this kind of thing touches a human body, even the strongest muscles will be cut in an instant. The Cannon Shrimp turned around, and the scars on its body proved this point more strongly. In addition to its powerful energy attack ability, Defensibility is also the forte of the cannon shrimp. It was just the simplest thing that affected it, and it was injured like this. In addition to Mew, where did those two guys who are at least level 2 gods and even very likely level 1 gods come from? Why is there no record of them in the legend? Minglin looked at Rocket Mewtwo, who revealed his true appearance, and his face was quite ugly. Although it can be seen from all aspects that Rocket Mewtwo, who was originally wearing armor, and Cerulean Mewtwo, who was unarmed, have great similarities, and it is not difficult to guess the relationship between the two parties and the connection with Mew from the communication. But until he saw this scene for sure, he still felt a little unbelievable. When did the legendary beasts become so common? There were 3 of them at once, and they were comparable to the Ho-Oh-Lugia. If Minglin knew that one of them lived in the Cerulean Cave not far from Cerulean City, he would probably faint directly. Next, let you see my real. Woo. Rocket Mewtwo, who felt his body was refreshed and regained his freedom, was hit in the abdomen by Mew, and flew out. Before he finished speaking, Meow Mew shook his body with disdain. That's it? That's it? That's it? Exclamation mark. It thought that the other party would become so powerful after taking off that strange thing. After showing off for only about half a second, Mew's head was grabbed by a purple 3-clawed palm. Cerulean Mewtwo threw it towards the rock wall coldly. I'm the final winner. Arsehole. Meow. Rocket Mewtwo, who had come to his senses, and Mew, who was not actually hurt, jumped up from the hole they had smashed. They roared for the nth time and rushed into the air. ZHE in the distance also saw something. These 3 guys, are they playing a fake game? As Pokémon, except for the most basic moves, they were almost fighting in hand-to-hand combat throughout the whole process. Telekinesis, Psychic Blade, Psychic Power. 3 Pokémons, 1 each, as if they were fixed. Although the movement was still very loud. But don't forget, when they were in the Almia region, the battle between the Nightmare God, Mew, and Sildenafil almost sank the entire region. Logically speaking, Mew and the 2 Mewtwo, who were all stronger than them, shouldn't be so simple. At least, it should be similar to the battle between Groudon and Kyogre, right? But now it hasn't even affected Nibe, and even ZHE is fine. At first, I thought it was the result of the seal between the 3. Now it seems more like it was intentional. Just when Tetsuya was confused, the voice of Ditto Mewtwo came out. They are just using the oldest and most direct way to prove that they are the real ones. Using a single skill of body collision and energy confrontation. Tetsuya was stunned and then reacted. Indeed, this is the most convincing way to convince the opponent. But if this is the case, there is no telling how long this battle will last. As mythical beasts, the physical strength of the 3 can be said to be endless without using skills. Tetsuya even doubted whether they were recovering quickly after consuming it. Suddenly, he raised his head thoughtfully and looked higher in the distance. The black spot there was getting bigger and bigger. Can you finally hold back and take action? Tetsuya's face suddenly became solemn. In the special episode of the previous life, Sakake's Beedrill's record was no worse than Liu Bo's. Considering time, age and various factors, maybe Sakaki is not that strong now, but he is definitely not that bad. Ditto Mewtwo also noticed Sakake's movements. Leave him to me, it said lightly, and its figure slowly disappeared. Hey, wait a minute. Tetsuya stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but he didn't have time. That guy's strength is very strong. You must be careful. Forget it, let's follow him. He sighed and patted the Pidgeot under him. If Ditto really had to go alone, Tetsuya still couldn't do such a thing. As for how much help he can give, he will count it as much as he can. Sakaki, who put on a mask and prepared to deal with Minglin and others first, had not fallen far away. He found that there was a Mewtwo in front of him. With his keen perception, he immediately discovered that the person who came was not kind and strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Pierce it. Beedrill. There is no need to say unnecessary nonsense. His red light flashed. A Beedrill with an unknown luster on its body vibrated its wings and raised its double guns to stop the aggressive Ditto Mewtwo. Chapter 650 Beedrill vs Ditto. Hiss. After a hissing sound, Beedrill disappeared in midair. Naive idea. Ditto Mewtwo's dark purple pupils suddenly turned red. The powerful superpowers spread out instantly. I found you. He raised his left hand and twisted it slightly. The Beedrill that was about to attack behind it stopped in midair. Sakaki was not worried at all, but looked at the Ditto Muto who suddenly appeared with eagerness. It's great. It's great. The latter frowned, and a very unhappy feeling came to his heart. The scum of humans. It's disgusting. Immediately, it raised its right hand and prepared to attack Sakaki. It's not a good habit to despise my Beedrill like this. In response, Sakaki calmly showed a dangerous smile. Beedrill, pierce it. It was still the same command, but Ditto Muto changed his face. How is it possible? Hiss. A silver light flashed in the air. The Beedrill, who had escaped the control of the superpower at some point, fluttered its wings and stood in front of Sakaki like a knight. The purple marks on the sharp needles told the results of the battle just now. Ditto Muto covered his waist with cold sweat on his forehead. The next moment, self-regeneration was used, and it quickly regained its composure in the white light. It seems that I underestimated you. Ditto Muto realized his mistake. When he found that his opponent was just a Beedrill, he was indeed a little too confident. In the wild, the strength of Beedrill has never been due to the strength of an individual, but because of the group's unity and the fearless momentum. It knows very well how powerful Muto is. Even if it is just a simulated transformation, Ditto Muto does not think it will lose to a single Beedrill. Even if this Beedrill is a rare champion level Beedrill, that cannot be rarer. But the scene just now undoubtedly made Ditto Muto alert. This opponent is not simple. You know, the insect and poison attribute of Beedrill is restrained by the psychic attribute. In theory, Ditto Muto's restraint should be enough to trap it for at least 5 seconds. But in fact, the effect is less than 2 seconds. The 3 seconds that disappear are the best expression of a Pokémon's specific strength. Green diffused. A force full of life breath surged from Sakaki's body and then poured into Beedrill. The latter's body size has almost become larger with the naked eye. The momentum it exudes has also become much stronger. Beedrill, use continuous slash. With a wave of his hand, Sakaki commanded Beedrill to attack. Hiss. The red compound eyes could not see any emotional changes. Beedrill's body and double needles lit up white light one after another when Sakaki's voice fell. The increasingly sharp double needles flashed a light blue light across the sky and went towards Ditto Muto. Although Psychic has a restraining effect on it, but on the other hand, the power of insect type moves is also considerable for Psychic type Muto. The speed of Beedrill's burst was extremely terrifying. There was almost no time for Ditto to react. It came in front of it and stabbed its double needles like crazy. The shadows of needles in the sky engulfed Ditto Muto. Ding 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 ding, a crisp collision sound rang out. A thin layer of light curtain enveloped Ditto Muto's body, blocking the double needles of Beedrill. Reflection Wall, a psychic skill, can weaken the damage of physical attacks. The extremely powerful superpower abruptly increased the strength of the reflection wall by several levels. In addition, the continuous slash technique emphasizes the high burst after multiple accumulations, so it was perfectly resisted. Poison Needle. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Sakaki's command came again at the right time. The yellow poison needle at the end of the tail of Beedrill's body was instantly covered with a layer of rich purple. The body swayed. Compared with the thick double needles, the somewhat inconspicuous poison needle hit the light curtain. Bang, the light and shadow like the broken bubble appeared. Ditto Muto's body was exposed to Beedrill's gaze. It silently raised its two needles, ready to pierce the enemy again. However, Ditto Muto's reaction was also unusually fast. The telekinetic waves transformed from superpowers turned from virtual to real, and several energy bursts exploded between the two. The violent fluctuations pushed both sides in opposite directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Crow Leader also hurriedly landed Sakaki on the ground. With its quasi-champion level strength, it naturally didn't have to worry about the small problem of flying with people. But the surrounding situation did not allow it to be so leisurely. Forget about the two champion levels who suddenly fought at close range. Crow Leader believed that he still had the strength to deal with them. The most important thing was that the intensity of the fight between the three mythical beasts not far away had not shown any signs of weakening, but was getting more and more intense. if it didn't stop. If Sakaki was affected by the aftermath, even if he had the power of Tokiwa, he would not be able to withstand it. Beedrill, use missile needle. There was no time to breathe. Sakaki issued an attack command as soon as he landed. He really wanted to catch the Muto in front of him and hand it over to the researchers for careful study. If this kind of fighting machine can reach the point of mass production, then who in the world can stop the rocket team's dominance? His countless flying needles flashing with faint white light were shot out from all parts of Beedrill's body. The flying missile needles flying all over the sky were like scattered snowflakes. Beautiful, but deadly. You damn guy, you are really not a good thing. Sensing Sakaki's specific thoughts, Ditto Muto's eyes were filled with angry flames. Elves are not used as your tools. Purple superpower energy spread all around. A purple ball of light appeared in the air. Ditto Muto inside looked murderous. With a hand stretched out, countless missile needles were stopped, lost their impact, and quickly fell to the ground. Then, a huge black shadow was formed behind Ditto Muto. Shadow balls flew out one after another, attacking Sakaki directly. Hiss. Beedrill roared angrily. Its body shuttled through the air flexibly and quickly. Its double needles pierced the shadow balls one by one. The explosions left its body covered with scars. Why would you sacrifice your life for such a person? The object of Ditto Muto's questioning became Beedrill. In its view, this was something that was not worth understanding. Beedrill did not answer, but stood indifferently between it and Sakaki. A faint green light emerged. The damage it suffered was recovering at a rapid speed. For Sakaki, who possessed the power of Evergreen, a protracted war was the thing he had least to fear. Nidoqueen, Nidoking, kill the two people over there. He casually took out 2 Pokeballs and threw them on the ground. 2 giant beasts, one purple and one blue, appeared with red light. The familiar momentum made clear their levels, a semi-champion and a champion. The bright blue pupils on the side suddenly locked. Where on earth did this guy come from? The Pokémon he captured was so powerful. Steel cannon arm, water cannon. However, he was not a hesitant person. When he found that the opponent was aiming at him, he immediately launched an attack with the idea of preemptive strike. The thick water column roared towards Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Nidot a low roar sounded. The two Pokémons, who were probably a couple, had a tacit understanding. The more powerful Nidoqueen spit out a cold ice blow light from her mouth. The next second, after colliding with water cannon, it froze it into ice, cubes inch by inch. The more sturdy Nidoking raised his strong and powerful arms. The long ice column surrounded the body of Steel Cannon Arm and Minglan and smashed it. Onyx, harden. Wuneng's weak voice sounded. A huge rock body blocked everyone. Boom. Ice chips splashed everywhere. Onyx even had a light blue color on its body. That was a sign of frostbite. The gap between the king class and the champion class is still huge after all. Spiny Shell, use Tide. Slowpoke, telekinesis acceleration. The experienced Minglan immediately used the ice fragments scattered around. With the help of Slowpoke, a vortex of water rotating at super high speed rushed towards Nidoking and Nidoqueen with broken ice. As poison plus ground Pokémon, if they really take this move, then even if they are strong, they will definitely not have an easy time. After all, whether it is water or ice, the effect on them is outstanding. Nidot is still 2 roars that sounded at the same time. Nidoking and Nidoqueen's thick thighs exerted force at the same time, jumped high and then hit the ground. The dust in the sky formed a thick earth wall in front of them. When the tide and ice broke this defense, Nidoking and Nidoqueen had already changed their direction. After sending Nidoking and Nidoqueen, Sakaki didn't pay too much attention to the situation on the other side. If Wupio was still awake, and Minglan's Gyarados was still in mega state, he would not dare to be so arrogant. The two sides together have 4 champion level forces, and even Sakaki has to be careful. But now, Wupio's 2 Pokémon have lost their combat ability, and are even on the verge of death. Minglan only has 1 cannon shrimp left to maintain the combat power of the champion level. Gyarados has been exhausted, and has withdrawn from Mega Evolution. It is a question whether it can exert the strength of the king level. In this case, the tacit Nidoking and Nidoqueen couple are enough to deal with the combination of a champion level Pokémon plus 4 or 5 king level Pokémon. What Sakaki is more urgent is how to bring the Mewtwo in front of him back to the Rocket Team's base for a search. Compared with this goal, even if Wu-Pyo and Minglan are let go, it is not a big problem. As expected of Sakaki, Tetsuya, who was hiding in the dark, looked solemn. According to the approximate timeline of the animation in the game, could he have been so strong 5 or 6 years ago? But it's our turn to take action. He patted his partner under him and slowly exhaled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.